This man's name is Min Jun. He spent many years living in another world. Also, he could rise to the very top. Just as he was about to go back to Earth, through the magic of that stunning woman, she told him he had to return without the powers he had earned in that world. Otherwise, a single sneeze from a cold might be enough to wreck Earth. But this absolute gigachat right here openly defied the most beautiful woman in that world and headed back to Earth while cultivating aura. Even after she said she would give him everything, she promised, quite literally, to grant him anything he desired. Yes, even the thing already crossing your mind, the crater on my street, the black hole, the deepest cave. Even so, he simply rejected her without hesitation. By now, we've already seen this arrogant guy is perfect protagonist material. And on Earth, let me tell you now, he becomes strong enough to stop a wild demonic dog with just one hand, even though that dog terrified the military. But now, the one the military fears is Min Jun. He also went to the place where the army was recruiting soldiers. They offered generous pay, but timid men there still refused to join. In the end, only one person stepped forward. That person was our protagonist, the absurdly powerful fool. He had enough strength to shatter the testing stone with only a small punch. The beautiful military woman even turns red when she witnesses it. Later, when the entire troop was worn out from running, since heavy weights were strapped to their feet, he passed them while grinning like a complete lunatic. He charged up the stairs faster than a train in that infamous scene from the very first episode of The Boys. The man is such a monster that even the higher-ups start watching him closely. But before we continue and see how he grows within the military, I'll return to the start and properly show you that this protagonist is not actually the hero of this story. In truth, he mostly moves from behind the scenes. Good night, girl. I'll meet you again tomorrow. She brings him back to the room where he first arrived in that world. A long time has passed since then, and Min Jun says he genuinely despises this place. She tells him to stand in the circle's center, exactly where he was summoned. He follows her instruction and she begins the ritual. First, she explains that she will remove the saint's protection. Min Jun removes his glove and sneers at that so-called blessing. To him, it was only a leash that forced him to obey that woman. Finally, that thing is about to leave his body. She begins carrying out the procedure, and she admits she still cannot understand him. He gained incredible power there and could still gain wealth and honor, yet he throws it all aside, saying he simply does not care. After that, he asks if she is not worried because once that thing is removed, he could harm her. She says she would accept it, since everything happened because of her. Once the restraint disappears, whether he turns on her or not is entirely his decision. But if he chooses not to, they should complete the ritual quickly. Min Jun is stunned, finally free from his chains. Then she says the next step is removing the power he gained in Isgard. Taking that power away is unavoidable, because returning with it would be far too dangerous. But then, the protagonist suddenly uses magic and seizes her by the neck. She asks him what he thinks he is doing. Min Jun says the power is his. Does she truly believe he would let her take it? Giving up strength like that would be foolish. He forces her down, and she says she understands his desire, but warns that black magic could consume him in another dimension. Then she looks up, eyes widening in shock as Min Jun opens a portal with dark magic, something almost impossible for her to believe. She tells him to stop. Traveling between dimensions is not something that can be done so easily. Min Jun says he understands, which is why he trained hundreds of times. This is what dark magic truly is. To him, dividing magic into black and white never made sense, since deep down they are almost identical. Before leaving, he tells her there is still one final thing he wants to give her. A massive middle finger. He says he hopes he never has to look at her disgusting face again. She keeps shouting at him to stop, but he ignores her and walks away. He steps straight through the portal. Left alone, she slams the floor in frustration and asks if he truly believes this is finished, calling him completely insane. Meanwhile, Min Jun appears again inside his own house. His powers are still with him. He can hardly believe what just happened. The dimensional leap had really succeeded. He says at last he has finally returned. Glancing around, he reaches for his phone and says how much he missed it. Then he spots the game he had been wanting to play. He presses play, still unable to believe he has truly made it back to this place. But then he realizes there is no internet, which throws him off a little. Not long after, several soldiers arrive and move into formation. They ask whether this is the right location, and one confirms it matches the radio orders. Someone asked Lieutenant Choi if he can explain the situation, since sending ordinary soldiers on a mission like this feels strange. But even the lieutenant looks uncertain and tells him to ask someone else. They brace themselves and begin advancing toward the target. But when they arrive, they only find Min Jun walking down the street. He mutters that 2 years have passed since he was dragged into that awful place, and the memory still irritates him badly. He wonders how the internet works now, why there is no Wi-Fi nearby, and why every shop seems closed at this hour. The soldiers stare in confusion, seeing only a civilian. Min Jun wonders if Korea could really have changed this much in 2 years, while the soldiers question why a civilian is walking around so casually. They call out to him, and Min Jun finally notices their presence. He is surprised to see people gathered in a residential area. Minjun assumes they are training and figures this must be common now. He apologizes, says he will leave, and asks why they could not choose another place. But one soldier shouts at him to get out of the area immediately. A monster is right behind him attacking. By the time he turns around, it is already closing in. Seeing it, Minjun wonders why a useless mutt like that is even here. Then he realizes his demonic energy has been completely emptied. Even so, he blocks the monster with just one hand. With that same hand, he slams its head down into the ground. Every soldier there is left speechless. And after catching the monster, Minjun does not stop there. Facing the creature barehanded, he finishes it off himself, leaving the soldiers shaken and horrified. He asks the mutt if it thinks he is weak, just because he cannot use dark magic without demonic energy. Even in a weakened state, low-level monsters like this still cannot defeat him. That reminds him of the nightmare training he endured in Isgard, which was basically strength training from hell. Then he looks back at the monster and wonders why it should even exist. He questions why it is in this world at all. After standing up, he speaks to the soldiers, but they remain terrified and warn him not to move closer. At that moment, another monster drops onto their car. Minjun says he has no idea how things became this bad. The soldiers warn that his actions could get him arrested, but their commander ordered them not to escalate things, so they let him go. One of them asks if he truly has no idea what has been happening lately. Minjun says that is right, claiming he had been living overseas. In his mind, however, he corrects himself and thinks it was more like another world. It is clear this is not the Korea he remembers, so he starts wondering what happened during the last 2 years. He recalls that dungeons first appeared when he was about 7, and monsters began entering the real world. He remembers soldiers fighting them back, just like now. After the dungeons emerged, superhumans known as the Awakened began appearing as well. They possessed abilities far beyond ordinary people, joined the Hunter Corporation based at the military facility, and were once used to eliminate monsters the moment they appeared. So before that cursed saint summoned him away, Korea should not have been facing a crisis like this. While writing something down, he starts thinking about Dungeon Power Fighter and wonders if the server has shut down. He refuses to accept that idea, believing his difficult return has to mean something. He grows desperate to play and only think about how terrible the internet has become. The soldier beside him thinks the whole world is in chaos, and Minjun either genuinely knows nothing or has just returned from overseas, which sounds pretty suspicious. Still, the soldier chooses not to dig deeper. Anyone who handled that creature with bare hands must have a serious story behind him. Minjun asks whether people in safer zones, like game developers, were evacuated, and whether game companies still hire. He keeps asking about games, server storage, and what disaster damaged everything so badly. The soldier says he will share what he knows. Apparently, he is a huge dungeon enthusiast, and when Minjun asks if colleges teach this, the man says it is harder to find one that does not. Then he explains why the situation became this terrible, saying it began with a strange phenomenon spreading through dungeons long years ago. Dungeons suddenly started appearing much more frequently, and they also began growing larger. But the greatest problem was the increasing number of giant monsters coming out of those abnormal dungeons. Because of that, the army could no longer control them. Some civilian districts had to be sealed off, and since then they have been testing ways to defend with fewer people. Meanwhile, Minjun only cares about what happened. At the game company, the soldier asks how old he is, and he guesses he is around 21. That means his enlistment should be coming up soon. The soldier says half of his 20s are about to be taken. The protagonist is stunned and asks what that means. Weren't hunters supposed to serve 5 years only and regular troops 3? The soldier explains that since things have worsened, everyone now serves 5 years, not only the Hunter Corporation. 5 years. Minjun can hardly accept it. He returned intending to play Dungeon Power Fighter once after getting an R. Things had finally improved, yet now he has to serve for 5 entire years. The thought makes his anger boil. At that moment, a national alert rings out. He checks the alarm, wondering what happened, and finds that it is an enlistment notice assigning him to Division X. It even says he must leave tomorrow. He stares at the message, wondering if they really send notices like spam now. The timing is absurdly perfect, and the soldier adds that he'll be sent to Jangwondu. Minjun still can't accept it. Why is he being drafted before even taking a physical exam? And what kind of system gives only 1 day's notice? The soldier reminds him they're desperate for manpower, so exams are usually done at the training center. As for the late notice, he probably just checked it too late. Then you suggest checking again at a PC bang near the evacuation center. The suggestion catches him off guard. Back when his parents were still there, he almost shut himself in his room and did nothing but play games. He had been summoned to Isgard while still in 12th grade, before he had even made a single real friend. Now he begins rambling about humanity's long-forgotten paradise. PC bangs, to him, are the greatest places in the world, and the mere thought nearly brings him to tears. He even feels grateful to the owner for keeping the place open in a time like this. Once he starts playing, he gets so excited that he orders a hot dog, leaving the clerk amazed by his appetite. After playing games to his heart's content, he returns to the tent, checks the news, and realizes that everything the soldier told him was true. Even the enlistment date from the military administration matches the message exactly. He is leaving tomorrow. Min-jun thinks that if he still had the power he used in Isgard, he could clear every dungeon on his own. But for some unknown reason, his body has been drained of demonic energy, the core fuel for dark magic. Even so, he is not helpless. And honestly, he still believes he could handle every dungeon alone. That is when the idea finally snaps into place. Perfect. He will take care of this personally. So the very next day, he makes his way to the base while calmly eating skewers. A large crowd has already gathered there. Most of them look anxious, and some are openly crying. Everyone seems miserable. But Min-jun remembers that the military is no longer what it used to be, and he wonders whether it will be as harsh as Isgard. Inside, an officer immediately starts shouting for everyone to fix their posture, demanding to know if they think they came for a picnic, then curses at them for moving like dead weight and orders them to face forward instead of looking around. Rules keep pouring out one after another, and most of them make no sense at all. Yet in Min-jun's eyes, these instructors are actually surprisingly decent. Then one of them says that before the schedule begins, anyone who wanted to join the Hunter Corporation but never had the chance should raise a hand. He reminds them that hunters receive far better treatment than regular soldiers, with a starting salary of 3 million won. Benny asks if no one is interested in that offer. After a brief pause, he dismisses it as a formality and tells them not to worry. But just as he is about to continue, one of the men points out that there is a volunteer. Seeing the raised hand, the officer immediately orders the person to step forward. Min-jun, clearly uninterested in keeping a low profile, plants his foot firmly and leaps straight up beside them, leaving both men frozen in shock. He then introduces himself as recruit Min-jun and says he wants to apply for the Hunter Corporation. That moment brings his memories back to Isgard. In the Forgotten Canyon, Min-jun complains that being a dark mage is a terrible role. Amid all the chaos, he says no class is worse than this one. No matter how powerful his skills are, they become useless the moment his demonic energy runs out. Unlike ordinary mages, his power does not recover naturally. He must replenish it by defeating monsters that carry demonic energy. Naturally, restoring energy while spending it is never enough. Since dark mages have such a bad reputation, forming a party is difficult too. If he runs dry in a dungeon, he is practically finished. So he raises the real question. What is the best way for a dark mage to recover demonic energy? No one responds. Then he realizes there is no one left who can answer him anymore. Just then, a monster appears, and he says that in that case, the dungeon's former boss might be able to answer. He is speaking to Eric Keenan's, the dungeon's hidden boss. Min-jun asks why she only appeared now. Was she waiting until he died from boredom? He looks upon all her fallen offspring and releases a furious cry. After hearing it, he simply asks if that is her answer. When the spider lunges, he strikes her core across the face and says that answer is wrong, and he states his own answer. The best method is to fight monsters with everything you have. This took place 645 days before he returned to Earth. Back in the present, the officer asks whether his name is Min-jun, and the protagonist answers that it is. The officer tells him to stay there, saying a unit from Hunter Corporation will arrive for him soon. Min-jun thanks him. The man remarks that he seems strangely eager, then asks if there is a particular reason he wants to join now, especially when things are so bad that even ability users are going back to the regular army. The protagonist says there is, because he still has something left to settle. Inside the dungeons, those words make the atmosphere suddenly uncomfortable. The silence turns awkward, so the man laughs it off as if Min-jun must be joking. The officer chuckles and says he will not make him pay for the damaged floor, while Min-jun only thinks that the old man should be quiet because he is serious. After that, the officer explains that every dungeon in Korea falls under military control, and the Hunter Corps receives priority for entering them and dealing with monsters. He says the corps is filled with capable people, and ranks are determined by strength and skill rather than years of service. If someone is powerful enough, there is almost no limit to how far they can rise. Min-jun realizes that joining the Hunter Corps would let him enter dungeons and search for monsters carrying demonic energy. If that happens and his rank climbs quickly, he may be able to regain the power he lost. But the neat little future forming in his mind is only a fantasy. Things would turn out a little differently. While riding along, he assumes he can probably reach 10 stars within 5 years, though that is almost impossible. Even so, he imagines himself clearing nearly every dungeon he is allowed to enter. In his head, life will only get easier. He will unlock a fourth awakening, become a famous hero, earn plenty of money, and life perfectly. To him, the plan has no flaws. Then an officer arrives, salutes him, and introduces himself as Sergeant Lee Sung-ho of the Hunter Corps. The superior stiffens in surprise, stunned that even the battalion commander is addressing the sergeant with such formality. The sergeant then asks whether Min-jun truly possesses a hunter's power. If he awakened as one, he should be able to open his status window, so the sergeant orders him to read every stat aloud. The protagonist wonders what is wrong with this man, and starts asking himself whether everyone in the Hunter Corps behaves this way. Even so, he agrees, thinking that when the army gives an order, he has no choice but to follow it. Then he remembers that he also had a status window back in Isengard, though he barely used it because it only displayed numbers for his stats and skills. Now he starts wondering how the system functions in this world. The instant he brings up his status window, he is startled. The sergeant notices his reaction and asks what happened, ordering him to say exactly what he sees. Min-jun looks over at the sergeant and says, "There is an error." The sergeant is taken aback and asks if he is trying to fool him. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Corps training center in Gyeonggi, a man greets his subordinate, saying it has been a long time and that he did not expect to meet her there. Then he invites Lee to take a seat, so they can speak properly. Since he calls her a hunter, she quickly corrects him, saying she is not one yet. Like everyone else who enlisted, she is. She adds that it may sound presumptuous, but if Lee summoned her because of her father, she does not want any special treatment during training. He tells her she has misunderstood, because this has nothing to do with General Song Byung. Naturally, she will receive no special treatment, and the Hunter Corps is not an easy place. Hearing that, the girl relaxes a little, though she grows embarrassed and asks why she was called there. He explains that a very famous rookie has just enlisted, and as training commander, he has to pay attention. Since she will soon be busy, he wanted to encourage her first. He says choosing between an ordinary soldier's path and an executive role could not have been easy. People like her are needed in the field, so he thanks her as a citizen of the nation. Also as a soldier, she thanks him for the encouragement while inwardly feeling that the whole thing is rather embarrassing. Then the officer glances downward and notices someone arriving. He says he received a rather amusing report earlier, and that she may soon have an interesting fellow recruit. He asks whether she would like to go see him, and the girl hesitates. She remains unsure about it, while elsewhere Min-jun looks around the facility. He wonders how much money was spent on the place, and feels impressed, only to immediately wonder whether they have a PC room there too. But the lieutenant warns him not to get carried away, because his enlistment in the Hunter Corps has not yet been approved. Since Min-jun is an unusual case, the lieutenant says he will test him personally. If headquarters had not decided otherwise, he would never have brought him there and would have sent him straight to prison instead. Once the test is over, if he turns out to be lying, he had better be ready to enlist in the military police. Min-jun thinks the man is being petty and asks what kind of test it is. The lieutenant points behind him and says that if the protagonist can move that object even 1 centimeter, he passes. Then he gives him 10 minutes. In his mind, if the kid truly has hunter talent, this is the moment to prove it. He explains that the mineral is redstone, a byproduct from dungeons. It is unbelievably dense and heavy for its size, as well as extremely hard, so a recruit should not even be able to make it tremble. Min-jun asks if that is all, saying he feels relieved that the test is so simple. The lieutenant becomes furious at the kid's confidence. He glares at him, thinking there is no way to check another person's status window. There have always been shady people trying to take advantage of the Hunter Corps with weak abilities. He keeps recalling the report that Min-jun jumped 5 meters onto the podium. On top of that, his status window supposedly showed an error, which makes the whole story sound like one enormous lie. At that moment, an officer arrives with a CEO and says this is the boy he mentioned, the one who allegedly displayed remarkable physical ability before the battalion commander at the recruit center, even though his status window showed an error. He says that as the Hunter Corps training commander, he has never heard of such a case, so he is eager to see how unusual this recruit truly is. As he approaches the stone, Min-jun thinks it is the same material that used to be everywhere in Isengard's dungeons, that absurdly heavy mineral. Judging by its size, he believes he can move it without much trouble. Then he simply swings his hand back, leaving everyone around him wondering what he is about to do. Min-jun prepares to unleash a huge punch, even suspecting there may be demonic energy hidden inside it, and the moment his fist lands, the stone bursts into countless fragments. He only thinks it would be terrible luck if nothing was actually inside. Watching him break such a solid object so easily, Please can only think the situation is completely absurd. Min-jun is clearly some kind of monster. After a while, one recruit begins to feel that something here is seriously off. Even before returning and joining the army, he already knew the training would not be ordinary. Once training begins, they are thrown straight into practical drills, facing 4 harsh weeks of non-stop hardship. On the first day, he tied a rice bag to his ankle and walked 6,000 steps with the weight attached. Even that was judged insufficient after they checked his time, so everyone had already expected that insane instructor to be trouble. That man and his ridiculous training only keep raising Min-jun's energy, and he would even bet the lieutenant could not endure it as an active soldier. He keeps wondering what sort of madness this is, because this guy is a complete lunatic. The protagonist keeps racing forward at full speed, while thinking his body still feels light, so light that without the weights, he might actually take off. They said hunter training would be pure misery, but compared to everything he endured in Isengard, this place feels like paradise. Even the food here feels less like meals and more like a banquet. More than that, everything they need to do each day is already written out for them. He even receives free time, and there is a computer room too. As long as he sleeps by the end of the day, there is basically no issue. So after enlisting, he only needs to stand out a bit and use that room. To Min-jun, it means he can train, eat well, earn good money, and on top of that, he can even play games. He starts laughing and says he will become an excellent hunter. One soldier says he is far too fast and asks how it makes sense, while another tells him not to question it. Meanwhile, the lieutenant notices the main figure, charging upward at full speed. When Min-jun reaches the top, he casually asks if the test is already finished. The lieutenant is speechless, wondering what this kid is doing. Everyone else needs over an hour to reach the top, and Min-jun has barely trained at all. Then Min-jun looks at the sergeant and reminds him of his promise. If he finished under 30 minutes, he would receive a free pass, so he asks how long the sergeant thinks he took. After receiving the pass, Min-jun is delighted and walks away. The lieutenant also feels strangely pleased. He wonders how long it has been since a hunter trainee earned a free pass. Even so, he says it makes no difference whether the protagonist has greater strength or stamina than the rest. In the hunter corps, what matters most is understanding how to deal with monsters, so he intends to watch Min-jun closely. Later, all the soldiers return to the dormitory. One of them checks his status window and sees that his energy has increased. By one point, everyone gets excited and checks their own windows too, but Min-jun is confused. Did he hear that correctly? They are happy over just 1 point. Back when he trained in Isengard, a normal increase was at least 10 points. One of them mentions the free pass and asks where Min-jun will use it. He asks why they care, and they say they are only curious since the assistants said Sergeant Sung-ho rarely gives them out anymore. Then they ask if he trained like a madman, saying he is genuinely impressive. As they talk, he is taken aback. He cannot believe these people are laughing and chatting with him, because in Isgard, when he was a dark mage, no one would even meet his eyes. Then he realizes this must be ordinary small talk. Honestly, it is more irritating than he expected. Still, one of them mentions a computer room, though another says they are not allowed to use it. The moment Min-jun hears that, he rushes off. He heads straight for the computer room, wondering why they waited until now to mention it. Once he sits down at a computer, he finally begins to unwind. Free time begins at 9, so he decides he only needs 2 hours of sleep before wake up. Back in Isengard, even 1 hour of sleep felt generous, so 2 hours should be more than enough. That way, he can spend the rest of his time playing all the games he always wanted. Later, they are forced into a march that is basically a sprint. They must cover 40 kilometers within 2 hours, or they lose breakfast. Min-jun is actually pleased about it. He gained 10 levels just the day before. One of the others asks if he truly is not sweating at all. The protagonist dismisses it as just a walk, leaving the man wondering if he really spent 4 weeks gaming and sleeping only 2 hours. Is he some kind of monster? Min-jun begins teasing them, asking if the guy will call him sweetheart if he gives him water. The recruit says he only meant Min-jun's energy seemed monstrous, but then he starts handing water to everyone as if they were little puppies. And an officer steps forward and scolds them sharply. He says the commander is deeply disappointed. With only a few weeks of training left, it is already clear many will fail, and compared to other platoons, this group is much weaker. Min-jun wonders why the man speaks about himself in third person. Then the commander continues, saying that even if they pass and reach central base, they would not last a month. He asks whether, with their current willpower and strength, they honestly believe they can survive dungeon adaptation training. Min-jun starts wondering what dungeon adaptation training even means. They explain that dungeons normally vanish once every monster inside is defeated, but rare ones remain open. When that happens, the dungeon changes, its structure shifts, and it becomes a place to gain huge experience. That makes those dungeons ideal for training. The practical exercise takes place inside one, and that is what they call dungeon adaptation training. A dungeon. Hearing that, the recruits are shaken, since it sounds far too dangerous, and they begin worrying about what will happen to them. Watching their reaction, the commander feels the tension finally settling in. He tells them they need to keep that level of focus at all times. Training is like riding a horse, and if they do not grip the saddle firmly, they will fall. Even so, he tells them not to be afraid. Nothing bad will happen as long as they put in real effort. Then he adds that the soldiers with the highest scores will receive a 3-day, 2-night trip. He expects that reward to motivate them, but no one shows any reaction. So he asks if they heard him. Do they not want to travel? He repeats the prize, wondering why not a single person seems excited. What is wrong with these recruits? Do they really see the army as pure misery? What shocks him most is that only one person besides him looks pleased, and Minjun thinks, that sounds pretty great. Later, they arrive in front of the dungeon, stunned that this is truly the place. They wonder what they are even expected to do there, maybe camp outside or something. But a truck suddenly comes from the side and nearly runs them over. From inside the truck, a group of eyes appear, and they realize those are hunting dogs. The recruits panic at the sight of the monsters, saying this is their first time seeing them so close. Minjun, however, wonders what is so frightening, since they look like Maltese or Chihuahuas to him. Then the commander shouts, asking if they are scared. He says those are the monsters they will face, and the recruits cannot believe he seriously expects them to fight those things. He explains that they will form teams of 4 and enter the dungeon, with each team given 1 hour to defeat a hunting dog and return. If they get hurt, they should strengthen their cores. If fear takes over, they should think clearly and fight with determination. Everyone understands this is not optional. Then he orders them to hurry and put on the provided equipment. The lieutenant says they will enter one team at a time. Their gear is the MIDI 3, made only to protect the body, and it is painfully heavy and poorly designed. One recruit wonders if there is no better gear, while another trembles under the weight. Minjun thinks it offers no comfort at all, and was clearly built only for defense. He can even smell all the people who wore it before. To him, it carries a filthy aura, and he hates it. So he approaches the lieutenant with a question. If they defeat the hunting dogs quickly, can they remove the suits? The lieutenant asks why he is acting so arrogant, but when he realizes it is Minjun, he says fine, he can take it off if he wants. Still, he reminds him this is team training, so he cannot simply steal the spotlight. The lieutenant says he looks forward to seeing how recruit Minjun handles his squad. Minjun thinks about this so-called team training, while the others worry about fighting hunting dogs in that gear. One recruit suggests they should make a plan, but Minjun says the answer is simple. He just has to tell them how to take down the hunting dogs. He gathers everyone's attention and says he will explain. He lays out the plan. The hunting dogs will leap at them to attack, and when that happens, they should stay calm, grab the legs, and disable the spine. If that does not finish it, then bend the back the opposite way and break it again, like snapping a twig. He asks if they understand, but the others only stare at him as if he has lost his mind. And the lieutenant tells the officer to release the dogs, and the recruits quickly step into the portal. One soldier is surprised the dogs rushed straight into the dungeon, but Minjun says they were trapped all day and lost their home, so why would they not do that? His teammate admits he has a point and asks how he understands monster psychology so well, calling him a master. Minjun thinks back on everything he has endured, realizing he was once almost the same as them. Then the lieutenant walks over and asks why they are laughing and joking in these sacred training grounds. Do they want to die? Naturally, they say no. The lieutenant says it no longer matters, because he has already decided their team will enter first. They are stunned by the order, but they have no choice except to go inside. Minjun says that actually works out well. If it means he can remove that heavy, filthy suit sooner, he is happy to accept it. None of them can tell whether he is serious. After they enter, the lieutenant tells the instructor team that training has begun. They must stay prepared and step in if the situation gets dangerous and the recruit is in danger. One of them receives the order and says he will stay alert, but when he glances to the side, he notices the team list. Someone says Team 4 entered before every other group and asks if there is anything to report. The response is simple. That bastard is with them. Minjun. That immediately draws their attention. It is the recruit receiving special treatment, the one who displayed the most outstanding strength. During that round, his scores over the past 4 weeks were unbelievable, and now they wonder whether he will prove just as impressive again. Meanwhile, the wolves observe them from a distance and begin circling the 4 recruits. Minjun can sense they are preparing to move, and he thinks they are clearly impatient. He figures he could end this by striking the moment they attack, but then the others would gain no experience. So, in his own strange way of being considerate, cooperate. He warns his teammates that the wolves are coming. They ask what he means by that, and he says it is obvious they are the enemy. His answer only makes them more nervous, but he tells them to stay calm because the protective suits are quite sturdy. Seeing everyone frightened, he says he will lead and asks who wants to go first. As the wolves close in, they split into three. One rushes from the front while two others move in from the sides. Minjun drops it instantly with a single punch. It hits the ground, already defeated. Another wolf leaps at his teammate and clamps onto his arm, making the recruit cry out for help. The wolf looks aside, sensing that someone is rushing toward it, but it has no chance to react because Minjun charges in with a kick that brings it down instantly. He tells his teammate that if the wolves bite, they need to strike back. If they show fear, the wolves will treat them as easy prey. The guy understands and calls him sir, but Minjun asks why he's speaking so formally when they're on the same team. Minjun says that in a real battle, two people would already be gone. Then he points out that they have the numbers, so they must use that advantage and keep pressing forward. If they stay aggressive, the wolves will start to hesitate. Two recruits rush one wolf, and it really backs away. Minjun tells them to pin it down and wait for a chance. Watching from outside, the two instructors wonder if he is truly just a recruit, since most frightened rookies would have frozen after losing focus like that. But under his guidance, the recruits manage to shake off their fear. The instructors stare in disbelief, even wondering if some elite sergeant had somehow returned to his pre-enlistment days. Things like this almost never happen. Even so, the protagonist does not rely only on raw strength. He leads the team, keeps them steady, and makes them cooperate, earning the highest score while the others receive average marks. The instructors approach and tell them they did well, so they can come out now. One recruit only then realizes the instructors were watching the whole time, but Minjun barely cares, already wondering if this will earn him a vacation pass. The jealous lieutenant snaps at him to be quiet, asking if he truly thinks they'd give one out. Minjun keeps teasing him, joking that they were actually worried about the recruits and acting strangely sweet about it. That only makes the lieutenant even angrier. But as they draw near the portal, something goes wrong. The entire area begins to tremble. They ask what just happened, and one instructor orders the other to contact everyone by radio and tell them to evacuate immediately. One recruit asks what's happening and wonders if it was an earthquake, but Minjun says it isn't. This is not an earthquake. It is a dungeon shift, and it is happening right now. So they ask what will happen next. Just as Minjun begins to explain, he notices the exit starting to close. As it seals itself, panic spreads through the group. He realizes they are already too late to escape. He says the situation is bad. The two instructors panic as well. The radio is dead, and the dungeon changed far too quickly. One says they should have had over a month before the internal structure shifted again, but he forces himself to calm down and focus on getting the recruits to safety. So they turn to the recruits and explain that an unexpected incident has occurred inside the dungeon. Still, they tell everyone not to panic. According to the manual, they should wait there for an hour and see whether the entrance opens again. The recruits are surprised to hear they might escape simply by waiting an hour. They begin to calm down, since they had thought they were trapped forever. But the instructor's expression suggests there is more to it. He says people outside are likely trying to enter too, and the lieutenant will make the best decision. For now, their job is to stay calm. Minjun asks whether that is really all there is to the situation. They were training here because everyone believed this dungeon could never produce an unexpected incident like this. To him, it feels especially unsettling that an entrance that had always stayed open suddenly sealed itself. One instructor hurries over to speak with the other. Minjun realizes his guess was right. The instructors know things are far worse than they admit. They acted calm, but a manual may not cover this. If the dungeon has become a closed dungeon, clearing it could be much harder than he expected. Since they are still alive, he tells himself it is serious, but not the absolute worst. The instructors, however, believe this really is the worst-case scenario. They say the others have probably figured it out by now as well. This dungeon has turned into a closed dungeon. Even one instructor starts to waver, saying this is that kind of closed dungeon. The other asks if he is serious, then explains that a dungeon entrance disappears in two cases. The first is when a dungeon naturally vanishes after being cleared. Second is a closed dungeon, where the portal disappears once an outsider enters. He says that is exactly what happened here. The dungeon became closed while they were inside, which explains why the gate vanished. It also means multiple monsters will appear, and the only way out is to defeat every monster inside. In other words, no help can come from outside. He faces the reality of it. 4 recruits with no real battle experience, and 2 instructors must clear this dungeon alone. He expected them to tense up once he explained it. They do not even know what monsters have appeared, and if luck is against them, this could truly be the end. And for all of them, even so, standing still will solve nothing. They need to keep moving while they still have strength, though he wishes the instructors had proper gear. In their current condition, even goblins could overwhelm them. Taking down just one might require 10 minutes or more. So the most practical plan with the highest chance of success would be to use the heavy protective suits worn by the recruits. He dislikes relying on those absurdly heavy and dense outfits. But if they use their defense and place the recruits up front, the instructors could deal with the monsters while the recruits endure the attacks. Still, he thinks those recruits had trusted them. They survived all that harsh training, and using rookies as shields while he is the veteran here is something his pride simply refuses to accept. As they continue moving, one recruit keeps walking until Minjun suddenly notices something. An instructor asks if something is wrong, but then a loud sound reaches them. They turn to look. One instructor is already in terrible pain, foaming at the mouth before collapsing. The other instructor starts rushing toward him, but Minjun shouts for him to stop. Even if he hurries over, it is already too late. There is no saving him now. Then the second instructor collapses as well, too, twisting on the ground. Minjun tells everyone to keep their distance, warning that the same thing could happen if they come any closer. He figures the situation is not too severe. They have only fainted, and he is not especially surprised, because he had already recognized that familiar scent. Then he grabs both instructors and tosses them back toward the recruits, telling everyone to catch them. He warns them not to leave that spot and tells them to remain close to the exit. The bald recruit asks where he is going, saying it is far too risky. Even the instructors already passed out, so the protagonist might not survive, but the protagonist ignores the warning and runs ahead anyway. As he moves forward, Minjun thinks the situation is strangely thrilling, even if his life could be in danger right now. What exists on Earth is demonic energy, and that is why the instructors lost consciousness. He says it makes sense that the awakened instructors collapsed. Even guardians require special protection when facing demonic energy. To battle monsters, and for ordinary humans, it is far more dangerous. To a black mage, demonic energy is like plugging a dead phone into a charger. He reaches the deepest part of the cave and understands that this is where the thick demonic energy is coming from. The place is silent, and he cannot sense any monster nearby. Then he looks upward and asks whether the monster really believed it could release that much demonic energy and still hide from a black mage. He never imagined he would run into a darkhound here. Minjun notes that sharing a name with an ordinary hound does not make it the same creature. This species is far stronger than any normal one. He first encountered one a year after being summoned to Isgard. Since he had never seen such a monster before, and had never found one on Earth either, he tried to face it directly, which turned out to be a terrible mistake. Still, he feels oddly glad to see something familiar. Then he draws his fist back. He thanks it for the meal and sends the monster flying away. After defeating it, he thinks the smell of its blood is still revolting. He also thinks about the massive surge of energy after death. That is what makes darkhounds so difficult to deal with, since their blood is poisonous and can ruin normal human skin on contact. Then he absorbs all of that demonic energy and continues growing stronger. Naturally, that poison means nothing to a black mage. He realizes it has been a long time since he felt this tense. His phone is only at 5% charge, and he remembers seeing a demonic hound in Isgard. So why is one here? He thought Earth's monsters were ordinary and almost harmless in comparison. From everyone else's reaction, it seems this is the first time something like this has appeared. He was prepared for that, and there is no way it crossed dimensions by itself, because opening a dimensional portal requires a being of equal level on the other side. He says only a saint capable of using God's power could manage that. It is not something an ordinary being can do. Still, he brushes it aside and wonders if people might be overreacting a little. Then another thought strikes him. Where is the body? He still needs evidence for his report, so he searches around and finds the monster. Monster tossed aside. A little later, one of the instructors wakes up, while the cadets call out to him, all startled to see his eyes open. And the man suddenly jumps up and shouts in alarm, asking if everyone is safe and whether anyone was hurt. They tell him they are fine, but the real problem is that Minjun entered the dungeon by himself. That frightens him, and the cadets quickly explain everything that happened. He is stunned that a recruit acted alone like that. When the cadets confirm it, he snaps that running off by oneself in such a dangerous situation is completely unacceptable and says he will punish him immediately. Then he pauses, wondering if he has any right to say that after failing to protect his students. He pushes the thought away and says they must prepare to rescue Minjun and John. But then one of the recruits tells the trainer to look ahead, and they see Minjun returning with a monster on his back, asking whether everyone is alright. The trainers are shocked, realizing it is a dungeon monster. They say it looks a little different, but the protagonist simply says it looks like the same nasty thing to him and drops it onto the ground. They are stunned that this is the monster that brought down Edge, so they ask whether Minjun captured it by himself. Someone blurts out that beating it alone would make him the strongest person there, but the others tell him to stop saying nonsense. But while the arguing is still going on, the gate opens again, and the instructor calls for Minjun, asking if he was the one who defeated that hound alone. The boy does not even have to answer. Instructor understands without hearing a word, and tells the other instructor to lead everyone outside first, saying they will follow shortly. So he remains behind with the boy. He tells him that once they get out, he must report directly to the commander and explain everything in detail. Minjun agrees. The instructor says he needs to tell them everything, without leaving anything out including the trainer's failure. They lost control and could not protect the cadets, and he admits he does not know how to explain it without sounding pathetic. Whatever the case, it is thanks to the protagonist that everyone escaped safely. He thanks the boy once more, and Minjun finds the scene strangely unfamiliar, seeing him act this way. The man finally says he must admit his mistakes, then tells Minjun to get going. He adds that he barely knows what to report since he was unconscious, joking that it was a terrible time to fall asleep. Minjun thinks this final week here is turning out exactly as he said, and wonders if he should go. As he thinks things through before he can leave, his status screen suddenly appears before him, announcing that the error has been corrected. He stares at it, wondering what the screen is even trying to say, and he calls it a useless system that never helps with anything. It is the same irritating system that bothered him back in the other world. Then the status window updates, showing his name, a line saying he worships Rumi Nona, founder of the doctrine, with strength 60, agility 60, energy 60, mana 10, and one acquired skill, corruption level 1. He frowns and mutters that something feels off. What is this even supposed to mean? What bothers him most is the status line claiming that he worships Rumi Nona. He remembers Rumi as a character from Dungeon Power Fighter, and after becoming Isgard's strongest mage, he invented stories for fun to distract the fanatics who kept chasing him. Even so, people continued following him, and his status eventually said he worshipped Rumi Nona, which only caused more questions. He grumbles that even this thing still bothers him, though it did reduce the fanatics. Still, it seems he has become weaker. His stats have dropped far too much. Since returning, part of his demonic energy feels missing. He says he had expected a penalty for crossing dimensions, but even his skill list has been reduced to 1, and he is disappointed that its level fell as well. At this level, he assumes the effects of corruption are probably worthless. Then he starts thinking he really looks like some kind of story character from a novel, and he realizes reaching his goal will be difficult like this. Even so, he reminds himself that he also began with nothing in Isgard and still became the greatest mage of all time. Since he reached the peak once, there is no reason he cannot do it again. For now, he needs to rethink his goals. The game development company is stuck because of the monsters, and he must regain his strength as quickly as possible. He believes things will work out. Compared to when he first arrived in Isgard and endured all that hardship, this is not so bad. The game company will simply have to wait for him, and that day the entire training center was thrown into turmoil. The dungeon gate they had been using for training had closed, and their superiors failed to manage the situation. On top of that, they discovered a new monster that overpowered the trainers, and a single trainee handled it. With so many strange events happening, he normally should have received a badge, while the soldiers lost their final free week before deployment. One of them says they are doomed and asks how long they must wait. Another complains that training is finally over, and he would rather watch TV, because this feels like a complete waste of time. Then they ask the bold guy if Minjun really defeated a new monster alone. He says it was huge, far bigger than an ordinary dog, and that dungeon hound was enormous, leaving everyone shocked. They wonder if the protagonist might become a surgeon under 2 years, but someone says no. Hunter promotion exams are extremely hard, often taking 5 years or more, and those who fail are discarded by the corporation. Some hunters become government security, and they say that sounds pretty miserable. Sometime later, Minjun makes his way to his superior's office and finds the commander inside, in the middle of apologizing. Then the commander's superior tells him that he may leave now. After the commander leaves, the man asks if Minjun was the one who handled the dungeon accident and asks his name. Minjun introduces himself, and the man says he will speak plainly. He called the protagonist in because there is something important he needs to say. He names Minjun the top soldier in the training camp. After that, he says he has an offer to make and asks whether the boy is willing to hear it. At that moment, the commander begins viewing Minjun as someone who has always stood far ahead of everyone else. He thinks seeing a human this far beyond ordinary ability is rare in a lifetime, and he believes Minjun is someone capable of changing everything. Meanwhile, Minjun wonders what this man is even talking about, while the commander wonders if this could be the person who saves him from all of this. He thinks sending someone so talented to an ordinary unit would be a national waste, especially when they need more people in that place. So he tells the boy he has heard Min-jun has enough talent to earn a promotion. Normally, new graduates can only take the promotion exam after 1 year, but there are always exceptions in special cases. Then the commander says that if Min-jun volunteers as a hunter for the Shuram army unit in Jenggu, he can grant that exception through his authority as training leader. He starts to smile, saying that if Min-jun goes there, he will not need to wait a full year for promotion. It would be an incredible opportunity. But Min-jun does not respond the way he expected. Commander assumes the boy obviously wants a promotion, but wonders if mentioning Shuro was too much. Maybe that promotion tied to Shuro is not enough. Meanwhile, Min-jun thinks that if it is Shuro 1, then it must be the undefeated hunter unit of Division 104, the place his teammates said they never wanted to visit. They said it is freezing there, the snow piles high, and it snows almost every day. Dungeons sometimes burst open, monsters appear without warning, and everyone stationed there must remain on the front line. To him, that sounds excellent. Excellent. He thinks it does not really matter where he goes. He only needs to rank up quickly, and this exception is a pretty wild option, but since dungeons keep breaking out there, it may be perfect for him. Fast promotion is essential to his plan, because the higher his rank rises, the more paths open, and for rapid growth, nothing beats dungeons, so the boy says he will go. The commander can hardly believe it. He cannot believe what he is hearing. Min-jun truly accepts and agrees to go there. Sometime later, his friends begin crying as they say goodbye. They tell him to call whenever he has free time. One friend asks why he chose Churuk's 1, especially when nobody wanted that place. But the boy says a place everyone avoids is not automatically bad. They would never understand since his own life goals are pretty extreme too. One friend asks if he wants to reach level 100, but he says he is already level 30, so 100 is not a big deal. That is when they realize he truly thinks like a maniac. After even the loudest one leaves with the others, only one person remains. He is alone. A massive army jeep arrives. Someone has come to pick him up, and when that person steps out of it, a huge, rough-looking man climbs down from the jeep and stares straight at him. The man says Min-jun must have been waiting for a while and explains that he arrived late because of the snow. The protagonist calmly says it is fine, while thinking it is absurd that the month has barely started and snow is already falling here. The blunt officer has no interest in chatting. He says they are leaving immediately and tells Min-jun to get in the back. Min-jun can only think the man really carries himself like a soldier. Once he is seated in the back, he starts thinking that his true life as a soldier will begin the moment he arrives there. He knows it will not be easy, but that does not matter as long as he gets to face monsters. The only thing he truly needs to watch out for is all the ridiculous nonsense his friends used to joke about. Now he feels as if he is about to experience the same foolish scenes he only ever watched on TV, and he has absolutely no patience for that kind of nonsense. In the barracks, though, he reminds himself that he needs to stay calm. If he loses his temper with the wrong person, he might get sent down to a brigade unit. After some time, he arrives at the Invincible Hunters unit. The place immediately catches him off guard. He wonders whether this area even gets snow at all. Before long, he reaches the control battalion and follows the man assigned to guide him. The man pushes Min-jun into a room and introduces him as the new recruit, then tells the others to feed him and teach him how things are done there. Everyone becomes excited over the new arrival. They ask his name, and once he introduces himself, the room grows lively. They say he must be the one everyone has been talking about, the guy who took down a new monster alone. Then they tell him to put away his bag, handling his belongings as if they are nothing important. Min-jun instantly becomes cautious, thinking these people do not seem particularly impressive. It feels more like they have found a new toy and are pretending to act harmless about it. One of them says that with the protagonist's top training scores, he could have chosen almost anywhere. So why did he come here? Min-jun replies that the front lines will help him grow faster, and he chose this place because he wants to rank up as quickly as possible. His answer leaves them momentarily speechless. They call him crazy. Then the conversation suddenly changes as they ask whether he has a sister or girlfriend, and if he has pictures. Min-jun says no to both, so they crowd around, demand that he show a talent. He wonders whether doing something will finally make them leave him alone. He says he can show them one-finger push-ups. The others laugh and ask if he really thinks that counts as a talent, since they do it all the time. But one of them tells everyone to calm down and let the kid show it first. The instant they see it, they are stunned. Min-jun is upside down, balancing his whole body on one finger. They start wondering if anyone in the battalion can even do that, then decide the only possible person is the sergeant, and they all begin betting on him. Right then, the sergeant appears at the door and orders them to stop. They immediately call him a killjoy, while the protagonist recognizes that voice. It belongs to Sergeant Sung Ho. The group teases him, saying he ruined the fun and came in with the same gloomy face. They joke that he must be training the kid for leave, ask how many days he got this time, and keep calling him sour-faced. At last, he says he only got 4 days, tells them to stop bothering him, and orders them out. They actually leave while complaining that he ruined everything, looking genuinely irritated, and he looks no happier. Minjun notices that they really left the moment he told them to. Then the sergeant lies down and starts fiddling with him. With his phone, Minjun thinks the people here are far more different from one another than he expected, especially for soldiers who have not served that long. Then he calls for Dongjin, saying it is his job to teach a rookie as soon as one arrives. Dongjin accepts the order. Minjun begins wondering whether this man will be his trainer. He walks over and introduces himself. Dongjin lowers his voice and asks if they should talk while eating. He says he got permission to visit the exchange shop, making Minjun wonder why anyone needs permission just to use a store. Dongjin tells him to pick whatever he wants because he will pay. The protagonist asks if he is sure, since he usually eats a lot. Dongjin says it is fine and tells him not to worry because he has plenty. Minjun starts thinking he is genuinely kind, but when they reach the register, the total comes to 300 Thou won. Dongjin suddenly looks far less cheerful, and even the clerk asks if he is cold because he is trembling so much. A little later, as they eat, Dongjin tells him to slow down. Minjun asks whether getting permission to visit the shop is really that difficult since Dongjin made it sound serious. Dongjin explains that usually only sergeants can use it on weekends during free time. He adds that Minjun might be allowed to use the gym, but the computer room is for corporals and above. That rule immediately irritates the protagonist, and he begins thinking about it seriously. Dongjin says Minjun is probably thinking it is ridiculous, and honestly it is, but there is nothing he can do. Minjun should just get used to how things work. Then Minjun asks whether he truly cannot use it. Dongjin says that as a private, probably not. He even asks if it is worth trying since it will likely be difficult. Minjun thinks it is absurd that everything has rank restrictions, which only makes him more determined to climb the ranks quickly. Dongjin says becoming a corporal in the hunter army is not easy. In fact, he fails every year, which is why he is still here in his 3rd year as an enlisted soldier. He finds it pretty embarrassing. The protagonist tells him it is not hopeless and says he will cheer for him next time, though deep down, he realizes he will need to work seriously hard if he wants a promotion. While they are talking, another man approaches and mocks them, saying he sees a recruit and a regular soldier stuffing their faces. He asks if they plan to eat all of that by themselves. Dongjin immediately becomes respectful and says he can have some too, making it clear this guy is usually treated generously. Minjun immediately takes a dislike to him. They have barely finished talking, yet this man has already appeared just to bother them. The man says he does not care what they were discussing, but Minjun had better not slack off during shooting practice. He knows Minjun is only a recruit, yet asks if he can even shoot. Dongjin says he was just about to explain the shooting training, adding that their firearm drills are a little different from what Minjun probably knows. The man complains again, asking why Dongjin is wasting time there. He says Dongjin is his subordinate, yet he is buying snacks like a mother. As Dongjin apologizes, the man calls him too soft. Minjun hates listening to it. This fool just arrived and is already trying to humiliate both of them, and Minjun can feel his patience wearing thin. Beneath the table, he quietly activates his dark magic, curious to see whether the man can handle it. The guy suddenly jumps to his feet, and Dongjin asks what is wrong. The man stares at the food and asks what was put in it. Minjun wonders if he thinks it's spoiled, but the man quickly brushes it aside, tells them to eat slowly and be careful, then hurries away. As he rushes out, Dongjin asks where he is going. Minjun realizes his E-rank skill worked perfectly, making the man run off in total panic. Minjun asks Dongjin what he had been saying about shooting practice. Dongjin asks if he ever used a KX-2 at the training center, especially with upgraded ammunition. He explains that these rounds produce much stronger firepower than ordinary bullets, so when upgraded ammo is fired, the recoil becomes extremely intense. He says controlling it feels like handling a wild horse. The recoil is different, and even the sound changes too. Since monsters appear there constantly, accurate shooting is important. It can be difficult at first, so Dongjin tells him to relax while he can and finish his meal. Minjun thinks the wild horse comparison makes the concept easy enough to grasp. Still, he says he used similar weapons back in Isgard, except those felt more like elephants. Compared to that, taming a wild horse should be simple. Then he asks if training begins tomorrow. Dongjin looks at him oddly, and asks whether he is excited or nervous about the next day. The next day, they start heading toward the shooting range. Minjun begins firing, and after seeing the result, he thinks he messed one shot up and mutters that it was terrible. But the instructor announces that time is over and says Minjun hit 19 shots, missing only one. Everyone is stunned. The rookie actually landed 19 shots. They wonder if he is some kind of shooting machine or just absurdly lucky, though luck alone should not be enough to control that weapon properly. Redhead says his own record is 14 and cannot believe Minjun beat it on his first attempt. It simply makes no sense. Meanwhile, the officer in charge of support checks the results. Looking at the result, he thinks the rumors were true. Minjun really was the top trainee at the camp. When they ask how he did it, he simply says he followed what he was taught, even though no one actually taught him. One instructor congratulates him and says he hopes he can keep performing that well. He also says he wants strong results in the special shooting drill that afternoon, leaving Minjun curious about what kind of drill it is. The redhead is shocked that Minjun just arrived and is already being sent into that training. Some ask the lieutenant if it is too much, but he says they are only jealous. Minjun asks someone to explain the special shooting drill, since he has never heard of it before. Then the man apologizes. He says he did not expect Minjun to shoot that well. Recruits usually avoid the special drill until they adjust to upgraded ammo, but since Minjun was called, he explains briefly. In this drill, two people enter the training field together and must eliminate every monster on the route to the final point. Monsters are not extremely strong, but they are not fake targets that simply stand still. They can fight back. There are also cardboard civilians placed along the path, and if he shoots even one, he is disqualified. Dongjin tells him not to worry. The drill is kept under control, and the staff will monitor everything from start to finish. That actually makes Minjun happy, because training with real monsters sounds far more entertaining to him. While they eat, Dongjin keeps praising him, but Minjun says Dongjin did well too, since he landed 13 shots. Boy says Minjun is just being kind. That kind of score is not impressive at all, especially not in SGT, Sungho's unit, where the minimum standard is 17 hits. Minjun thinks his old unit only required 10, so 13 seems fine to him. Then he starts wondering if that means he is basically number one here. Dongjin says he is sure Minjun will also do well in the special drill, but Minjun says that if it can be done in pairs, he wants to partner with Dongjin. Dongjin says that probably will not happen, because the higher-ups choose the pairs. Minjun asks if he is serious and wants to know how they decide. Dongjin says that, as far as he knows, they use a ladder game. Several of them watch one guy set it up, and after a while, the lieutenant says the drill begins in 5 minutes and orders them to put on bulletproof gear and prepare. Minjun gets himself ready. Then the coward from earlier approaches and tells him the new recruit is on his team, asking if he is truly ready for this drill. He challenges Minjun as well, saying he will show him the difference between a corporal and a rookie. Minjun wonders if Guanxik is really going to be his partner. Judging by his behavior, the man still has no idea how pitiful he looks. Guanxik keeps provoking him, saying the minimum clear time is 3 minutes, then asks what Minjun thinks about finishing faster than that. He tells him to clear it in under 3 minutes, though he clearly does not believe Minjun can do it. Minjun only stares at him. Seeing that, Guanxik asks why he is so quiet. Is he scared? Does he really think those 19 hits impressed anyone? He keeps pushing, trying to irritate Minjun. Now Minjun is getting annoyed, wondering if this man truly learned nothing. Guanxik says no and claims he will try harder, but then he adds that there is no need to overdo it, since this is only training. Still, if Minjun finishes after him, that means Minjun loses. He tells him to watch the test closely and think before entering. Then the next two step forward. The lieutenant orders them to stand facing their partners. Number 1 says he is prepared, and number 2 answers the same. The lieutenant begins the drill. 2 members from one group enter, each using a separate elevator, and the test starts once they reach the underground level. Their task is to protect the cardboard civilians while fighting through narrow spaces. It is designed as a special rescue and subjugation drill against monsters, but in truth, it is also a competition between the soldiers. It determines which of the two is faster and stronger. The objective is to press the final button on the route before the opponent does. While Minjun watches the screen showing the progress of the match, he wonders why the monster symbols appear in different sizes. Guanxik explains that the size marks their danger level. The larger the symbol, the stronger the monster, and then he asks if Minjun truly did not know that. He continues by saying each soldier faces 2 monsters, but their positions are completely randomized, so they cannot know what awaits them until they run into it. One soldier soon encounters a giant frog. It attacks immediately with its tongue, and that soldier's marker shifts closer to the monster. Minjun thinks number 1 has taken the lead early, but with monsters involved, the outcome is still uncertain. Then number 2 comes across a giant rat monster and says he can handle it. Once he defeats it, only 1 monster remains, but his next opponent is a huge, unpleasant worm, making him blurt out in shock and ask what that thing is. Meanwhile, number 1 takes down his second frog. Then he looks ahead and wonders what that thing is. Did Donner already finish? Then he sees the button right in front of him and strikes it. He finishes the route in 2 minutes and 24 seconds, and everyone is stunned. Some begin asking whether the minimum record will change after that, while others say the result is unbelievable. Number 1 even taunts his opponent, asking why he took so long and whether he was building a weapon down there. The other man says he was unlucky, but number 1 insists he was simply better. To make matters worse, he points out that the loser also hit a civilian target, saying he would have won anyway, while number 2 snaps at him to be quiet. As he watches them argue, Guanxik realizes they must have made a bet on the drill, and Minjun begins thinking about it. Then he asks if the 2 of them can make a bet as well. Guanxik asks what he just said. Minjun says that, thinking about it now, the loser should do whatever the winner asks. That would make it fairer. There, Guanxik notices Minjun's confidence, bold enough to wager against a superior. He agrees but reminds him that the recruit suggested it first. Then he asks why he would want a random favor from a rookie. If he wins, he wants a portion of the protagonist's salary. Minjun thinks that condition is acceptable and agrees. He says that if he loses, he will give up 3 months of pay. Guanxik can barely believe it, though he feels certain he will win. The atmosphere between them grows tense, and Dongjin watches from a distance before the lieutenant calls the next group. The 2 confirm their bet, and the lieutenant asks if they have anything to say before the start, but both of them say no, so they are allowed to head down. They make their way to the lower level. Once they arrive, Minjun admits to himself that the provocation did get under his skin. Still, he knows charging in while angry will not help. Letting cheap taunts control him is pointless, so he should ignore them and keep going. After all, he is an adult, even as a vast amount of demonic energy begins flowing from him. Outside, the soldiers focus on the wager between the corporal and the recruit. They say a rookie cannot beat a corporal, wonder how he will handle the monsters, and assume the sergeant must not care much if he allows it. While everyone is busy talking about it, the entire place suddenly begins to shake. They ask what just happened, and when they check the screen, they see the first monster starting to move, moving toward the second one. Everyone is shocked. Down below, Minjun senses it too and wonders where the vibration is coming from. He tries to understand what is happening, and when he looks, he sees a 2-horned cyclops consuming the monster that should have appeared first. Now he is standing directly before the enormous creature thing. The protagonist is surprised. The monster is occupied with the other creature, and he wonders what is happening and whether it was even meant to be there. Then the monster turns its gaze toward him and sees him as prey. It pulls the rat from its mouth and throws it at him, but Minjun dodges quickly. The only thing on his mind is dinner that day. He wonders if it will be chicken and hopes he can finish quickly so he can go eat. He reminds himself not to hit any civilian targets, because attacking recklessly could get him disqualified. The monster lifts its arm and swings a punch at him. Minjun activates his demonic energy and wonders why these creatures are always so irritating. Then he sends a powerful punch straight into the monster's attacking hand, and the Cyclops' hand is shattered by the impact. The monster lets out a loud cry of pain, and Minjun thinks that is better. Now it is quieter, and next he only needs to finish it off. When he looks back at the monster, he sees its hand beginning to regenerate. Instead of returning to normal, it grows back as a green blade wrapped in a strange aura. Outside, the others realize the recruit is facing a massive monster. They start asking what happened and what kind of creature he is fighting. Then they wonder if his assigned monster moved from its place. Seeing this, the lieutenant begins wondering if it is the same monster that took down 2 soldiers. The bionic ID, demon. The lieutenant corrects them, saying it is the throat demon. When it absorbs energy, its healing and attack power rise quickly, and the more it feeds, the worse it becomes. Still, something seems strange. This monster usually never attacks first unless it feels near death. Even after being captured and quarantined, barely caused any issues. So why did it come all the way here? Below them, Minjun continues fighting, avoiding every attack the monster sends his way. Before long, he grows irritated. The thing simply refuses to stay still. Even so, that makes it difficult to land a proper hit. And he remembers this is supposed to be a shooting test, so he decides to use the gun properly. He aims straight at the demon's eye and fires. The throat demon cries out in pain as the shots connect. Hit. When it falls, Minjun notices the eye heals slowly. If it stays like that, he can keep shooting until the monster goes down. But the eye begins closing up at a rapid speed. At the same time, the monster senses the protagonist rushing toward it and swings its blade at him. Minjun has no idea what suddenly changed. Now it seems determined to take him down. He wonders whether hitting the eye triggered it, or if it is reacting to sound. Either way, the situation is bad. The blade almost reaches him, and the monster continues pressing forward. Even while its eyes are regenerating, Minjun catches its hand and realizes something is seriously wrong. He is already tired of this thing interrupting his training, and now it has even tried to crush him. That finally makes him snap. Furious, he releases his demonic aura at full force. In that unreal moment, the monster freezes completely, and he realizes it is reacting to his demonic energy. After seeing that, the lieutenant heads down to check what is happening. He knows this is the worst possible luck. A new recruit just arrived, and now this happens. He even blames himself. A recruit should have faced only an easy target, not a monster like this, and Minjun could have been in real danger. So he rushes over, hoping the protagonist can hold out until he arrives. There. Meanwhile, Guanxik is running back in a panic. He already handled his 2 monsters in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and he cannot believe that recruit might beat his time. To him, it had been far too easy. He is already thinking about what to do with that idiot's salary. He even says he will be going on a trip soon. But when he arrives, Minjun is already standing by the button. Guanxik stares in confusion, unable to understand how the kid got there first. Minjun only laughs and smacks the button right in front of him. Guanxik is left stunned. Then the lieutenant reaches the monster and has no idea how to understand the scene. What in the world happened here? Little later, the two return to the others, who ask if anyone has ever pressed the button in under 2 minutes. They are amazed, calling the recruit completely insane. Liz is shocked as well. Minjun defeated that one-eyed demon alone, something nobody had expected. Then Dongjin comes over to check whether he is hurt, but Minjun says he is fine, and that it was nothing serious. Questions keep pouring in, while Guanxik becomes even more furious. Then someone mentions the bet and reminds the protagonist that he won. Guanxik storms over and strikes him on the back of the neck. He asks if Minjun wants trouble, then claims Minjun cheated, and says the bet is obviously cancelled. Minjun questions him, and Guanxik argues that it makes no sense for him to have finished first. In this special shooting drill, they are supposed to defeat 2 monsters and press the button, but the protagonist asks if Guanxik did not defeat every monster in his own path. Guanxik fires back by asking how many Minjun actually defeated. Minjun answers that it was just 1. That is exactly what Guanxik wanted to hear. He says it is unfair, because if he only had to handle 1 monster too, he would have finished faster. Then he asks Dongjin if that is not obviously unfair. Dongjin starts stammering nervously, and Guanxik orders him to answer already, before he comes over. Watching this, Minjun starts thinking this guy is seriously irritating. Even if the situation was a strange exception, his only regret is finishing that monster with a punch instead of a shot. Still, he cannot help wondering why Guanxik is taking it out on Dongjin instead of arguing with him directly. Just then, the lieutenant arrives. He asks Guanxik if he has no shame, since Minjun also risked his life. Guanxik immediately gets rude and asks who he thinks he is. The lieutenant explains that the one-eyed demon is usually calm, but it mutates when it feeds and senses danger. What Minjun faced was far harder than 2 weak monsters. Sungho asks if anyone still fails to understand. Guanxik tells him to call. He tells him to calm down and asks if he is challenging him just because he was promoted. Sungho only stares back and says he is still trash. Guanxik panics at that and tells him to stop, saying there is no reason to embarrass him in front of the kids or take a joke so seriously. Sungho asks if that was supposed to be a joke, then says it only became one because Guanxik lost. Either way, he says it must be cold down there. It is hard to believe Guanxik was once an impressive veteran, and even harder to believe he is still acting so poorly. Minjun grows excited as he watches the whole scene unfold. Meanwhile, Guanxik's face turns red with anger, although his fury is obvious. Sungho asks whether he said something. Guanxik backs off and says it was nothing, telling Sungho to forget it. Get it? So Sungho says he will. Later that afternoon, Minjun asks Dongjin if Sergeant Lee received a special promotion. Dongjin says yes, explaining that he was once an ordinary soldier, but after excelling in the test he rose 2 ranks. However, that system no longer exists. It was abolished after one sergeant promoted that way was injured in a dungeon. Sergeant Lee Sungho was the final person approved under that system. The protagonist realizes that means he will not get the same opportunity. Dongjin says there is still one possible method, such as rescuing civilians during an emergency, or achieving exceptional results by subduing a large number of enemies. Even then, there is no guarantee. For sure, because the rules for it are not very clear. Only a few people have ever received special promotions that way, so Minjun understands. but keeps thinking it all depends on the commander's judgment. He says that no matter how badly he wants a promotion, the chance will not simply fall into his lap. Since the North Korean army collapsed, refugees keep moving south toward the front lines every day. Min-jun says he understands since he has only been here 2 days as a recruit, but he still wants to rise quickly. Dong-jin tells him to keep working hard, while Min-jun secretly wishes a portal would open there, and the moment that foolish wish leaves his mind, an alarm rings. An emergency notice reaches the command room, saying a swarm of Meds bats has appeared at the oil depot, and everyone nearby must rush over to help form a protective shield. Hearing that, Min-jun's face lights up in a way that looks almost unhinged. Psycho. He knows Meds bats are bat-like monsters about the size of a child. They travel in groups, and based only on their size and strength, they are not too dangerous. The real danger is that they can launch fireballs from their mouths. Because they appeared at the oil depot, this is a serious emergency. The entire area could go up at any moment, so everyone starts wondering how many bats are gathered over there. Two soldiers try to stop them. One says he will handle them all, but the other asks if he has lost his mind since firing near the oil depot, or letting the bats spit fire, could set everything off. The first asks if they are supposed to just watch. His partner says the bats have not come too close yet, so they should monitor them, call backup, and raise the shield once help arrives. No matter what, they must prevent the area from coming into contact with fire or a massive explosion could happen. The two soldiers begin to panic. Since coming here, they have never faced anything like this. Then the reckless Min-jun appears and says he will draw the bats' attention. Soldiers are startled to see him there, but they ask what he expects to do without any equipment and tell him to go back immediately. Now, he hardly cares about gear. At this moment, all he can think about is using these monsters to earn a promotion. He is already picturing the title of the recruit who handled an emergency alone. He wants to take control of the entire situation and claim that achievement for himself. The only question is whether he can truly make it happen. Then he remembers that one demon he dealt with exactly as he expected. The bats begin responding to his demonic energy, and Min-jun decides they all belong to him. More soldiers gradually arrive at the scene site, but the moment they look ahead, they wonder what they are even seeing. They stop in place, frozen by fear. Another soldier approaching from behind asks why they stopped and tells them to move instead of talking, but they call out to Sung-ho and tell him to look ahead. There, recruit Min-jun is taking down every last bat. Sung-ho is shocked, but he immediately shouts at the others, asking if they plan to stand around while one person handles the entire swarm alone. Meanwhile, the protagonist grabs one of the bats and tears it apart. He realizes dealing with them one at a time is too slow and starts searching for a faster method. While he is still thinking, Sung-ho runs toward him, shouting at him, calling him a kid and telling him to stop acting like a hero and leave, since he does not even have proper gear. Min-jun does not care at all. In his mind, every bat is his, and he has no intention of sharing any of them. Then he notices what Sung-ho is carrying. Min-jun wonders if that might be exactly what he needs, so the boy releases demonic energy, again, causing another soldier to suddenly panic. Sung-ho starts asking what is wrong with his stomach, while Min-jun approaches with the most fake concern possible and asks if he is okay. Sung-ho insists he is fine, but Min keeps pressing until he says he will step away. That is all the protagonist needs. He takes the man's weapon, tells him not to worry because this will end soon, and feels delighted after getting the electric baton. He says that now he can really enjoy himself. Then he starts cutting through the bats in a wild streak. Everyone watching is left speechless. He is clearing the whole swarm on his own, and as his count keeps climbing up, one soldier looks above and notices one of the bats prepares a fireball, aiming it straight at the worst possible spot. He shouts to the armed soldiers, ordering them to fire, and tells them that this time they have permission to shoot, so they try to bring the bat down. But the reckless Min-jun appears behind it first, saying this is not the right place to play with fire. Then he takes the creature out before it can make a move. The soldiers below are stunned. They start asking how he even got up there and whether anyone knows how many he has taken down already. After that, they finally activate the protective shield and order everyone to confirm that all storage points are covered. Once the bats are gathered together, they begin asking what they are supposed to do with them all. Then someone calls for Leon Simhong. They ask where those bats even came from since none appeared on radar. While he is asking about the report, someone notices a strange smell coming from Sung-ho, still lingering because of the protagonist's magic. They also ask whether every bat was shocked and how many there are. Sung-ho says there seem to be 30. He also figures Leon Sung-ho is not the one at fault and only came over because of the smell. Someone points out that even if he is not a combat specialist, an operations captain should still direct the fight, yet he only arrived after everything was already over. Sung-ho thinks to himself that the man probably was not even watching the radar in the control room. Then the loudmouth commander asks if Sung-ho was the one who shocked all those bats, saying he will report the achievement to his superior. Sung-ho flatly says it was not him. The man is surprised and asks who did it, wondering if anyone else in that unit even knows how to use an electric baton besides him. Sung-ho explains that the bats were not handled with the baton alone. One person took them all down barehanded, and tells him to write that in the report. The commander asks if he is joking. It is hard to believe one person handled all those bats alone, and if some Honro did not do it, then who possibly could have? Just then Ki-nam walks in and tells Sung-ho that he came to return the electric baton he borrowed earlier. Then he admits he may have used it a bit too much and wonders if he went overboard. The next day, the commander tells Ki-nam to be honest. He asks whether the boy already had some kind of experience, or if something was unusual about him, but Ki-nam says no. Then the commander asks if he had done anything before all of this happened, and once again, the boy says no. So the commander tells him that if that is true, he had better not do anything reckless like yesterday again. Says the boy was lucky this time, but hunters like them never know what tomorrow may bring. Ki-nam thinks that lucky or not, he is staying in this battalion. The commander continues saying the hunter division is special. Unlike ordinary troops, only 4 battalions fight this way, and each battalion under that division has just a small number of hunters in the entire army. Ki-nam thinks that much is obvious, since not just anyone can become a hunter, but he still wonders why the commander suddenly brought all this up. Then the commander asks if he knows the reason behind it, and the boy clearly has no idea. So the commander explains that unlike ordinary soldiers, everyone here has something special. Of course, not all of them go to the front lines. Some handle administration, some deal with specific monsters, others focus on battle tactics, and so on. Hearing that, the boy remembers the commander, who does not seem particularly good at anything. The commander in front of him says that is simply how things work here, and hunters rise in rank only through skill and results. Ki-nam thinks he expected praise when the commander called him in, but somehow it is turning more and more into a lecture, even after he did something impressive. Then the commander asks if he knows why he was called in that morning and tells Ki-nam to listen carefully. Because today, the hunter with the highest monster count in the 104th Hunter Division is coming here. A rather intimidating looking man then steps out of the car, and the commander says he has come to visit their battalion. Immediately, everyone in the battalion lines up to welcome him. After finishing his greeting, he looks at Simhan Rao. He asks if the boy was the one who led yesterday's incident and says he did well. Job. The stiff, nervous boy thanks him for the praise, while the others whisper that even his eyes are frightening. Ki-nam begins wondering just how strong a 2-star hunter must be. Then the man quickly walks over to Ki-nam and takes the boy's hand. Ki-nam immediately feels how powerful that handshake is. To ease the mood, the man gives the protagonist a few firm pats on the back and tells everyone to relax. Then he asks the colonel if they know where the medium bats came from, and the colonel says they were traced to a hill about 1.2 kilometers north of the unit. He then asks whether there was any radar issue. A commander says the radar did not detect the medium bats until they were close, though the equipment itself was fine. The superior says coverage is the bigger problem and orders logistics to install one more radar. The commander agrees immediately, but Minjun can tell he is lying through his teeth. Then the superior turns to Minjun and says he was brave and quick-thinking during the emergency, but asks whether he acted only for himself, since things could have become dangerous. He apologizes, already thinking he is in trouble, but the superior stands up and asks if he really dealt with all 30 by himself. The boy says yes. The superior tells him that without his quick action, the whole place might have been reduced to ashes. He praises Minjun and says he has a reward for such a major achievement. Then he simply removes the rank badge from the boy's chest and places a different one there instead. Congratulates him on the promotion, saying it normally requires plenty of paperwork, but the protagonist has earned it. The boy simply thanks him, and the superior also orders that he receive 2 nights and 3 days of leave. Minjun can hardly believe a promotion comes with all this. He wonders if he really gets time off, and thinks things are becoming quite interesting. As they leave the room, one of his superiors says they barely had time to talk, yet he has already achieved plenty. The man says he will receive a lot of praise thanks to him. Then he asks if this is the boy's first time going home since enlistment and what he plans to do outside. The protagonist heads out, looking incredibly excited. He says he is going into the computer dungeon, and adds that he should probably stop by home too, though there is no internet there. He decides to spend the entire 2-night, 3-day break in that place. But as he steps into the establishment, a seemingly drunk man asks another guy nearby why he is There, the seated man asks what he wants, and the other tells his brother to keep quiet, warning that the lousy soldier might hear them. Then he says he needed to enter that cave and finish his job. There, he complains that they still refuse to let him work, even though he got permission and paid for it. His brother says the army moved in, took over the area, and claimed the place was poisoned. He adds the situation has become a real problem, and entering that place could be risky. The hot-tempered one snaps back that they only need to put on gas masks and go in. That is when Minjun asks exactly where they are talking about. The two men turn toward him, looking clearly hungry. A while later, after apparently forcing the information out of them, he reaches another location in a small truck. The driver asks if he is really getting off there, and Minjun says yes, adding that bringing him this far was already a big help. When Minjun thanks him for the ride, the driver warns that the army will likely block the road from here and asks if he was serious about handling the mountain situation. He says that by tomorrow, they may even be able to resume work on the mountain. As he says this, they glance at his ring badge, though they still do not take him very seriously. Even so, they tell him to stay careful, and if anyone asks who brought him there, he should say it was not them. Once they leave, Minjun looks up at the mountain and senses an enormous amount of demonic energy. There, he thinks the money he planned to spend on a computer trip to Huashao might not matter anymore because that scent is familiar. It is mana, and that makes him delighted, happy. At the same time, two soldiers stand guard at the dungeon entrance. Watching from above, Minjun sees that the only path into the mountain has been sealed, but he wonders why only two guards are stationed there. Something this valuable right in front of him, he refuses to just stand there, so he begins interfering with the two soldiers, and both suddenly grab their stomachs at the same moment. They try to endure it, but one admits he cannot hold back anymore and gets the brilliant idea to leave his post briefly, since no one ever comes here anyway. But the instant he leaves, Minjun appears and slips inside, taking advantage of that demonic mana. Once inside, he is shocked to find not a single monster around, making him wonder where all this mana is coming from. Then he decides it does not matter. Everything in this place belongs to him now. Now he begins absorbing the demonic energy, and his magic stat starts increasing 1 point at a time. To him, this is incredible. The system announces that after absorbing enough demonic energy, his corruption skill has become stronger, and because he absorbed the proper amount, he also unlocked night steps. That makes him even happier, since he is finally beginning to regain the power he once had. In the other world, he thinks this is one of the best skills he could have received. With night steps, he can summon a shadow, hide in darkness, and deal with a target easily. It is a useful skill he often used in Gazeguard, and the summon only needs occasional demonic energy to stay active. So he summons the shadow, and it is definitely much smaller than either of them expected. Minjun wonders what the hell this is. Is it because of the crossing dimensions penalty, or because his mana stat is still too low? He grumbles that it is terrible and figures that if it leaves the cave, sunlight will probably make it disappear. Still, because it is so small, it can hide almost anywhere. Then the shadow speaks, says it is hungry, and asks for demonic energy. A few days later, Minjun returns from his trip, and everyone begins congratulating him. He became the fastest promoted fighter in battalion history, and people even wonder if the commander personally let him leave after 6 years of changing MCs. Then he looks back at Dongjin, and says he bought him some moisturizer. Dongjin brightens up and says he will put it to good use. Love it. Just then, Guanxik walks over, jokes about how kind everyone has suddenly become, and says he nearly cried watching their friendship. Right after that, he asks whether Minjun bought the magazine he wanted, and Minjun says yes, though he was really only teasing him. Then the redhead realizes Minjun is that rookie and asks if he stopped by admin to see the promotion exam candidate list, and whether he signed up. After all, he has not even been here a full year. The redhead asks if the commander truly approved it despite him just arriving. Here, now everyone's attention turns to Minjun, and he says that back at the training center, the colonel made him an offer. He explains the whole situation, and everyone is stunned. The colonel sent him here so he could take the promotion exam a full year early, and they realize Minjun accepted, and is really taking the test this year. If he passes, that will be even more unbelievable. One of them says everyone taking Saturday's exam has extra training tomorrow, and even offers to let Minjun practice with his melee weapon. Minjun begins wondering what this melee training is, and whether they are allowed to use weapons besides guns. When class begins, the instructor says he will explain how the promotion exam works. Those who have failed before should not treat this as their final chance, and first-timers need to listen carefully. He explains that the exam is divided into two main sections. There is a written exam and a practical one. The written section is simple if you know the basics, almost like taking a driver's license test. After leaving the room, Min-jun wonders whether any of it truly matters. The practical test likely measures weapon skills, strength, and how well they can fight monsters. 2. He knows he can pass, but a perfect score might bring extra benefits, so he starts wondering whether he should take this exam seriously. The next day, they prepare for melee combat training. The instructor calls them idiots and orders each person to pick only one melee weapon. Everyone rushes to choose one, and he tells them to grab whatever is closest so they can begin already, warning them not to mess around. This lesson will teach the basics of melee combat from the Hunter Manual, though he admits not everything they need is written in that manual. What they learn here is only the foundation, so later they must discover their own fighting style. Still, fundamentals matter most, so they need to watch carefully and copy his movements exactly. Then, he begins demonstrating different sword strikes, slashes, and movements. Min-jun finally understands why the test includes melee weapons. He remembers the one-eyed monster he fought and thinks relying only on guns is foolish when facing monsters. Then everyone begins practicing for themselves, but Min-jun is the only one who goes deeper than the basics. He thinks the combat styles from Esquardo were far superior, and because of that, this level feels easy for him. Eventually, the instructor tells everyone to stop and calls him over. The protagonist introduces himself and asks what is going on. He steps forward and stands beside the instructor. The instructor says they have been watching his movements, and his sword handling is unusual. Because of that, everyone should pay attention to how Min-jun does it, leaving Min-jun caught off guard by the request, but he still begins demonstrating in front of everyone. By the end, he is exhausted and irritated that he somehow became a training assistant. Then the instructor comes over and says it was probably difficult, but they like Min-jun's progress. He tells him to eat that by himself, which surprises Min-jun, especially since the instructor had been carrying it around from nowhere. Then Dongjin walks over and says the protagonist's demonstration was incredible. He asks if the protagonist can give him a few tips during the break. Min-jun asks why him, and Dongjin explains that this is the first time he has trained seriously. He also uses a sword, but he is unhappy with his handling, so he asks for an honest opinion. Later, the protagonist says that if he can help, he does not mind. So he watches Dongjin swing his sword and thinks that, judging from the movements, the guy has trained quite a lot. The techniques are clearly standard military methods, but Min-jun says the real problem is not the technique, it is his lack of confidence. Min-jun thinks there is an easy way to help, the easiest way, but the timing still is not right. Instead, he says he will help Jin become an elite soldier. Honestly, seeing this guy help someone is the last thing anyone expected, but now we will see what happens, since Dongjin clearly lacks confidence and needs a harsh lesson or mental trick. Everyone is training in their own spot when announcement orders all soldiers taking the promotion exam to report to the main yard immediately. The announcement keeps repeating, competing, and Min-jun prepares himself, saying the day has finally arrived. When they get there, the representative sees that everyone is present and says they will be under 2nd Lieutenant Ento Min, and the commander tells them to behave, follow instructions, and remember to submit their report at the end of the day. After that, everyone gets on the bus. Inside, they are told the exam will take place at the 105th Division in Gapyang, where the battalion is stationed, and they should study more during the ride. While sitting there, Min-jun overhears two guys saying the 4th Women's Battalion will also participate. One of them wonders if they will be tested together with them. The other idiot says today is when he will show off the weapon skills he has practiced for a whole year. His great plan is to get one of their phone numbers that way. Min-jun only thinks about how he has to pass. Once they arrive at the 105th Division, they head straight to the exam room, where everyone is divided into groups. A furious officer steps in front of them and announces that everyone from the 2nd Battalion passed the written test except Jo Young-wook. He orders the group to go straight to the practical test, leaving Young-wook behind, and the others start laughing. They continue teasing him as they move out. On the way to the practical exam, everyone wonders how he failed when the written test was easier than getting a driver's license. Young-wook starts apologizing. While that is happening, one female soldier keeps watching. Min-jun. From outside, they have to listen to a long, boring speech, standing rigidly in place while struggling not to drift off sleep. At the end of the lecture, the speaker says several people are taking the exam under special conditions. Min-jun and Song Bang-yoon from the 104th Division are named. He explains that although neither has served for more than a year, here. Both are still here for the test. That makes the protagonist wonder if someone else is in the same situation as him. Then the speaker warns them not to do anything foolish and embarrass themselves in front of the newer soldiers. Almost immediately, people begin whispering about Min-jun. Even then, that female soldier glances back and meets his eyes, noticing that he is already a corporal. First turns bright red, though Min-jun has no idea what she means by it. Soon after, Captain Jung steps forward and announces that they will now be tested on strength, speed, and stamina. The first trial is the strength test, and it is fairly simple. All they need to do is push the test volunteer, a massive man built like a double-door refrigerator. Min-jun recalls going through a similar test before and wonders whether all his training will actually make a difference. Here, they are told they have one. For a perfect score, they must push the man 10 meters. The test begins as soon as each person's name is called, and the first one up is first-class cook Jin-hyuk. He takes off his shirt and starts pushing, but the large man does not move at all. With a single shoulder shove, the volunteer sends him flying back. Jin-hyuk earns 0 points and fails. They are then told that anyone who scores below 40 points will be eliminated on the spot, which immediately makes everyone tense. After that, one person after another barely manages to achieve anything. Some score 10 points, while others manage 20. Some get no points at all, and frustration starts spreading. Even the captain notices that no one has passed yet. Then Yunso takes her turn and earns 50 points. She pushes the man back 5 meters. Leaving everyone staring in disbelief. She becomes the first person to pass, and people can hardly believe someone so pretty managed to do it. A few even joke by asking whether that giant is her father. In the end, they simply blame it on good genetics. Then the girl looks directly at Min-jun. He wonders if she is watching him because she also entered through the same special exception. Next, his name is called. He walks straight up to the man and wonders if he should handle it the same way he did with that redstone before. Perfect score requires sending him the full 10 meters. Instead, Min-jun sends flying all the way into the wall. Everyone goes completely still. The walking tank has flown far beyond the 10-meter mark. So Captain Jung awards Min-jun the full 100 points, and Sarah is left speechless, while the protagonist admits to himself that he may have overdone it a bit. After that, the test goes on, but many more people end up failing. When it ends, the captain orders everyone to be quiet and announces that the strength test is over. The speed test will begin in a few minutes, and anyone who failed should head to the exit, where another soldier will guide them. Then they begin preparing the speed test, and everyone realizes they will have to dodge bullets. The captain tells them to relax, saying the rounds are only rubber rounds, but being hit will still hurt badly, so they need to avoid as many as possible. Min-jun finds that interesting immediately, and the captain explains that a perfect score means remaining inside the netted area for a full minute. It is called a speed test, but anyone confident in their toughness can endure some hits and stay inside anyway. The passing cutoff is 30 seconds. Anyone who leaves the area before then or gets seriously hurt will fail. With that, he calls for the test to be. Min-jun's name is called. When he turns around, he spots Dong-jin. He is surprised, and Dong-jin asks why he is making that face. Did Min-jun think he would fail the strength test? Min-jun definitely did, but tries not to show it. Instead, he says most of the others have probably taken that test before, so failing should be harder than passing. Dong-jin says this is his big chance at a better promotion, even if it came late after trying so many times. Then he warns Min-jun that the rubber rounds move almost as fast as real bullets, so he must not take his eyes off them for even a second. He has to watch the gun barrel and imagine where the shot will travel. Talk continues as the first participant steps forward and gets hit, leaving him injured badly enough that he has to be carried away for treatment. Seeing that, Min-jun figures the pass rate for this speed test must be extremely low. But then he remembers every monster he faced in the other world, and compared to those battles, this test does not look that difficult. Even so, people keep failing. The captain snaps, asking why they are so terrible, and says the sergeant promotion exam is far tougher than this little exercise, if they want any chance. Later, they need to improve quickly. Still, more and more participants end up getting knocked out. Finally, the female soldier is called, and she begins stretching. The first shot comes flying, and she avoids it, then slips past several more shots one after another. By the end, she receives a perfect score without being hit even once, then calmly walks back to the. She looks directly into Min-jun's eyes. Now he is completely puzzled, wondering why she keeps staring at him like that. Then Min-jun's name is called. He notices that she is still watching him, which makes him wonder if he did something wrong. Maybe he should have congratulated her for the perfect score, but all he knows is that her stare is starting to bother him. While he is still distracted, the first round shoots toward him, and he dodges it with a quick tilt of his head, leaving the girl visibly shocked. Min-jun then says he will show the difference in their real skill. He starts evading each shot with only the smallest movements, barely shifting his head, body, and torso. To everyone watching, it looks like he is simply walking while every round misses him. Not a single shot. He even turns toward the girl and smiles straight at her. The timer passes 1 minute and 10 seconds. Yet the test continues until the captain finally tells them to stop, since Minjun has already secured a perfect score. After that, they move on to the final exam, and the captain says everything is proceeding as expected. Now it is time for the energy and physical endurance test. He explains that the last test is quite simple. They must enter an empty dungeon and return within 40 minutes. Minjun notes that the examiner waits at the meeting point, and they only need to get their hand stamped at the dungeon's end before returning. The real issue is the long distance back. Back, meaning they basically have to run through the entire test. At least that is what Minjun assumes, until he wonders why everyone is sprinting together from the start and why they all seem so nervous. To him, it feels foolish. Would it not make more sense to send them in one by one? Just then Yoonso brushes past him with her shoulder and looks him directly in the eye. Minjun notices she is doing that strange thing again and wonders what she wants now. Time. Then she tells him to hurry and runs ahead of him. That immediately irritates him, and he starts wondering if she is trying to compete with him. The tension rises and he suddenly bursts forward, closing the distance in an instant. Draws closer and then passes her, saying this is nothing special. The girl asks what he is talking about, and he says he is only talking to himself. That is simply how he is. Then he speeds ahead again, which only makes her more irritated. The girl remembers the day she first arrived with the other female cadet. Back then, they said she had barely arrived before meeting the commander, then asked if it was true she was a general's daughter with all kinds of talent. She grew embarrassed, and the others took that as confirmation. Later, while she changed clothes, they said they expected her to act a little arrogant, but in reality she was quite different. Even so, they admitted they were jealous because it already seemed like the best soldier in the battalion had been decided. As she continued changing, she remembered Minjun breaking that massive rock and thought those girls had no idea what they were talking about. Then, during a training exercise she managed to seize flag, and her entire team erupted in cheers. The supervisor announced that the white team had taken the blue team's flag in a record time of 3 minutes and 34 seconds, earning them a 10-minute break. Meanwhile, the blue team had to continue training. They were told they had done well and could rest in place until the next call. The girls on her team said they barely did anything at all, and it was only because they had the best. The praise seemed to make the supervisor quite pleased, happy. But while the soldiers were settling down, one of them came rushing over, visibly upset, saying the record they had just made in flag capture training had already been broken. That afternoon, one girl says the wildest part is the new record, only 1 minute and 2 seconds. Everyone wonders how that is possible and asks who said it. The answer only makes it harder to accept. Minjun from the 4th platoon did it by himself. Hearing that, she finds herself thinking about him again. More stories about him start coming back to her. She kept hearing about Minjun setting records in shooting practice and several other tests, too. As the girl continues listing everything the protagonist has done, the others grow annoyed by how many achievements he has. One of them, however, falls silent and begins to feel discouraged. She remembers something her father once told and says she wants to grow stronger, just like him. Not long afterward, she goes to the commander's office. He tells her she has worked hard for the past 4 weeks. Since she is the daughter of his former battalion commander, he wanted to check on her and see how she is doing. She says she is fine and thanks him for asking. Then he asks whether she has chosen where she wants to go after this. Since her results are excellent, he thinks she should volunteer for a certain division. He recommends Division 107, where General Sun is stationed. But she mentions Minjun and says she wants to go wherever he volunteers. She admits she has been competitive since childhood, and she did not come here without a reason. When someone gets under her skin, she gets upset like a child being teased, and somehow Minjun does exactly that. She thinks back on everything he has done and says he even makes her feel jealous. Then she apologizes and adds that if she wants to become strong, she must be number 1, and she will do it without relying on her father help. So when she meets someone stronger and more skilled than herself, of course she wants to compete. She pushes herself hard to reach the finish, only to find Min Jun casually chatting with the officer handing out the stamp. Right away, she asks if he broke her record again. In response, he simply shows her his stamp. Then he asks if she fell asleep on the way there, which immediately irritates her. She demands her stamp at once. She hurries them along, saying she is going to catch him. She is absolutely furious. Even so, she still finishes after him, completely worn out, while he remains perfectly relaxed. The captain announces that time is up. Min Jun finishes in 29 minutes and takes first place. Yoon-so comes in second with a time of 32 minutes. The captain praises Min Jun, saying he was incredible and earned perfect scores in everything. He simply thanks him, and the captain says all 3 physical tests are now over. Everyone who passed can go eat lunch and gather in front of of the training yard at 1 p.m., which excites them. Minjun glances over at Yoonso and sticks his tongue out her, leaving her stunned. But when he finds Dongjin and starts talking normally, she gets a clearer sense of what kind of person he is. She realizes she ended up being caught by her own taunt and still lost, but honestly, it was surprisingly fun. That thought makes her feel much better. She puts on her barin and leaves with the others. On the second day of the practical exam, Dongjin is fighting several monsters at the same time. Once, he manages to handle some of them fairly easily, but when more rush in, he begins to struggle. He brings one down and nearly gets caught by another. He dodges and cuts down the goblin, though it drops while still moving and keeps staring at him. The two goblins gather themselves again and face him once more. Meanwhile, Minjun watches from above. He notes that the main weapon proficiency test is easier than he expected. They already learned the basics of weapon handling back in the battalion, so now they only need to show what they can do. No special power is required. Anyone with solid sword fundamentals can pass the first test, and most exams that day focus on sword skills. Even Dongjin earns a very strong score. Still, he looks unhappy with his results. Minjun reminds himself that one of the tests also requires them to fight. The goblins charge at him, and he thinks the key here is the ability to handle monsters. That is the real purpose of this test. To defeat the 4 goblins ahead, they must use their main weapon properly. To Minjun, that also means being ready to risk his life. At last, Dongjin manages to finish off the 2 goblins. The captain announces that he cleared every monster in 7 minutes and 52 seconds, then tells him to return to his place. Even so, Dongjin looks extremely upset and anxious about the score he received. Minjun says he had plenty of chances to take the goblins down faster, but each time it looked as if he was holding himself back. He assumes Dongjin probably lacks confidence in his own abilities. As the boy walks away with his head lowered, the protagonist starts toward him. Just then, the captain calls out and tells Minjun to get down there and prepare. Minjun decides he will put everything he has into it, because today he needs to release everything he has been suppressing. Throughout these tests, the moment he steps down there, everyone is shocked. He is holding a spiked club. The captain says that no matter how perfect Minjun was in the other tests, bringing such a poor weapon into this exam is going too far. He wonders if Minjun can really do anything with it. Minjun says that all he needs to do in this test is land 1 clean hit, which actually makes him feel glad. Happy as the monsters charge him, he puts all his strength into the strike like a hawk diving toward a target and brings the weapon down all 3 monsters. Just like that, he clears the test in only 4 seconds. Everyone is left speechless. Division 104 truly has an unbelievable hunter, and if this continues, he will score perfectly in every test. They say they have never seen anything like it before. Then one of the fallen monsters looks at him, and he turns his gaze toward it as well. He lets out a laugh and starts boasting from below. Yoonso grows irritated, wondering whether that fool still wants to compete. By late afternoon, the captain says everyone worked hard during the tests, especially him. He adds that this is the fastest promotion he has ever seen in his life. Dongjin says he was afraid he would be the only one from the battalion who failed. He adds that their battalion commander will be thrilled and probably will not believe Minjun passed every test perfectly. Everyone jokes around while congratulating him, asking what he will do now and whether he plans to use his new status to mess with them later. Minjun simply says it is fine, thinking that from now on, he will be able to do whatever he wants. As everyone gets on the bus, he notices Dongjin calls the protagonist Sergeant, while Minjun is already thinking that once they return, they will train with their weapons even harder together. Just as he is about to be the last person to board the bus, Yoonso comes over to speak with him, but the fool only glances at her. He remembers how well she dealt with the monsters earlier and figures it was obvious she would pass. Then he takes his seat while still looking at her. Standing outside, she says she provoked him during the test, so she should apologize before he leaves. But when she looks up, this lunatic has his face pressed against window, trying to tell her something. He mouths to the girl that she lost to him again. Then he leaves her behind as the bus pulls away. All she can think is that the guy is completely crazy. Our lead is pretty clueless, and the girl is rather dense too, so this relationship will probably move very slowly. Still, let's keep believing. On the ride back, the others ask Minjun what that was about. They wonder if Yoon so likes him, saying the two kept looking at each other during the tests, so something must have happened. He says they only ran together, and he ended up leaving her behind. That answer crushes their hopes, making them realize the two were not interested in each other at all, only competing. Still, they ask what happened since Yoon so is the most popular girl in Division 104. They cannot believe he has no interest in her, so they ask what kind of woman he likes instead. Minjun just finds them annoying. He says it is definitely not her, and they immediately get irritated. So they keep pushing him to reveal what his type actually is. He answers that it is Rumi, leaving everyone completely confused. about. He says Rumi is the most beautiful woman in the world and asks if they seriously do not know her. Then they realize she is from that game he is obsessed with, and they feel utterly disappointed. At night, everyone digs into the chicken. They say this is the first time the commander has ever done something like this, wondering whether he has ever been this happy before. So they tell Minjun to eat plenty since this is happening. Because of him, they add that he already has 3 bars, and before long, the kid might surpass them. All of them. Then Yoon-so suddenly storms in carrying a box of bottles, saying she needs 2 people to come to the break room. Dong-jin says that is fine, but someone else asks what this is about. Seo Galiho explains that he was submitting a report for the admin team, and they wanted to celebrate because one squad member earned a perfect score on the promotion exam. But while he is explaining, they notice Seo Galiho brought beer, and it is clear he does not plan to drink it all alone. He says it is a gift from the general for Minjun and they were not even supposed to be there. The redhead says he knew things would turn out this way the moment Minjun was assigned to that ridiculous squad. Later that night, while walking by himself, Minjun checks carefully to make sure no one is nearby before summoning his shadow, which appears already brimming with energy. He asks how she has been doing. When he first summoned her, he sent her back immediately because she was nothing like he expected, but now he has thought of a much better use for her idea. What he needs right now is not an assassin shadow. He needs someone who can carry out a task for him. Since he cannot move freely in this place, he wants her to gather information. He tells her to stop fooling around. From now on, she must stay hidden and follow officers with high rank. The moment she finds anything useful, she has to return and report it to him. But just as he begins listing what he wants to know, the shadow suddenly asks for cursed energy. He says he almost forgot. So after giving her the energy she wanted, the little shadow happily runs off, while he warns her not to get caught. Damn, if she keeps moving around like that and someone notices her, the entire unit might be forced into an emergency alert while he is. Just then, someone comes up behind him and asks this is where he had been. Minjun has already begun to panic inside. He quickly covers it up, saying it had been a while since he drank so much, so he stepped out to get some fresh air. Sung-ho asks if alcohol gets to him easily, but he denies it. No, black mages are not affected by things like that. Whether it is poison or alcohol, his body naturally purifies it on its own. Sung-ho congratulates him for getting into the promotion, but he warns him not to slack off just because he was rewarded. He still has to keep pushing forward. Then he adds that if Minjun really can drink, he should go back inside and have more before the others finish all the food. The protagonist thinks it was lucky Sung-ho noticed nothing. From now on, he has to be much more careful. He also starts to understand that the longer he stays in this place, the more seriously he begins treating this life, and that feeling does not sit well with him. The following day, 2 senior officers comment that they may have found something remarkable this time. As one of them reviews the list, he thinks most candidates only did the minimum, but one name stands out with a flawless score. The other already knows the answer is Minjun. He says the boy excelled in the monster test, even setting a 4-second record. That makes the man mention him again. Choi Sung from the training center had praised him before, but Minjun has surpassed expectations. He also performed impressively inside the eye storage area, and they have confirmed that Minjun arrived there first and was the one who witnessed it. They note that he has been in the battalion for under a month, yet everything he has done so far has been clean and fair. To them, the kid clearly has promise. One says rumors will start spreading sooner or later, and when that happens, that place will begin paying attention to him too. The other asks if he means the Special Hunter Brigade, saying that even for Minjun, that unit might be too much, but his superior tells him not to worry. He knows exactly what he is saying and trusts the protagonist's potential. He says he has seen countless hunters in his life. Some were real monsters, legends of the hunter army, and now another one may be emerging. Meanwhile, Minjun is suddenly thrown into the center of a desert, with lizards surrounding him. There are men, golems, and all sorts of tribes around, while this lunatic stands there carrying nothing but his club, wondering if he should begin the mass. By the next day, everyone is sprawled around Minjun's room, suffering from terrible hangovers. Then he comes in humming casually, looking completely unaffected. Fine, and his friend asks how he can possibly be that alright. After all, the kid drank an absurd amount. They call him a monster. When he turns around, he sees Sung-ho, and Minjun asks if he is feeling alright. Sung-ho says he is. He explains that after sweating so much, his body feels much better. Minjun realizes this man really is built like a warrior. And Sung-ho remembers something and asks whether he has visited the gym yet. Minjun says he has not yet. Sung-ho tells him he could not use the gym before, so now he should make full use of it, and the protagonist says he will. Then Sung-ho adds that their battalion simulation machine is excellent too, and Minjun should give it a try. That immediately catches his interest, and he wonders if this is the virtual reality room everyone kept mentioning about. So he makes his way to the second training room. Once he steps inside, he sees that it is nothing like what he had imagined. He starts wondering what kind of things they have inside, and then a monster list suddenly appears before him. He chooses ogres, and the machine asks how many monsters he wants. That makes him quite pleased, and he says the more the better, but the system informs him that he has exceeded the limit. The maximum number he can request is only 30 monsters. Minjun complains that this is disappointing. He wanted to defeat as many as possible, but fine, he will follow the machine's way. Next, it tells him to select a weapon, and he is surprised that he can choose from all of them. After making his selection, he says it is time to begin. He puts on the VR equipment and is dropped into that desert. Then monsters begin appearing from every direction. He says this is amazing and immediately starts taking them down, and the whole experience feels unbelievably real as he continues overpowering the monsters, thinking this is far too much fun. Before long, every creature around him has fallen dead, but then he thinks 30 monsters are far too few because he cleared them too quickly. So he wonders what will happen if he changes the setup a little. He sets 30 of each type of monster after monster, kobolds and norks, stone golems and lizardmen. Every one of them rushes toward him and he smiles. This is exactly what he wanted. At last, he can actually enjoy himself. As soon as the countdown finishes, everything charges in. He says this will be a real pleasure, facing them all at once. Then the one-sided battle begins with him relying on nothing except that nailed club. He smashes through the monsters with absurd ease, taking them down one after another. After some time, he finishes off the final monster. Only then does he look around at the complete wreckage surrounding him. The computer announces that the battle has ended and the simulation is now complete. Minjun removes the headset and says it was incredible. He says it is one of the most entertaining things he has discovered in this place. Then the system informs him that a new basic skill has been created, bladed weapon. He asks what it means, and the system explains that it improves his handling of bladed weapons. The sudden skill surprises him, and he wonders why it appeared so unexpectedly. Even so, he admits it is a nice gain. He expected some kind of weapon-related skill, and this one is actually pretty great. It also means he does not have to search for dungeons right away, since training alone was enough to earn a skill here. So whenever he has spare time, he can return and enjoy himself again. But when he leaves the room, Dongjin is already waiting outside, asking what just happened. Minjun does not really understand what he means. So Dongjin points to the board displaying the newest results from the second training room. Every number on it is, and Dongjin starts questioning whether his friend truly defeated all those monsters alone inside the simulation. Minjun briefly considers coming up with an excuse, but instead he simply asks whether Dongjin wants to try it as well. Dongjin hesitates because he is not supposed to go in there, but the protagonist tells him it is no big deal. He says Dongjin can just enter, then even wishes him good luck. Dongjin keeps telling him to stop and asks if he is hiding something. Minjun says absolutely not, while Dongjin complains about his hangover, so Minjun tells him sweating will help little, and then he locks the poor guy inside. While the two of them are fooling around like idiots, Guanxik appears. He notices the results from inside and is left completely speechless. A short while later, Guanxik heads to the guy's room and asks where Minjun is. One soldier says the others went to the supply depot to get tools for clearing snow from the battalion. So Sergeant, he said he would stay at the gym until it was time to start. The soldier giving the report realizes he accidentally stressed the protagonist's rank a little too strongly in front of Guan, and instantly feels like he made a mistake, but Guanxik only tells him that the battalion commander is looking for him. That makes the young soldier hurry off, thinking he should leave before the commander gets annoyed with him. After that, Guanxik asks what the others are doing. The two fools stall for a moment and ask if he truly wants to. No. Then they explain that they are taking bets on when Minjun will be promoted again. Everyone chose between 6 months and 2 years, with a full month's salary as the prize. Gallery. Guanxik asks why they are always wasting time on this nonsense, and one of them says someone bet he will rise in rank within 6 months. He wonders how anyone could possibly earn a promotion after only 6 months of service. Another soldier complains that the bet was his. Besides, he argues Minjun is not exactly normal. Guanxik studies the sheet, then writes down his own choice. That leaves the others stunned. They ask if he is serious, wondering whether he really picked that. He says they are betting an entire month's pay, so choosing that option is foolish. Then he adds that this guy is even worse than he is because Guanxik believes Minjun will be promoted even earlier. Meanwhile at the gym, the protagonist continues lifting weights. The guy is he moves straight from leg training to bicep work, tossing weights around with wild intensity. But after several days of training, he says his stats still have not improved. So he recalls that back in Iggs the Guardian, he had a very useful skill, one that constantly helped raise his stats. His stats used to increase all the time, so he wonders if this place has a similar skill, like some otherworldly hero power, because improving them now feels far too difficult. Then the system suddenly responds, saying a new skill called Strength has been created. It is ranked E and raises his strength stat by 5 points. That finally makes him excited. It is basic, sure, but still better than nothing, and now he can improve his stats more quickly. Just then, the soldier who had been afraid of Guan Shik approaches, apologizing for interrupting and saying the commander is looking for him. Minjun is still delighted by the news story. When he simply agrees, his response leaves the man completely puzzled. The man starts wondering whether Minjun truly spent the entire day there training. The next day, he goes directly to see the commander. He reports for duty and says he heard someone had been looking for him. The commander confirms that he was the one who called for him. He explains that it is nothing major. For now, they only need to head to the council room. On the way, he asks how Minjun has found life as a sergeant after 1 week, and Minjun says it has actually been rather fun. The protagonist also offers his congratulations to the commander on his promotion. Commander says Minjun helped him back then during that incident involving the bats, and he is sincerely thankful for it. Minjun brushes it aside as if it was no big deal. Even so, the commander says that is exactly why he summoned him. Since Minjun dealt with the bat issue and earned a perfect exam score, the battalion commander decided to give him something. He hopes the protagonist will not be disappointed, since hunters rarely receive formal ceremonies for this. It is a citation for distinguished military service, and the commander confirms it was officially approved. Minjun asks what that actually means. The answer is straightforward. If he collects more citations, another promotion may be possible, and the commander says it is somewhat like. Still, he warns that citations of this kind are very difficult to obtain. Only a small number of hunters receive them, and having several is exceptionally uncommon. Rare. Minjun immediately asks whether he would rise in rank again if he collected 10 of them. The commander can only think that this is not some kind of loyalty reward card. A few days later, they return to the gate of another portal, where they are told to take up their weapons, stay prepared, and await orders. Today's assignment is to clear a dungeon. They are told to put all their training to use inside, remain composed, and they should be able to complete the mission. As the commander begins explaining the type of dungeon they are entering, someone carries over a box filled with supplies. The soldiers already dislike what they are looking at. Seeing it, he tells them they are going into the rat's nest, better known as the sewer. Once inside, everyone has to wear masks because of the place. Every one of them finds it revolting. Most hunters call that dungeon the sewer because it is packed with rat nests, even though it is not classified as especially dangerous. Around 200 monsters usually appear inside. There, the passages are so narrow that using firearms inside becomes dangerous, which is why the dungeon is still considered difficult. One soldier notes that the route they used is probably the only entrance, so drawing the monsters back would be the wiser move. There, the commander agrees and orders them to set up a test trap. Minjun adds that since the entire dungeon is covered in a terrible stench, they must keep their special gas masks on throughout the operation, so they follow the order. Hanyang begins grumbling about the unbearable odor. He says this is exactly why hunters cannot fight at full strength in a place like this. Meanwhile, the commander takes something out of the case. It is a banana that clearly looks far from normal. Even through their masks, Minjun and Hanyang feel queasy just seeing it. At it. Then he starts throwing those extremely rotten bananas all around the area, while continuing to issue orders. The commander suddenly spots something unusual. Something makes him tense up. Monster bones are scattered all over the area, everywhere. As soon as they notice it, someone warns that the monsters are. He orders everyone to prepare themselves and build a barricade along the front line. They immediately shift into their positions. One of them tells the group to hold that spot until the rats arrive, and each soldier begins doing his part. In the middle of it, Hanyang suggests betting on who takes down the most, with a snack shop bonus as the prize, so they agree for it. Another soldier tells them not to get too excited, and Hanyang asks whether he wants to join as well, too, but the kid stays silent, and the rats begin flooding in. The commander orders everyone to draw their weapons, hold their ground, and attack without retreating. Minjun immediately gets fired up, eager to leap into the fight. Sergeant Minjun begins cutting through the rats with his sword while Hanyang swiftly deals with every rat that comes close to him. Sungho simply overpowers them with raw strength. Minjun watches as everyone carries out their roles perfectly, but while his attention is elsewhere, 3 rats suddenly spring toward him. He casually thinks everyone is doing well and takes down the rats without even looking, crushing them aside with his club. On top of that, he realizes these rats are actually quite weak. Over the week, he also notes that 2 major fighters are covering the area. those two managing such a wide zone on their own. Ranking up may be tougher than he expected. Then another detail catches his attention. Even Dongjin of all people stands out. He is handling his section flawlessly, making Minjun realize the special training truly paid off. Just then, someone cries out for help, and Dongjin immediately offers to assist. At that same moment, Hanseolji turns her gaze sharply. She looks toward the side in the same direction where the boy had run. Once they deal with the rats directly in front of them, they realize another wave is dropping in from above. Everyone is quickly ordered to focus on surviving. On alert, the commander sends squads 1 and 4 upward to handle them, while Minjun stays by the barricade for safety. No one is supposed to charge those rats recklessly. Afterward, they continue holding the line. Some want to press deeper inside, believing there must be even more rats farther in. Minjun then asks what is happening. He begins sensing demonic energy nearby and understands he missed it before because of the special gas. Now he is certain. He spots the ground starting to open underneath. He warns everyone, shouting that something is coming up from below, but his warning comes too late, and they nearly get trapped. When they look forward, a massive creature comes into view. It is a huge rat, like a terrifying oversized version of Master Splinter. Minjun realizes it is an irregular monster with 4 eyes. Seeing the rat, he recalls the bones from earlier. He concludes this creature was probably responsible, meaning it has even been feeding on ordinary rat monsters. The beast is clearly abnormal. Then it suddenly charges at Guanxik and knocks him hard to the floor. The man beside him thinks rushing in would be far too dangerous. He is so frightened he cannot move, while the others shout for Guanxik to react. They tell him to stay calm and carefully get away from there. Just as the monster swings its paw toward him, Dongjin jumps in and blocks the strike with his sword, but the blade is knocked aside and barely affects the creature. He grabs Guanxik and urges him to stand up and run. Everyone else remains frozen as he tells him to escape. While fear holds them in place, Minjun vaults over them. He rushes past with a shield and cloak in hand, and he drops straight onto the monster's head. Seeing its strange eyes and enormous body, he figures it must be filled with demonic energy. Then he crashes down like a comet. He slams at the monster's head and even tells Dongjin he did well saving his friend. The others warn Minjun that it is too dangerous and tell him to retreat. They insist this is beyond him, and the sergeants should move together while everyone else stays back. Minjun ignores them and charges straight in, trying to face the monster alone with full force. The beast strikes the ground so powerfully that the entire area trembles. Rocks begin breaking loose from the ceiling, triggering a heavy cave-in around them. To Minjun, that works out perfectly. As the monster launches another attack, he admits he had been worried someone might witness what he was about to do. But now that no one can see clearly, he drives an electric kick into the rat's leg. Then he uses the shield in his hand to slam the rat into the wall. After sending it flying, Minjun jumps onto it, gathers his demonic energy, and unleashes a fierce barrage of punches. As he prepares to deliver the final fiery strike, he suddenly realizes the rat is no longer alive. Since it is already finished, he takes the opportunity. He absorbs the demonic energy flowing out of it. Once that happens, the creature returns to being nothing more than an ordinary mutant monster. The system announces that he has absorbed a set amount of demonic energy and gained progress. Minjun finds it incredible and raises his club. He prepares to end the monster with one final strike. After all the chaos, they finally make it outside and collapse onto the ground. Lying there, they begin joking with one another until an officer speaks up. The officer mentions the irregular monster, saying his squad has already handled it. They also confirmed what happened to the other squad, and had been a serious incident. Meanwhile, Minjun suddenly feels a terrible pain tear through his body. The officer says they have already requested backup support. Then his friend comes over and says taking down those monsters looked as easy for him as crushing a bug. He calls him strange but seriously powerful. Even so, he thanks him because everyone survived thanks to the protagonist. When that monster rushed in, he says he could not move at all. Minjun says it was nothing and adds that he should be the one apologizing for acting carelessly. But his friend says there is no need to apologize, since no one could have predicted a monster like that. He is just relieved Minjun stepped in, because without him, Guanxik and Dongjin would have been finished if he had not intervened. So his friend asks whether he got hurt, but the protagonist says he is fine. The officer is stunned and asks if he truly came out unharmed after fighting that thing. Minjun says again that he is all right, but the officer still does not believe it. He says once they return, Minjun is coming directly to his office. He still has no idea what is going on, but he agrees. His friend says the commander must be extremely worried, though the protagonist still cannot understand why. Just then, an officer reports to the commander that the evacuation has been completed, and no one appears to be seriously injured. Dongjin has already finished his medical check. Guanxik only suffered a minor cut on his head. He should be able to return to duty by the next morning. Only then does the commander finally begin to relax. After that, the officer turns toward the second officer squad and announces loudly that, due to special circumstances, the dungeon operation will end here. Once the medical checks are finished, everyone has to prepare to return. Later on, the commander tells Minjun there is nothing mysterious about it. He only called him in because of the report. He wants Minjun to write exactly how he dealt with that irregular monster. Minjun starts wondering how he should explain it, since all he really did was strike it with a shield and then punch it. He cannot help asking whether anyone will actually believe that. At that, the commander sits back down and says he did not see clearly because of all the smoke. Then he asks whether Minjun truly hit the monster with his bare hands, while staring at the boy's scraped up hands. The protagonist grows a little uneasy and laughs it off, saying it was an emergency, so he moved before he could think. The commander becomes serious and asks about his current physical stats. Minjun replies that his strength is 65 and his dexterity is 60. The commander is stunned. Even with his higher rank, his strength is barely 40, while this kid has already passed 60. To him, that is practically the strength of 2 sergeants combined, and he can hardly believe it. He says Minjun could have entered military school much earlier, though that might have caused even bigger problems. Thinking back, Minjun figures that even if things had gone differently, his former self probably still could not have done this. The commander then asks whether he has ever considered leaving and going to college. He says Minjun is still young enough, with online classes and various university programs available, then asks what he thinks. The protagonist answers honestly that he dislikes studying and would rather remain in the military. That answer makes the commander happy. He tells Minjun the decision is his, and he can become whatever he wants. If he ever changes his mind, he only needs to speak up. So, afterward, he tells him to complete the report and get some rest. If anything else happens, he can come to him. As Minjun begins to leave the room, the commander glances toward his head, then calls him back and says he saved the entire squad that day. If the protagonist had not been there, everything could have ended far worse, and even the commander might not have been able to stop it, so he simply thanks the boy. Minjun replies that he only did what needed to be done. After leaving the room, he thinks it is finally time to enjoy himself. He has leveled up and become stronger, but before that he goes to speak with his friend, and realizes one of them wants special training from him just like Dongjin. Training. Guanxik says that is right. Minjun asks how he even found out they were training. Then he changes the question and asks why he suddenly wants to join them. Guanxik remembers everything Minjun did against those monsters. He handled them like an expert, while Guanxik could only tremble in place, and even Dongjin had managed to act. He blames Dongjin for getting so strong, says he was amazed and wants to know what he did. Then he realizes Minjun's training was the reason, and says he wants it too. Swallowing his pride, he asks if he can train with them. The protagonist is clearly entertained, watching him plead like that, and asks why Guanxik is so confident he will be accepted. He also asks whether there is something else he should do first. Guanxik immediately feels pressure and bows to Dongjin, apologizing and thanking him for saving him. Dongjin says it is fine and tells him there is no need to do. Even so, Guanxik keeps apologizing for troubling him, then admits he is unsure they will accept him, but sincerely wants to train with them, grow stronger, and help the battalion. Dongjin asks whether letting him join would be alright. Minjun answers that of course, it is not alright. Guanxik says he expected Minjun to say that, but still thanks them for being alive. Then he starts to walk away, and Dongjin immediately feels guilty. But Minjun says there is one condition after all. It involves a pigeon. If Guanxik spends the next 24 hours acting like one, Minjun will allow him to train with them. Guanxik becomes furious and asks whether Minjun is saying he should not do it. But then he suddenly starts making cuckoo sounds at him, genuinely copying a pigeon, while Dongjin is left stunned. Minjun laughs behind him and thinks he has fooled another simpleton. Only heaven knows what 24 hours of pigeon noises will do to Guanxik brain. Meanwhile, in the other world, the Spartan warrior helps the goddess move something heavy. She thanks him, but he says nothing and simply continues. He keeps staring at her, so she asks whether there is something he wants to say, and he asks how long they are going to continue doing this. She gives no answer, and instead, she walks over and draws back a cloth, revealing what appears to be a demonic beast beneath it. Underneath, she studies it, and when he calls out to her again, she uses magic to send the monster away, saying it is simply a gift for him since he managed to escape on his own. Then she asks why he cares so much about all this. So I knew it. There was definitely definitely something strange about that woman. She may be beautiful, but she is completely unstable. The next day, the soldiers are digging holes. The red-haired guy complains that after everything they endured in that dungeon, they are now stuck doing construction work, and he asks why they even have to do it. His friend says he has been wondering the same thing for quite a while. While their job should be hunting and dealing with monsters, so he does not understand how digging holes fits there. Duty as soldiers under an army boss. Then someone shows up, and everyone reacts in surprise. Someone shouts that the thing has arrived, and they all rush over to pick up a block. Guanxik says thing is far too vague, since it could mean a rock or anything else. He says it is heavier than it appears and asks what the heck it is. The officer explains that it is a material used for construction. It is made from minerals gathered in dungeons, and just as he begins saying its proper name, Minjun asks whether he was talking to him. Guanxik notices the protagonist carrying those heavy blocks on his shoulder as if they weigh nothing, and he can hardly believe it. He says he was only talking to himself and simply thought someone might be curious about the blocks. Everyone keeps carrying them, struggling one by one, while Min Jun casually balances 4 blocks on his shoulder. Then the officer announces a 10-minute break and approaches the commander, saying he overheard something while collecting materials at headquarters. Orders. Apparently, something happened inside Division 1 and 4's jurisdiction, and they suspect it may be a dungeon, which shocks everyone, including the commander. He asks whether it is serious, and the men begin to panic. If they have to enter that dungeon, they fear what could happen. Someone asks if this is a joke, but the officer says it is still under investigation and tells them to be quiet. Min Jun is left wondering about it, and Guanxik realizes he has no idea what is going on, so he explains that a new dungeon is usually far larger inside than an ordinary one, and both the number and rank of the monsters are higher as well. That means the danger level becomes much worse when a dungeon appears before being identified, and hunters call that kind of place a new dungeon. He adds that it is also ideal for gaining more combat experience, and once someone joins the hunter division, they can take part in it. Guanxik says it is known as hunter training and planning training. Min Jun asks again what he is even talking about. Guanxik falls silent for a moment, then awkwardly says he only thought someone might want to know. Min Jun thinks about that hunter training and planning, then decides he does not need any training right now. After hearing others complain that they hate the program, he agrees with them while the officer looks completely fed up of them. The commander says that even so, it is a valuable chance for them, since they can build up plenty of battle performance points. That makes Minjun realize the commander is right, and there is plenty for him to gain there. If he is sent to the front line, he could earn even more, so he starts thinking this might be a great opportunity. But then his avatar suddenly appears in his field of view, shadow, and he cannot understand why it is there. It begins to emerge, but Min Jun immediately pushes it back down, acting as if nothing happened, while the officer nearby keeps shouting at everyone for complaining about work. He assumes that was what the shadow wanted to warn him about, and fortunately nobody noticed. He starts wondering what that shadow actually is. Then it passes along a woman's message asking for help. She says it concerns an irregular monster, and the request came directly from the investigation team assigned to the portal. A man asks if she means the dungeon that appeared inside his military's zone. She confirms it, but adds that no civilians are currently at danger. Even so, 2 members of the investigation team have already lost their lives. The report just arrived, so that dungeon must be handled fast. The man says the army will seal off the area as usual while hunters deal with it. For now, his main concern is the dungeon in Hongkang's residential district. He tells the woman to focus on that one for the time being. First, after hearing everything, Min Jun feels relieved that the shadow delivered this information to him. Then he begins wondering whether he should take leave and deal with it personally himself. Back at home, he gets himself ready for the trip and checks whether he has packed everything. Then his gaze falls on a photo showing the commander's face. Family. He recalls the commander asking the day before whether he wanted to leave already. Since the construction report showed he had worked hard, perhaps he wanted to finish and enjoy a break. The commander said he could approve it because the protagonist had helped him greatly, and that made the protagonist genuinely happy. Then he mentioned that Min Jun's home address was within a quarantine zone, and asked where he had stayed during his last leave. Min Jun answered that he had spent it at a cyber cafe. The commander said he had expected that and offered him a place to stay if he did not mind. It was his old family apartment. They had moved because of work, so it was empty now, but they still kept it clean and used it during vacations. Implications. Min Jun tried to refuse the offer, but the commander told him it was fine. He was offering it himself, and even if it was a little far from the base, it was still in the same city. It was far better than sleeping in a cyber cafe. Again, the protagonist realizes it would not really take him far out of his way, so the commander tells him to stay there, even if only to sleep, and wishes him a good vacation. In the end, Min Jun decides to accept. Steps. After that, the commander begins. Starts thinking about the boy once he has already gone on leave. Minjun looks at that photo again and prepares himself to head out. He needs to leave immediately. Then, out on the street, a hooded man who looks absolutely not suspicious at all begins moving through the air. Minjun remembers the woman saying the dungeon seemed to be near a school in Oyongong, and that she told her subordinate to stay 1 kilometer away while controlling every route. Meanwhile, the army keeps watch over the entrance. He moves across the nearby rooftops and slips inside. At that moment, he realizes he has found the portal. He wonders what kind of dungeon this is and calmly steps. Minjun says he wanted to know what monsters were inside, but his summon could not see the whole situation. Since it only gave him part of the answer, he has no choice but to confirm it himself. So he walks into the dungeon. Inside, the atmosphere feels completely different. It is a dead, eerie forest. That immediately feels wrong to him. Looking down, he notices a broken sword. That makes him wonder whether someone else had been there. The instant he senses a presence, he calls out, saying he knows someone is nearby and telling them to reveal themselves. Instead of a person, a monster answers, dead. At first glance, it looks like a demonic goblin, giving off the energy he was sensing. But once he looks more closely, he realizes it is not a goblin at all. It is a kobold, and an enormous one at that. Even so, Minjun notices the investigation team seems to have survived meeting it, and he prepares to fight. The monster charges straight at him, but he dodges quickly and draws back his fist to counter. His punch connects, yet it barely affects the creature. The creature does not even budge and releases a deep roar. Minjun reacts at once, follows with a kick, and strikes the monster under the chin, sending it flying. Now he starts wondering whether this thing is truly strong or only looks that way. He asks if the monster wants to make the first move again this time. It rushes at him once more, but the protagonist smoothly slips past. He warns it to be careful, and the monster's leg drops into a hole Minjun created with corrupted energy. With its legs caught in place, Minjun charges forward. He closes in again and pounds its face with a rapid series of blows. As he keeps striking, he wonders how much longer the creature can endure. Then something unusual catches his eye. A smile-shaped mark appears near the monster's ribs. The creature immediately shields that area with its hand. Minjun notices another glimmer coming from that same spot. Before he can react, the monster blasts him backward. As he steadies himself again, he sees that the creature has torn his coat, which reminds him of the broken sword he found earlier. Minjun says every monster he has faced since returning had been at least stronger than an ant, but this one he feels is only about as strong as a beetle. The monster seems to understand the insult and grows furious, growling as it charges again. It goes after the boy one more time. Minjun simply says that even so, it is still nothing more than another weak creature. He takes the blow to the face, gets angry, and tells the monster to look at what it has done. He had just bought that outfit. Then he drives the broken sword into the monster's abdomen, right where the mark had been. The creature cries out in pain, but Minjun does not stop. He follows up by striking with his leg and bringing a downward kick onto its head. After that final kick, he absorbs its demonic energy. The system announces he gained exactly the amount required, raising him by 3 levels. It also reports that after absorbing enough energy, the skill Dark Arrow has been unlocked. Night Step levels up as well, and a new skill called Basic Swordsmanship is created. Minjun is delighted as he checks over his stats and sees just how much they have changed. The system lists Dark Arrow as an E-rank skill that coats an arrow with demonic energy, while Basic Swordsmanship is also E-rank and improves his fundamental sword ability. He is glad to finally gain a ranged skill, though he wonders why swordsmanship appeared. Then he recalls stabbing the monster and guesses the finishing move must have activated it. Thinking it through, he starts wondering whether the monster had already been injured before he arrived. He also questions what that shining object inside the wound could be, so he cuts into that exact spot. When he checks inside the monster, what he discovers leaves him stunned. He stares at it, wondering whether it is the tip of an arrow or part of a knife. Maybe someone from the investigation team struck it earlier, but then he realizes he has seen that fragment before. He has no time to think about it, because more monsters soon appear. Minjun says he had wanted to try out his new skill right away anyway. In that sense, their timing could not be better. Monsters grow hostile, and he begins casting. He wants to find out what E-rank skills can really accomplish, so he fires at monster. The arrows bring them down quickly. After testing everything, he decides he may as well finish the work he already started. The final surviving monster is frozen with fear. Minjun wonders where the remaining ones have gone. Later, he finally returns at the portal. Once he steps out, he feels satisfied. The dungeon is finally cleared. With that behind him, all that remains is to enjoy himself. Honestly, at this point, he is starting to look more villainous than the actual villains. Later, when he returns to the base with the soldiers, he settles back into normal life and thinks about about how wonderful that vacation was. But when he comes back to the battalion, expecting everyone to welcome him warmly, they look as if they have just returned from a funeral. Then they say they are completely doomed because new dungeon training begins next week. Each squad will enter through a separate random entrance. Their objective is to make it all the way to the center. So they head out trying to get moving. There, the monsters also appear randomly and everyone panics at the first sight because no one knows what might come out. The officer warns that monsters will show up in only a few seconds, so everyone begins preparing their weapons. This is essentially real combat training for the battalion. Then several black spheres packed with teeth suddenly appear. Here, he recognizes them as black balls and orders everyone to take up their weapons and prepare to fire. They immediately open a barrage. Minjun says it is exactly what he expected. This is far more exciting than he had imagined. Legend, everyone keeps shooting at the creatures, bringing them down one after another. 1. The officer explains that black balls are difficult to deal with using ordinary weapons because their bodies are extremely elastic, so they must keep firing without pause. Second, one comes dangerously close, and the commander orders them to cease fire and prepare for close combat. Only 3 remain. If one bites someone, it starts draining them and makes fighting difficult, so everyone must avoid getting. Minjun realizes that if anyone gets bitten, they will be forced to stop, and as one of the monsters moves closer, he decides he cannot allow that to happen. He rushes forward and shouts to Ho, then kicks the monster upward toward him and tells him to get ready. As the creature shoots into the air, Minjun thinks using Dark Arrow would be simple, easier, but the others quickly strike the monsters he launches upward, and he keeps setting them up. The commander praises him and tells everyone to shoot the black balls still above them, and before long, every last one is dealt out. The commander announces a 10-minute break before they continue. Everyone must inspect their equipment, and anyone injured should report immediately so the battalion can be informed. Then his friends come walking over to Minjun. All of them thank him for what he just did. Even Guantic seems satisfied, but when Simu glances his way, he quietly steps back. Meanwhile, Su Mikkel and his friend are completely worn out. They wonder whether this dungeon drill is worse than the actual dungeon they entered, and he asks how long they have been inside. His friend says he has no idea, but it probably will not be much different from last time. The red-haired guy asks what he means, and the boy explains that this dungeon has a boss too, making him ask where it is. Then his friend suddenly remembers something. A group of officers once entered that dungeon and took down a giant, an elephant, and one high-ranking officer handled it with his bare hands. Afterward, he went over to the others and told them it was time to train. Remembering that, the boy says it sounds like the boss is being kept around for this mission, and he starts feeling scared already. But an officer comes up behind them, puts an arm around both, calls them girls, and says break time is over. Minjun grows excited and starts wondering what the major is really like. Then they move forward. As they continue, the commander notices something directly ahead and everyone freezes in shock. Then Minjun realizes the boss they thought would be injured is actually the major himself, standing there and waiting to put them through the test. Meanwhile, an old man is smoking near a shack when he notices that same barbarian from the other world, the goddess ally, walking toward him. He says it has been a while since he last stopped by. Then he asks whether it broke, and the barbarian looks embarrassed. The old man says it is fine and guesses he simply used it the wrong way, so the barbarian hands him his sword. The old man says it is heavily damaged. He asks whether the barbarian has been hunting monsters, and it turns out the sword fragment Minjun discovered came from that barbarian's missing blade. At the camp, or somewhere like a camp, he assumes everything should be fine. But the 1st Battalion commander says that makes it sound as if the soldiers in his division are weak. Gojung says he only does not want them pushing themselves too hard and getting hurt. Then Colonel Lee steps into the tent and asks if anyone knows where the division commander has gone. Gojung hesitates awkwardly, and Colonel Lee immediately becomes alarmed. Sunyun says that sounds exactly like him. Once he makes up his mind, no one can stop him. Still, the colonel asks why he suddenly decided to join the training. The boys have not even met him yet, so what are they supposed to do now? Go Jung says the division commander only said one thing before rushing off. There was a soldier he wanted to see for himself. And there is Du Song, standing in the middle of the battlefield and smiling at Min Jun. The soldiers begin to grow tense. They already knew the dungeon drill would involve a rescue mission event, but according to the colonel, that role was meant to be handled by a volunteer from headquarters, so the commander is stunned. He never imagined the division commander himself would be the one playing it. Then Dusong approaches and tells him to check his injury tags, saying he is injured. The commander starts trembling. Shaking, he quickly introduces himself as Minjun Chu Min and says it is an honor to serve alongside him. Another officer says they will carry him on the emergency stretcher stretcher from this point onward. But the commander gives him a look like he is being ridiculous and breaks the stretcher. There is no way someone that large would fit on it anyway. The officer insists protocol says he should be carried, but the commander ignores him, refuses to lie down, tells him to relax, and orders everyone forward. The officer then looks directly at him, Minjun, and the two lock eyes. He starts smiling, and the protagonist grows excited, saying this training is going to be fun. And for him it truly remains fun after that. While escorting the division commander, he easily cuts through the monsters, and naturally plenty of them appear along the way, even though the whole situation was barely prepared. The training feels unbelievably thrilling to him, and the division commander seems to get along surprisingly well with our reckless protagonist. Then over with the second squad of the 2nd Battalion, Chiho is struggling badly. He is facing a frog monster dripping with water. He tries to strike it, but then a whole swarm of them shows up. In the end, he collapses from sheer exhaustion. One frog quickly lashes out with its tongue, but Minjun cuts it down immediately. He thinks that even though it is only a basic skill, its power has increased quite a lot. Then he goes over to Chiho and helps him up. Chiho thanks him, but Minjun can see that he is completely worn out, so he charges straight at the rest of them. Monsters, taking them down one after another while pulling his friends out of the fight. The division commander thinks that even for a training exercise, these may be the best combat results he has ever witnessed. Then one of the frog monsters tries to sneak up behind Minjun, but he knocks it away with a single punch. Afterward, the commander tells everyone to inspect the area and rest briefly, since they still need to move on. He asks Minjun if he is alright, and Minjun says he is. The commander then says that soldier Minjun is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, in the northern section of the dungeon, the girls are still battling the black spheres and finding it difficult, but the blue-haired girl swiftly cuts down one by one with a single slash. One of her friends tells young Seo Kyung that she is amazing, and says she wishes she could become that strong too. Then the final black sphere rushes toward the girl and nearly reaches her. Yoon So steps in front of her, stop it, blocking the attack with her sword, but she slips off a cliff while protecting her friend. Back with Minjun's platoon, they keep chatting while he continues to drift off in thought. Then the overall commander says every platoon member has made it this far without suffering any serious injury. He adds that the platoon commander is clearly. That leaves the commander deeply unsettled, wondering where this is headed. But when he looks over, he sees Minjun helping his teammates hold a sword and realizes it is all thanks to the strength of his platoon. The overall commander says that still counts as part of his leadership as well, too. He tells him to keep it up until the training ends, and the commander seems pleased. Then he looks toward another officer and asks what is wrong with his balance, and whether his left hand is only there for support. The man immediately begins apologizing. While all that chaos is unfolding, another soldier speaks to Sung Woo and asks if this is his second field hunter maneuver. Sung Woo says yes. His friend asks if he can ask something, but Sung Woo immediately says no, not even start. Naturally, the kid asks anyway, wanting to know what that thing is near the marked area they are not supposed to enter. The patrol soldier casually says it is the hole and leaves it at that. Then the commander announces they are moving out and orders everyone to form a line. The patrol soldier keeps talking about the hole, so his friend asks what he means, saying yes, he can clearly see it is a hole, but does he mean a dungeon hole? He says the guy must have slept through the dungeon lesson. He explains that even though people still know very little about how dungeons function, the leading theory is that their space connects to another space dimension through a portal. Even so, he says there is no reason to believe that connection stays perfect across an endless area. That is exactly the issue. Dungeons do not only have boundaries, there are also places where the connection falls apart, and those unstable spots are known as dungeon holes. Then his friend asks what happens if someone crosses the edge or falls into one of those holes. The patrol soldier says he does not completely believe it himself. According to what people say, you get sent back to some random spot inside the dungeon. They continue talking about it until something catches their attention ahead and they ask what it is. Minjun also comes closer and is startled along with the commanders. Then he realizes it is Seok Deok lying unconscious on the ground. They give her water, wake her up, and brace her injured leg with a splint leg. The overall commander simply watches while the platoon commander says he has already reported the situation to battalion headquarters, so she should not worry and should rest. She asks if he can confirm whether everyone in her battalion is safe. He says they are, and they have all been worried about her. They even stopped training to search, though he is sure they will continue now that he has reported in. She thanks the commander and says that is a relief. disbelief. Then she tries to get up, only to realize her foot is badly hurt. The officer tells her it will be difficult to continue training with that foot, and says hunters must protect themselves as much as they sharpen their combat skills. The commander says he already contacted headquarters, and the transport team should arrive soon. Unfortunately, her training session is finished. The girl looks discouraged after hearing that, and the overall commander asks how the soldier is doing. She is shocked when she realizes it is Major General Seo Kyung, wondering why the division commander is there when his platoon should still be in the middle of training. The commander says she is stable, with no serious outer injuries, but it seems she badly twisted her left ankle, so continuing the exercise will be difficult. Seo Kyung says that is a real pity, since there is not much left, then asks the girl what she was saying earlier, and asked what happened. She introduces herself as Private First Class Yoon-so. She says she fell from a cliff while fighting a monster, lost consciousness, and woke up there. Seo Kyung asks whether she crossed the dungeon's edge or fell into a dungeon hole. Either way, he says she was lucky they found her so quickly. Then he suddenly notices something. He asks her to say her name again, and she repeats that she is Private First Class Yoon-so, so the name catches him by surprise, and he asks if she is Songbang Taiho's daughter. Looking a little embarrassed, she quietly says yes. Right after that, he refers to her as an injured soldier. He looks around and notices someone standing nearby. It is Min Jun, and Seo Kyung calls him over. The protagonist steps forward and introduces himself. Meanwhile, Yoon-so's face turns bright red as she wonders why it had to be this man of all people. Then Seo Kyung orders Min Jun to carry the injured soldier immediately. She can hardly believe what she just heard. Min Jun is just as surprised. Seo Kyung repeats the command, carry her, because she is injured. At that moment, he notices how red her face is and realizes the situation has become a little serious. Still, he says it is fine, since the situation has already been assessed. He walks over to her and tells her to get on his back, leaving her shocked that he truly means it. He adds that she can quit the training if she wants, but if she does, her training score will be wiped out. So he asks what choice she is going to make. With no real option left, she asks him to take care of her, and he answers with a wide grin. His friends stare in disbelief, calling Min Jun an absolute monster and asking how he still has that much strength. By now, they are convinced he barely seems human. Even so, the protagonist quietly continues carrying her while walking beside the commander. The commander tells him to remain with the rear group and move together with the vice commander. He also orders Min Jun to report immediately if he gets tired. Min Jun says that will not happen, and the commander notices he nearly mixed his spoken answer with his thoughts. Meanwhile, the girl stays on his back, shy and red-faced the entire time. Min Jun, on the other hand, sees this as a huge personal victory. Seo Kyung observes the two of them from behind. Then the vice commander notes that others might accuse them of favoring her, since she is another division commander's daughter. Seo Kyung dismisses that concern, saying there is no rule against helping an injured person. If anything, it should be included in the training. Then he adds that the vice commander is forgetting something else, and with a casual tone, he calls Taiho a complete jerk. While being carried in that situation, Yoon-so notices everyone staring at her. She feels unbearably embarrassed by it, so she tells Min Jun to let her know if he starts getting tired, because she will give up if necessary. He tells her not to worry, saying she is light as a feather, which makes her completely flustered. Then he insists she really is that light, guessing from her weight that she is probably in the low 50-kilogram range, but she quickly cuts him off. She tells him to shut up and asks him to please stay quiet, so he finally drops it. After that, she keeps glancing at him. She says she will repay him someday for helping her. Min Jun laughs and says he will be looking forward to it, though privately he thinks being repaid by her father would be even better. Then he remembers what he was about to say and starts bringing up her weight again. She immediately tells him to stop talking. For a brief moment, the two simply stare at each other. From behind them, the others begin noticing that something odd is going on. Before long, night begins to fall. By then, everyone is completely worn out. Even so, they keep moving. The red-haired guy prays that no more monsters appear, saying this feels like pure hell. He grumbles that the training difficulty jumped from normal straight to nightmare mode, then remembers Seo Kyung is there and blames him for everything. The commander says they only have about 2 kilometers left, so everyone must stay alert and keep their guard up until the very end. That gives morale a small boost, and when Sergeant Lee appears, everyone gets excited. But then they notice something approaching from the sky. Flying monsters are circling overhead. The commander quickly orders every troop to prepare for battle, warning them that the enemies ahead are airborne. A swarm of demonic bat-like creatures rushes toward them. Someone recognizes them as black hakes and wonders why they had to show up at a time like this. Creatures soon begin circling above their heads. Watching from the rear, Seo Kyung thinks they managed to come this far with an exhausted unit, only to run into terrible luck at the very end. He explains that black hakes are tiny, about sparrow-sized, but their claws and teeth are sharp enough to injure flesh. Hunters likely would not fall from those wounds, but the pain would be harsh right now. He adds that the creatures are unbelievably persistent. Then Seo Kyung mutters that his eyesight has gotten so poor he can barely see them. The soldiers try to bring the monsters down, but nothing seems to work, and the vice commander starts falling behind. Seo Kyung remarks that the situation is messy, and from a training director's view, how they handle an injured soldier could even affect their score. The vice commander thinks they cannot hide behind excuses. Fatigue and poor visibility will not matter, because first and foremost, they are soldiers. He also believes that even if he sends his group in to help, it might not change much. Worse, breaking formation could cause an even larger deduction. So for now, he chooses to trust the platoon commander and wait for orders. Minjun grows seriously angry. Seeing the chaos ahead, he charges toward the fight with the girl still on his back. He heads straight to the platoon commander and asks for a single chance. Commander snaps back, asking what Minjun is talking about when he is saying this while carrying an injured soldier. The protagonist says everyone is already at their limit, and they cannot keep dragging things out just because they fear losing points. He insists that he can take care of it, so the commander asks exactly what plan he has in mind. Minjun leans closer and whispers the plan to him. The commander is clearly startled, and the vice commander asks what he just said. After hearing the idea, she looks shocked as well. Even so, the commander agrees. He says if it fails, they will retreat immediately, and Minjun only gets one chance. He prepares at once. The vice commander still cannot understand how the plan is supposed to make sense, and wonders what is wrong with these people. At that moment, the monsters begin swarming again. The commander quickly tells the protagonist to hand over the injured soldier first. Minjun says there is no time and urges him to begin the plan. The commander hesitates briefly, then orders everyone to get behind Minjun and prepare to fight. Seo Kyung is utterly confused, wondering why they would open fire here. It sounds as if they plan to shoot those creatures down with rifles. He tells the girl to hold on. He tells her to grip tightly, saying he does not want to lose his injured passenger. She tells him he is completely out of his mind, saying yet she still holds on to him tightly. Anyway, Minjun then releases his demonic energy. As the dark mage, he thinks these monsters should be easy to handle, since he already knows them from the beginner training ground. On top of that, he also has the dark arrow skin, so he activates it and fires at one monster, using the ranged weapon to disguise the real attack. The dark shot flies straight upward and drops the monster instantly. Seo Kyung notices that Minjun managed to hit and take down, but he cannot figure out how. The protagonist thinks dodging a bullet charged with demonic energy is difficult once it hits like a Keenam round, and he doubts anyone will notice. Caught. That only makes him feel even more thrilled about Dark Arrow. Then he begins bringing the monsters down one after another. As they disappear in quick succession, everyone is stunned by how impressive he is. And as he turns with a little flare, Yoon so is still clinging to his back while the others burn with jealousy, saying this guy is too much. Sometime later, they finally return to Bayou. Once everyone gathers inside, an officer announces that all members of the 2nd Platoon, 2nd Company, 2nd Battalion have passed. Everyone bursts into cheers. Minjun is still carrying her, feeling relieved that the whole group made it. Then the medical team asks to examine the injured first. The commander tells everyone they worked hard and thanks them for enduring until the end without giving up on themselves. Those words make the entire unit even more joyful, happier, but he also warns them not to relax yet. They will be moved to the tents to rest, so everyone should start moving. Meanwhile, Minjun is still holding the girl and jokingly asks where he should go to claim his reward for such an achievement. Then the commander calls out to Minjun. He praises him, saying he acted before anyone else and never backed down from danger. The protagonist thanks his superior, thinking that should be obvious, though the compliment still leaves him slightly embarrassed. Then Yoonso asks if he can put her down now. After he places her on the stretcher, she apologizes for any trouble she caused the platoon and thanks them, too. The commander says he is glad they finished the training together and tells her not to see herself as a burden. Then Seo Kyung appears laughing loudly and saying that is great. He points out that, in the end, the entire platoon completed the training. Then he heads toward Minjun, trying to pull him into a hug, but Minjun quickly slips away. Seo Kyung immediately comes after him and tries again until he ends up chasing him around. The commander admits that, honestly, they owe everything to that reckless bastard. While Seo Kyung is still fooling around with Minjun, he suddenly hears a familiar voice. It is Colonel Ji-hai arriving with several commanders beside her. As she enters, she walks straight past without even looking at Seo Kyung. The protagonist is surprised by that. Minjun is startled because the woman heads straight to the private and asks about her injury. She says only her left ankle is hurt and it is nothing serious. The colonel says she was fortunate, considering she fell into a dungeon pit, and orders them to move her with carefully. Then she turns her eyes to the side. She asks Seo Kang how his training observations went. Right after that, she asks whether she can speak with him privately about it. He asks if it has to be now, and she says yes. He asks again if it truly must be this very moment. With a firm, slightly intimidating stare, she makes the answer clear. Yes, right now. Now, sometime later, Min-jun is already fully focused on the food, while the cook keeps bringing him more and asks if he wants extra chicken. Min-jun asks if it is really fine for him to eat all that. The cook says yes, since everyone else is asleep, so he doubts anyone else will come to eat. Min-jun says they cannot let such hard work go to waste and tells him to hand over the chicken. The cook asks if he is from the 2nd platoon of the 2nd company. He heard they ranked best in the division during training and asks if that is true. The cook says it is, and earlier he heard the higher-ups mention that battalion commander praised the protagonist's results. He also heard he handled the black creatures at night and asks if it really happened. Min-jun says yes, something like that did happen. The cook cannot believe those things can be beaten at night and says Min-jun is amazing either way. He continues saying this field exercise was the toughest one yet. Across the whole division, around 70% of the first-class corporals gave up. The cook keeps talking, but Min-jun hardly listens. He is too busy enjoying how delicious the meat tastes. A little later, several officers gather together when that stern-looking man, the person from earlier, looks out the window and says the camp feels far too quiet. One officer agrees, saying that since the soldiers were given free time that morning, just as he suggested, most of them are still asleep. He clicks his tongue and says those fools should wake up and eat. Then he adds that everyone performed well during this training, and even the division commander was impressed. Another officer says he heard the commander personally observed the 2nd platoon of the 2nd company. Captain Min-jun says that makes sense, since the division commander is a great man and not arrogant at all. But the officer in the middle does not seem to agree, so Captain, the protagonist, notices and asks if he said something wrong. The man says no, it is not his fault. It is just that the 4th battalion commander was under serious stress because of that incident. He wonders what kind of person she must be to say something like that to the division commander. The superior says she was not entirely wrong. None of them could defend the fact that he left his post without telling anyone. Besides, even he thinks the 4th battalion commander is a little frightening. Still, he says everything ended well thanks to Min-jun again. The others agree that Min-jun is amazing, and the superior says he proved his value right before the division commander. Smiling, he says he is already looking forward to the next monthly meeting at the 104th Division headquarters. Seo Kang receives a report while the commander calmly drinks her tea. He says this should help with the damage control schedule, then asks how the private first class is doing. She says the doctors confirm there is no fracture. Since her recovery is going well, she should finish treatment tomorrow and return to duty. Seo Kang remarks that she must take after her father. Then he picks up the phone and introduces himself as Seo Kang. The person on the other end, probably the girl's father, immediately calls him a damned bearded bastard, and Seo Kang asks who it is. The caller asks whether he has already forgotten his voice. That is when Seo Kang realizes who is speaking. It is none other than Tae-ho, the Major General's son. Furious, Seo Kang asks why they do not just settle it with a duel. Then he starts yelling back, asking why Tae-ho suddenly called and why he opened with damned bearded bastard. Tae-ho says that is exactly what Seo Kang is, a damned bearded bastard. Anyway, he says the duel is happening and asks where they should meet. Annoyed, Seo Kang calls him a nerd and asks if he is acting this way because his daughter got hurt. He keeps going, asking whether Tae-ho is truly a soldier and how he dares call himself a general. Tae-ho fires back that he is both a soldier and a general. He says they simply feel like using Seo Kang as exercise, since he lasts longer than a punching bag. Seo Kang says Tae-ho is acting unbelievably childish. He apologizes that Tae-ho's daughter was hurt, but says it happened during training. Tae-ho strikes a sore spot, asking what Seo Kyung would know when he could not even get married. Seo Kyung forces himself to remain calm and asks where Tae-ho is. Then he complains that Tae-ho still has not answered, asks if he is in Daejeon right now, and tells him not to move. He also insists that it is not that he could not get married, he simply chose not to. Then he asks what is wrong with that idiot and why he still will not answer. The commander quietly says the call has ended. Still angry, Seo Kyung only notices it just then. He asks if she has Tae-ho's number her and tells her to call him immediately. But she asks him to calm down, saying Taiho has every right to be angry at the moment. Now, Seokyang grumbles and asks what she means, since it was only his daughter getting hurt. She explains that once the girl was transferred, the hospital must have contacted her guardian. Naturally, that guardian has the right to know his daughter was injured. She even received special permission to complete the training before being moved to the hospital, which helps Seokyang settle down. The commander says he should at least explain things to Taoho, even if he does not fully apologize. After all, he only wanted to test the 2nd platoon of the 2nd company of the 2nd battalion. Seokyang admits she is right. That was exactly his purpose. He wanted to see how those men would respond to a genuinely injured person, and since there seems to be a misunderstanding, he says he will explain it. Then he shows her that he has broken his own phone. So he asks for the girl's phone and says he will call on speaker. He has no intention of letting that brute get his personal number. He becomes oddly eager while waiting for Taeho to answer. When the call connects, Taeho asks why Colonel Ji-hai is calling and whether that bearded bastard is with her. She says yes and apologizes for not contacting him sooner. Then she explains that the division commander's phone is broken, so she called instead. Seokyang says he could not speak earlier because he was too stressed. An emergency occurred while he was personally observing that platoon. Swallowing his pride, he admits he was careless. Even if she were not Taeho's daughter, he would not have stayed quiet if someone had given her that kind of special permission, so he formally apologizes for interrupting her growth. Colonel Ji-hai looks almost proud of him, but Taeho only asks what on earth he is talking about. Neither side understands the other. Taeho says Seokyang must be scared, so fine, they can forget the duel. Instead, he wants the unit and name of the guy who carried his daughter on his back. Seokyang asks what he means. Taeho demands to know why they let some random guy carry his daughter instead of a medic. He says he cannot remember the last time he carried her himself, then warns Seokyang to be ready next time, and again asks for the name of the guy who carried her. He says Seokyang had better answer properly right now, but Colonel, you simply. She hangs up, then turns her gaze toward Seokyang, who is still furious and muttering about special permission, apologies, and explanations, so she tells him to calm down. Instead, he orders to get a vehicle ready immediately. She asks where he is going. He tells her to clear the rest of her schedule, because they are heading to Daejeon right now. She asks if he is serious, already looking completely fed up with those idiots. Meanwhile, Minjun has no idea what kind of trouble he is about to be pulled into. He is still thinking about how delicious that chicken was while he walks. Then his shadow begins to catch his attention. Minjun looks down at it, tells her to hide and quickly leads her somewhere else. Once they are outside, he tosses her out and asks what she is doing. Did he not tell her to stay hidden? She looks puzzled at first, then remembers she had something to tell him. Minjun says he knew no one was nearby, but asks if she really thought appearing like that would not annoy him. She lowers her head, but then he hands her his food. After that, he asks what it is this time. She shows him a memory, and when he sees it, he wonders if it was some kind of ambush. He also senses something suspicious, demonic energy, and realizes it is in Hwakion. Again, Minjun says she went all the way there and admits that is pretty impressive for his shadow. Then he gives her a little more demonic energy and says he should probably start thinking of an excuse to leave. Again, he thinks it would look suspicious if he suddenly vanished, and if this is only a weak clue, he might just waste his vacation days. Still, he says it was lucky he received a day off as a reward after going to Yangu last night. When he enters the room, everyone is celebrating something. Everyone congratulates Minjun for being chosen as the top soldier in the Hunter Field Exercise Division, and he thanks the commander. The commander adds that there is a prize this time as well. More importantly, thanks to him, the entire platoon gets a day off. The protagonist's eyes light up. He immediately asks if he can use his day off tomorrow. The commander notices his urgency and asks if something is wrong. Minjun says no, he simply wants tomorrow off. That is all. The others can tell the kid is being incredibly stubborn. Even so, the commander says it is fine and that he will see what he can arrange. He thanks him. By the next day, he is already in Hongqian. Everyone there is busy, working, and Minjun wonders what happened to make things like this and why so many hunters are there. Somehow, he ends up standing right in the middle of them. Annoyed, he thinks his shadow had better return his demonic energy soon, since it tricked him. Then Seoa spots him and starts walking away. Walking over. A little earlier, on the outskirts of Hongqian, the female soldiers had been assigned cleanup duty. One of them asks when this is finally going to end. The other says their hunter drill results were terrible, so the battalion commander is already angry. Even the company commander looks serious, so she should stop complaining and get back to work. Still, the first girl says she is exhausted and asks why monsters had to appear from the gate right after training ended. The other tells her to be grateful they are not on the assault team. Her mouth, and the black-haired girl glances at the face. Behind her notices Seo working. She asks how she is doing and whether she is pushing herself too hard. Seo simply says she is fine. The girl says her recovery skill is amazing, but she should still take it easy just in case. Seo thanks her for worrying. Then they hear some girls nearby asking who that hunter is. They notice it is a man and she asks what is going on. Seo immediately recognizes him, and the others realize he is from their division too. They ask which battalion he is from. She recognizes him as Hunter Minjun, but he clearly looks unhappy to see her there and wonders why she is around, so she walks up to him to talk. She asks what brought him there, saying that as far as she knows, only her battalion was sent to. Minjun simply says he is only in this area because he is on vacation. That answer immediately gets on her nerves. She says he must be lying, asking who would come to a place like this in uniform while on leave. She even wonders if he is running away from duty. He shows her his leave documents to prove it is true, then asks if she has trust issues or something. She snaps back, asking why he chose this place of all locations, especially when it is restricted. Minjun has no honest answer, since he cannot admit he came to recover demonic energy. So he says he had business in Hongqian and heard there was an emergency, which made him come over to see whether he could help. Right in front of them, a gate break suddenly occurs. Minjun's attention sharpens the moment he realizes what it is. It is a gate, and the girl immediately starts screaming, while the black-haired girl says the area was just cleaned up, and now they will have to do another sweep. Then she quickly switches back into command mode, ordering everyone to evacuate, report to the platoon commander, and run to his position. As the others hurry away, she tells Minjun that he needs to evacuate too. But Minjun is far more interested in the gate itself. He says monsters could appear at any moment, so he will stay behind and buy time. She calls that ridiculous, saying no one knows what might come out, and he needs to leave immediately. He reminds her the attack team already left the area. If monsters emerge, everyone will be at risk, so he decides to remain. He adds that he will run if things become dangerous and asks her to lend him any gear she has. She tries to object, but Minjun reminds her that her foot has not fully healed yet. Then he tells her to leave quickly, because she will only get in the way. She hesitates for a moment, then gives him a knife and tells him to escape if it becomes dangerous. She promises to return with the platoon members as quickly as possible. That leaves Minjun standing there alone. While he waits, he thinks about how certain monsters hate leaving their own territory. If a gate connects to a dungeon filled with monsters like that, those creatures usually remain inside. The ones that do leave often move in groups, which is why everyone evacuated so quickly. Then he spots them and says he understands the situation now. Demonic boars appear, and the monsters charge forward. They rush straight at him, and Minjun recognizes them as red boars. He says they must be completely riled up after feeding too much. He activates Black Arrow. The attack strikes several of them at once. Even so, he notices the arrows lack enough force to pierce their hearts, so he leaps upward, launching himself high. As he rises into the air, he wonders what else they have besides tough defense. He drops back down and cuts into them. Even those strikes are not enough to bring the boars down. Minjun admits their skin is hard, then wonders whether their insides are just as tough. He uses his demonic energy again, activating the D rank skill. With corruption, he begins breaking them down from within. He taunts them, asking what is wrong and whether they dislike the demonic energy he gave them. One of the boars begins to collapse. Even as it weakens, it still charges at him in a frenzy. Instead, the crazed boar crashes into one of its own, taking it down while Minjun gladly gathers the demonic energy from their bodies. Once that energy leaves them, he wonders whether the knife will work better now. At this point, dealing with them becomes easy. The system announces that he absorbed a certain amount of demonic energy. His demonic energy stat rises by 1, and the same thing happens 3 more times. He also upgrades Nightwalker and Basic Grim. Satisfied, Minjun says everything is fine and heads back toward the gate. Again, he notices everyone gathered there, but before he can enter, he realizes the soldiers have returned far too quickly. One of them calls out, asking if he is Corporal, the protective protagonist, and whether he is injured anywhere. He says he is fine, but she keeps pressing him, saying he should have reported the gate the moment it opened. Minjun explains he stayed to buy time because no one knew what monsters might appear. His answer makes all the girls blush at how manly he sounds. Meanwhile, inside his head, Minjun tells them to be quiet. They ruined everything. Then a lieutenant asks why he is there and what unit he belongs to, and he answers that he is Corporal Him from 2nd Company, 2nd Battalion. Lieutenant notices that he is on leave. She asks why he would choose this place for a vacation and whether he lives nearby. Minjun repeats that he had business in Hongqian, heard a gate appeared, and came to see if he could be useful. She accepts his explanation and says that since there were no casualties, and all the monsters were handled. They will withdraw. The investigation team will arrive soon and take care of the rest. Team. Then everyone realizes he handled all 5 red boars alone, and the girls start swooning, asking if he really managed it with only a combat knife. They cannot believe how strong he is. The two of them watch as all the attention gathers around. Minjun, meanwhile, looks completely miserable and only wants people to leave him alone. Later that night, the commander learns that the protagonist has gotten himself tangled in trouble. Again, he answers the phone and confirms that yes, the boy is one of his men, though he is currently on leave. Then he hears Min Jun went to the outskirts of Hongqin in Gangwon province, where the incident happened, dealt with the red boars, and even volunteered for public service. The lieutenant confirms it, saying the gate is sealed for now and they are disinfecting the affected houses. She adds that Corporal Min Jun volunteered on his own and is helping now. It is the first time she has seen anything like it. That one of the girls points out that he is supposed to be on leave, yet he is still helping anyway, and the girl in pink completely falls for him. Then she asks how he fought boars with only a knife, since being hit by one of their charges would feel like getting struck by a truck. Min Jun keeps working while thinking about the boars. He knows this kind of task is troublesome, but it will improve his image before he leaves. Then Yoon So comes over to speak with him, and he gets so startled that he says he almost sprayed disinfectant on her. That really annoys her, but he simply tells her to move. She looks at him in disbelief and asks if they can talk for a minute, so he steps aside with her and asks what she wants. She asks whether, on the day he left, he cursed at her from the window of his bus. Minjun asks what she is even talking about, because he does not remember, but then he suddenly recalls looking at her through the bus window. He says he did not insult her, only warned that if she bothered him again, she was done. Still, she says that sounds like either an insult or a threat. Then she admits she started it that day, and although it is late, she wants to apologize for it. He can tell she lives in a really exhausting way. When she asks if he accepts, he shrugs it off, saying there was nothing to apologize for. He tells her to forget it, and if they are finished, he's leaving. Before he can go, she brings up something else and asks if he knew only one private first class had ever earned a perfect score on the promotion test. He asks if she means him, but she says no, someone else had done it before. So he asks who that person was. She says it was her old man, then quickly corrects herself and says her father. He realizes she means the division commander. She confirms it. Her father is the only person who began as an enlisted soldier and later earned a general's badge, and she enlisted because she wanted to become someone like him, too. Minjun notices that her father reached that goal first, and he finds it rather interesting. Even so, something about the story still bothers him. The hunter military was created when portals first appeared, and he was only 7 at the time, so he wonders if the division commander enlisted as a recruit after awakening 1. But she says no. In truth, her father had been frail when he was young, and because of his eyesight and other problems, he was exempted from military service. Minjun guesses that after awakening improved his body, he enlisted by choice. She says that is right, adding that her father always said awakening was a relief, because it let him protect both her and her mother. Hearing that, he says the expression on her face makes him want to know her father better. She tells him that if they ever meet, she is sure her father would be happy to see him. Definitely happy, because he has a special fondness for strong soldiers. Meanwhile, in Dahyun, those two lunatics are already standing face to face, ready to fight. Daehyo says he expected the man to come right away, then asks why he took so long and whether he was actually scared. Colonel Lee and Colonel Ji-hai look deeply nervous as the two clash. Major So snaps back that his division is not lazy, then asks if fear is some kind of food. Taeho then asks why someone so busy came all the way here just to tell him that guy's name is Minjun Soo. Seo Kyung and Yo both ask how he knows the boy's name. Taeho fires back, asking if they really thought he would not know just because nobody told him. The argument keeps heating up. Seo Kyung and Yo ask what he intends to do about it. Taeho asks why he is so worried, saying that is exactly why he should have handled things better. Then the two return to throwing punches. Colonel Lee says this is not a joke, because at this rate, no one will be able to make them stop. That is when Colonel Yo steps between the two. She says 5 minutes have already passed, and that is enough. Just like that, they actually stop. Taeho asks if the bearded man is still alive. The other man says yes, then asks if he feels better now. Taeho answers that if this much could satisfy him, he would not have started in the first place. The bearded man realizes Taeho is still holding a Grudge it down. Colonel Ji Hai reports the 3rd Battalion commander said the Red Boar portal has been cleared. Seo Kyung tells Yo that the battalion commander did well, and adds that she did well, too. Once she leaves, the two begin arguing again. Taiho asks the real reason he came, and whether there is something he wants to say. Ji Hai says that he plans to give that guy Min Jun a special promotion to sergeant. Taiho asks if he came just to boast about backing the guy who interfered with his daughter, but the other man snaps back that nobody interfered, and Taiho should be grateful the kid helped her. Taiho points out that this is the same guy who only recently became a corporal, and before that received a special promotion to private first class. He asks what exactly Ji Hai is thinking. Ji Hai says he intends to push him all the way toward becoming a commissioned officer. Taiho warns that doing that will attract far too much attention. He asks whether Haxio will really stay quiet, saying that anyone Ji Hai acknowledges is sure to become a target. The answer is simple. That is exactly why Ji Hai is telling him now, so he will stay on his side from now on. Taiho says he cannot decide based only on Ji Hai's word, and will judge after seeing the boy himself. But then Ji Hai asks whether that is truly his only reason for wanting to do that. At that very moment, on the outskirts of Hush, the boy notices something strange along his path, a man lying on the ground. Then the man rises in front of him, showing white hair, and says he has finally found Min Jun. Meanwhile, on the bus, the girls thank the protagonist for all his hard work, and one of them starts trying to give him her number. Another girl quickly covers her mouth, thanks him as well, and says there is no need to be so formal when they are out in public. Min Jun simply keeps looking at his own commanding officer, and she gives him a faint smile before the bus drives away. That helps him relax a little, but when he looks down, he notices his shadow behaving strangely, and he can hardly believe what he is seeing. The shadow reaches out and asks for a little more energy. He asks if it is serious after causing all that trouble, saying it has some nerve asking for energy. The shadow seems shaken, then begins swaying around, and he asks what happened. Once he focuses on it, he realizes a being of demonic energy is crossing into this dimension on its own, not through a dungeon portal. He wonders if his shadow's detection improved because Nightwalker rose to C rank. He looks at the shadow with a little pride and realizes his true specialty may have been assassination, after all. Then he asks the shadow where this is happening. Without delay, he heads toward location, and when he reaches the place the shadow indicated, he gives it a little energy. That is when he sees a portal opening in front of him. It is a strange one, and it keeps spreading even more. He stares at it, trying to figure out who is coming through, and a white-haired person starts rising up. The person says he has finally found Min Jun. He really does not like what he is seeing, especially when that person starts sniffling and calling him Master Minogue. Min Jun yells back, calling him a complete lunatic bastard, and the guy immediately falls face first onto the ground. Min Jun walks over and asks if he is okay. Then he reminds him that he told him to forget everything about him and live his own life. So why did he come to this world? Even then, the guy just keeps calling him Master Min Jun, once again leaving the boy completely speechless, and he remembers finding this kid barely alive, being attacked by a beast. Already prepared to die, he was saved by Min Jun Jin, who fired magic straight at that winged lion's face. He had asked why there was a human there and who this kid even was. The boy started trembling, so Min Jun first thought he was already dead, but when he looked more closely, he just stared at the kid's face and wondered why he was so good looking. Then he asked why the kid was not speaking. The boy finally asked if the protagonist, Min Jun, was Master Min Jun, and the protagonist was surprised he could talk at all and asked how he knew him. The kid burst into tears, saying Min Jun was the hope of all dark mages and asking if he truly was Master Minode. That was when Min Jun realized the kid was a dark mage too. Even so, he could not help asking why he was so weak and whether that was normal. He also told him to stop saying ridiculous things like hope all dark mages, and if he was that weak, he had no reason to enter dungeons. Then Min Jun remembered something and asked the boy's name. The boy said he did not have one. That actually shocked him. He says the kid is not only weak, he does not even have a name, so he decides to handle it himself and declares that from now on, his name is Lee Bungo. Then Min Jun asks if he is out of his mind, wondering why he would even try to travel to another in the dimension. Lee Bungo says the protagonist abandoned them with only a note left behind. The cult is nearly falling apart, and he asks how Min Jun could leave like that. Min Jun snaps back that they were the ones making noise about following him. So did they honestly expect expect him to announce it before leaving? Still, he points out that Lee Bungo ended up following him anyway. Lee Bungo acts overly dramatic, saying Min Jun should have at least brought his right-hand man along. Min Jun flatly refuses to acknowledge him as anything like that. And so he notices the boy looking unwell, so he asks why Lee Bungo is struggling so much. He lifts him up with energy. Lee Bungo thanks him again, saying the protagonist saved him once more, and that he will repay the kindness with his life. Min Jun cuts him off and tells him to explain everything from the start. Lee Bungo says it was all a miracle, created by his faith, and that his wish to be useful made it happen. Min Jun tells him to quit the nonsense, but the boy insists it is true. Min Jun then asks how someone with his level of power could cross dimensions at all, and whether the saint was the one who sent him. Boy says the followers obey only Master Minot. Min Jun laughs, tells him to stop wasting time, and asks if he wants to tell the truth or face the consequences. The kid quickly gives in. After Min Jun left, he began watching the saint because of a strange rumor, and Min Jun asks what rumor he means. He wants to know what Lee Bungo is talking about. Lee Bungo says it started after that day when something strange began happening. He explains that he turned into a bird and slipped into the goddess's castle. Every night, strange sounds had been coming from the temple. When he arrived there, he saw a gladiator carrying something covered up. Under the cloth, he realized there were monsters. According to the rumors, they had been gathering an enormous number of monsters, but there was no sign that any of them had ever left the temple. Then he saw the goddess doing something to those monsters before send him away. Afterward, not even bone, skin, or scraps remained behind. That made him wonder how they could dispose of so many monsters without leaving a single trace. And just as Lee Bungo suspected, those people had been sending the monsters to him. Min Jun asks if everything he said is true, and the boy insists he would never lie to his master. That makes Min Jun think the goddess is truly awful. So this is the kind of game she wants to play. Then he asks whether the boy knows what this object is. The kid examines the fragment and says it looks like part of a sword used by the temple guards. He asks if Min Jun remembers the captain's weapon. Only then does the boy recall the weapons that man used. Min Jun then asks how Lee Bungo could recklessly run all the way there, especially when the portal might have sent him somewhere else. Worse, one wrong step could have trapped him in the dimensional gap and ended badly. The boy admits he had no idea, grinning foolishly. The protagonist suddenly remembers something. Right, these people were never exactly normal. He looks back again. He studies the fragment and wonders what they are trying to do. Then the story shifts to 1,224 days before Min Jun returned to Earth, according to the Isgard calendar. That time, the goddess was gazing into the distance. So he asked her what was going on. He also asked why she had called him there. She says it feels pleasant to step outside and feel the wind sometimes, then asks if he does not agree. Her comment only makes him more irritated. He says he has barely slept for days because everything is moving so slowly, so he cannot understand what is supposed to be pleasant about this. She apologizes for not considering his situation more carefully and says she cannot leave the temple's territory. He decides to go along with it and asks again why she called him. She says she heard several of his friends were badly hurt in the park's dungeon and brings up his beloved luminosity cult. Min Jun shuts that down immediately. They are not his friends, and that cult does not exist. They chose to follow him, got hurt by the darkhounds they call parks, and have already been treated. The goddess notes that he calls them darkhounds and asks if that is what they are called in his world. He says those things do not exist on Earth. What they call parks are basically hunting dogs in his world, so he decided to call them darkhounds. And he says he is still asking because no matter how much he thinks about it, none of it makes sense. He asks if there is truly no connection between Isgard and the gates that appeared on Earth. She says there is none. As she said before, portals and monsters began appearing in Isgard hundreds of years ago. If Isgard and his world are connected at all, it is only because both are suffering from the same phenomenon. She admits his suspicion is reasonable, since the same monsters from his world are here too, and he himself came to Isgard through a portal. Still, dimensional travel is not simple. Even summoning him required a long time and extensive preparation. Because of that, moving huge numbers of monsters and creating dungeons would be nearly impossible. Min Jun simply looks at her and says he understands. Then he warns her not to change her mind when it is finally time to send him home. She answers him with an unsettling smile. Back in the present, in the mountains near Huashan, he says he never trusted the saint, so he secretly confirmed that Isgard had dealt with portals for a long time. He also learned that moving a dungeon between dimensions was possible, though not easy even for the saint. Then he remembers everything he went through while fighting those monsters, and he asks why it all had to happen. Why now? Why is she using so much holy power to keep sending monsters? Is she relying on sacred relics, or doing all this just to get back at him? Then he notices Lee Bungo kneeling before him, swearing he will stay by his side to the end and asking Min Jun to accept it. Min Jun gets irritated since there is no real way to send the boy back anyway. He agrees but says they first need to fix what the boy calls him. Minjun. Lee Bungo thanks him and calls him Minjun, promising to repay his kindness forever. Minjun snaps that it is Minjun, not that, then asks if Lee Bungo can use imitation magic with power. Minjun tells him not to lie since he barely gave him any. Lee Bungo apologizes and admits that, for now, he can only transform into a small animal. Minjun says that is enough and tells him to try turning into a crow like the one over there. The boy transformed perfectly. Minjun tells him to stay with the Nightwalker for now. But when the Nightwalker emerges from the shadows and sees Lee Bungo, it is obvious the two do not get along. They immediately glare at each other, so Minjun tells them not to fight. Lee Bungo starts cawing complaints like a bird, but Minjun reminds him that he can speak like a human. So Lee Bungo says that, as Master Minjun's right-hand man, he must first establish the proper hierarchy. Minjun shuts that down right away. There will be no hierarchy. They are going to shake hands and become friends. In the end, the two do as he says, even though neither of them wants to. Then Minjun tells Lee Bungo to ask the Nightwalker what to do, while ordering the Nightwalker to stop him if he tries anything too risky or flashy. Understand. Min says that is all and sends them off. Lee Bungo flies into the night while the Nightwalker melts back into the shadows. Drained from handling both of them, Minjun says he is going to eat and go to sleep. A few days later, at Guanxic's barracks, Guanxic walks in looking far too happy. Everyone stares at him in disbelief and asks if he finally lost his mind. Since he spent all day acting like a pigeon a few days earlier, they assume his brain must have melted. But Guanxic says the platoon's quarterly performance results are out and already posted in front of the administration office. That gets everyone excited to go check, though one of them wonders if that guy is still in first place. This quarter had tons of training and grades, so Ruvel says, no way. He says he was like a machine this month. Then Guanxic reveals Lee Sung-ho scored 75 points, making Ruvel groan, certain that means first place again. Career. Then Guanxic says actually Lee Sung-ho is in second place. They get excited, but now they want to know who managed to score higher than 70. Just then, Minjun walks up and says he is back from leave. Guanxic announces that the protagonist, Min, took first place with 99 points. Everyone is stunned, and the commander comes over and asks how Minjun's break was. Minjun says it was great. Then the commander raises a hand and asks if he sees this. When everyone looks, they are shocked. Minjun is receiving another special promotion, his second in less than a month. The commander says headquarters sent the official notice today. He was named the division's top soldier in field training and also earned merit for volunteering in the Huiqian dungeon during his leave. There was also a special order from the division commander congratulating him. Minjun thinks of Siu Qiang and feels thrilled. Then they update the board rank, and once again he receives a promotion. Meanwhile, one of the men there remembers the bet made. Guanxic had predicted Minjun would be promoted within a month, so he says he will put that money to good use. But then the protagonist, Min, snatches the paper from their hands and asks Guanxic if he sees that he is a sergeant now. Still, Guanxic calls him corporal. Though Minjun notices they had plenty of fun while he was away and asks if Guanxic won the bet. He says yes, and Minjun sees it is a huge amount. Jackpot. Right away, Guanxic senses something is off. Minjun says that is wonderful, smiling at the money like a villain. Then the protagonist, now armed with his new rank, begins a harsh round of payback. The other two freeze, desperately trying not to draw attention to themselves. Guanxic hurriedly tells Minjun he will give him 30 and asks if that works. Minjun asks what he is even talking about. He says Guanxic may think this is about money, but it is not. He is doing this for his own good. Bench pressing. Guanxic tries again and offers 40, but Minjun repeats that this is not about cash and says he honestly does not care that they bet on him. Then the protagonist asks if they think he is lying, and Guanxic quickly says no, though he still hesitates. The moment Minjun adds even more weight to the bar, Guanxic starts trembling and panicking. A second later, he passes out, and Minjun lifts the bar with one hand as if it weighs nothing. Meanwhile, Guanxic is left sprawled across the bench, barely conscious. The other two guys from the bet can only stare in shock, amazed by what they are seeing and by the fact that he handled it with one hand. The protagonist says Guanxic wanted to train, so he is simply helping him out and tells him not to take it personally. After that, Minjun calls for the next person, but neither of them wants to go. They quickly insist they have already exercised enough and are fine. Niles says that is a real pity, and the two of them try to slip away quickly, but Minjun says it really is a terrible shame that they think refusing him is an option. Both of them begin trembling, so Minjun makes all three of them continue training. After pushing his teammates to their limits, he says this might not be the best time, but he wants to ask them a favor. They ask what kind, saying they will do anything as long as it is not more physical training. Minjun says anyone below private first class cannot use the little shop, which leaves them completely confused. He continues, saying they also cannot use the gym or computer room, and anyone below sergeant cannot use a smartphone either. Can't. Hearing that, they leap up and say this is clearly unfair and totally discouraging. One of them even says it is ridiculous that such discrimination still exists in the 21st century. They insist they have to do something about these rules, but Minjun tells them not to be careless. He says he will try persuading the sergeants while they take care of rest. The others tell the protagonist not to worry. He can rely on them. Minjun then tells the two of them to leave. They run off at once, but Guanxik tries to sneak away. Off quietly, and Minjun calls him out. Guanxik answers in an almost lifeless voice. He says he heard the platoon commander mention that after the personnel rotation, Guanxik will be joining the second squad. From that day onward, the protagonist says the two of them will train together constantly. The time. Honestly, by then he would rather request discharge, go into isolation, or do anything else, because training with that monster is impossible. After that, the topic shifts to the burrow. Snake. It is a snake-like monster that lives under ground. Unlike ordinary snakes, it is not venomous, but when it dies it explodes. So before finishing one off, they have to remove its tail. That tail functions like a detonator. Otherwise, they can trigger one another in a chain explosion. So the team keeps dealing with them carefully. That is why the best way to clear a burrow Oro Snake Dungeon is with a small group of skilled hunters. Still, there was one person who caught hundreds of them in his guard. Minjun starts taking them down, barehanded, and people say he can handle the whole task alone. That makes everyone feel much safer with him on the team. Then the commander calls for a 10-minute break and everyone finally relaxes. During the break, Minjun notices the system has given him a skill called Enhanced Agility and sees that it is an E-rank skill that increases his agility by 5 points. He thinks it would have been better as a class skill, but it is still useful. At this rate, the dungeon is really paying off big. Then Lee Bungo starts calling for Minjun, saying he detected demonic energy and something fairly strong coming from it. Minjun looks around and Bungo says the kid did well, then asks where he is now. From the top of a utility pole, Lee Bungo says he is in Incheon, which surprises him. A week later, over the weekend in Metropolitan Incheon, Minjun heads there and asks how the situation looks. Lee Bungo says he followed orders and did not rush in, only watching. Since he sensed no monsters, he thinks it may be connected to a dungeon. The protagonist asks how many people are there, and Lee Bungo says the place was empty until yesterday, but right now there is one person inside the house. He adds that if Minjun had come yesterday, this would not be a problem. Minjun snaps back, asking if Lee Bungo thinks being a soldier is easy when he can barely get one night off, then stays there watching. Minjun says anyone who saw them would think they were breaking in, but they are actually just removing dangerous items from that house. Even so, he warns Lee Bungo not to get caught, and when they move in, he heads straight toward the window and slips inside the house. Once inside, he notices a decorative stone giving off demonic energy. He says the energy is easy to sense, but it does not appear dangerous to the human body. It almost feels as though the power has been refined. Just then, someone tells him not to touch it. Minjun is startled by the warning, sudden voice, and then a CEO begins taking strange combat stance. A few moments earlier, she had been lying in bed, calmly talking to her mother on the phone. In the middle of her conversation, she suddenly senses something strange. Feeling uneasy, she leaves her room and slowly heads downstairs, and that is when she realizes there is an intruder and orders him not to move. Back in the present, after catching Minjun, she says she cannot believe people still break into houses to steal and demands to know who he is and what he is doing there this late. The protagonist freezes the moment he sees who she is. He realizes she is a CEO and she looks far too familiar. While she keeps questioning him, he thinks he followed demonic energy to a random house, yet of course it had to be hers. That only makes him more irritated. He glances at the crow, but Lee Bungo says he had no idea either. It was that other bastard who picked up the signal. Minjun figures this is the home of a hunter troop division commander, so it makes sense for something like this to be here. Still, what are the chances of finding it on night off? Just like what happened in Huashang, he feels as if the universe is mocking him, which only makes him even more irritated. She orders him to put his hands on his head and stay still, warning that she will not repeat herself. Min jinks that since he is already here, he cannot leave empty-handed, so he slips a hand inside his coat. She reminds him. She told him not to move and tries to kick him, but Minjun avoids it. With ease, he takes out a pen and paper from his pocket while she continues trying to hit him, and all the while he calmly writes, which only makes her angrier because he clearly is not taking her seriously. Minjun notices that she is actually very, very fast and thinks she will likely become a sergeant before long, but when she aims for his throat, he stops her attack. In an instant, he tells her she still has a long way to go before she can reach his level. Then he pushes her hand down and quickly leaves the note there. She thinks this bastard is clearly not normal. A move like that must belong to an awakened one. She attacks again, but Minjun dodges it easily, then turns his gaze at the demon stone and moves in over the girl. She panics, thinking she will not be able to avoid it, but he never touches her. He grabs the stone and immediately takes off. She shouts for him to stop, but it is useless. Watching him escape, she realizes she never managed to land even one hit. Then, when she checks the note, she sees he wrote "you lose" and starts cursing. In June out, she calls him every insult she can think of. Later, once he is far away, he studies the stone and says it contains more demonic energy than most monsters. Since it was in the home of a 2-star hunter, it probably is not harmful to the human body. Lee Bungo says he thinks it must be a monster crystal. The protagonist asks who gave him permission to speak, and Lee Bungo instantly apologizes. The protagonist says he knows it is a monster crystal. What he wants to know is why it contains demonic energy. He says he never saw anything like this even in Isgard. After thinking it over, he explains that a monster crystal is a mineral sometimes found inside monsters. Those crystals vary depending on the host's age and danger level, but every one of them contains mana in proportion to its size. Among the things gangs gain from hunting monsters, this is one of the most valuable. The outer casing, he says, but he has never heard of crystals carrying demonic energy. He breaks the crystal itself, releasing a surge of energy. He has no idea why something like this exists on Earth, but absorbing it raises his demonic energy by 1 point. The same happens 3 more times, and he decides he cannot waste time on every little detail. After absorbing it all, he gains the skill Demonic Energy Singularity, along with Demonic Energy Grab. Minjun is thrilled enough to forget being scared. Several skills gained at once and his stats still rising. He feels things are finally getting interesting, so he checks Demonic Energy Singularity. First, the skill makes his demonic energy colorless and odorless, preventing it from affecting the area around him. He can switch it on or off, and Minjun feels it arrived exactly when he needed it. He also gained Demonic Energy Grab, so he tests the new ability directly on Lee Bungo, pulling him straight into his hand. He quickly realizes the weight limit is low, but at least he will never need to stand up just to grab a soda. Then he tosses the bird back and says they have a new mission. Both of them need to collect information about dungeons and any items that might be connected to them. 2 of them understand what he means. Once they are fed, they start arguing, but when Minjun looks back, they are making faces at each other like siblings. So he asks Lee Bungo whether he has tried. He ends up taking the kid out for some proper food while he is still wearing those strange clothes, and both the owner and Minjun are stunned when the boy starts crying and says the food is amazing. Minjun basically tells him to either eat or cry, so the kid quickly starts eating. The protagonist figures he must have survived on those terrible Isgard crackers, so his reaction makes sense. But then his phone suddenly starts ringing. He instantly regrets fixing the problem that stopped lower-ranking people from using smartphones, because ever since he created that group, Guanxik has not stopped calling. During training, they explained that for a while, awakened soldiers who have already surpassed normal human limits guerrilla training feel almost too easy. That only makes Minjun smile as he moves through it. On the rope bridge, he is already grinning while casually walking across it and climbing without any trouble at all. Later, even inside a cloud of tear gas where the commander needs a mask, he says everyone sang the national anthem through the 4th verse and memorized the Hunter Corps loyalty oath. After that, they are dismissed. Minjun says this training serves a very different purpose from ordinary military drills, yet hunter guerrilla training is still famous among hunters because of the harsh conditions. They have to eat and sleep in uncomfortable tents out in the field. Then someone asks if they are not going to eat, but another guy says if they eat anymore, they will have to go use that place, meaning the awful portable toilet nobody wants to step into. Just then, Ojo Gong, commander of the 2nd Company of the 2nd Battalion in the 104th Division, appears, and one soldier points out that the officer in charge has arrived. He tells everyone to listen, congratulates them on the day's training, and says the instructors will handle the night watch and patrol so they can rest. He also tells them to give everything tomorrow, adding that the main purpose of hunter-guerrilla training is combat practice. The rules are simple. A square arena stands in for a trench, and victory comes by forcing the opponent out or defeating them. Then they dive into a full wrestling match. One soldier throws another straight out of the arena. After that, people begin dropping one after another. Soon the magical display appears. In round 16, match 3, the first squad of the 1st platoon from the 2nd Company beats the 1st Battalion. With weapons and punches banned, it looks like a simple strength test. But trench combat in hunter-guerrilla training means much more to the 4 battalions of the 140th Division. Colonel Lee watches closely, says that soldier is outstanding, and asks whether his squad won last year too. Colonel Jiang says they did. Last year he was a corporal, but now he is a sergeant. Lee says that even in the previous round, where 10 squads fought at once, he pushed them all back alone, then asks about his Stats. The Lieutenant Colonel explains that Sergeant Choi Si-hong recently passed a promotion evaluation test, but it seems the 1st Battalion commander delayed his promotion. Lee is shocked and asks if that is true, since keeping Choi unpromoted would let him remain eligible for training combat if they knew this event was coming. Joe denies it, asking how anyone could have known when the training would happen. He adds that no one could have predicted the weather would turn out like this either. It is called a competition between battalions, but in reality, it has become a pride battle among the battalion commanders. Colonel Ji grows increasingly irritated, saying that of all the 4th Battalion squads that entered, only one has made it this far. When their battalion performs poorly, training becomes a nightmare. Meanwhile, the team of that guy who is the man who had been throwing everyone out starts smiling, then looks at Min Jun and asks if he is the hunter from the 2nd Battalion. Min Jun says he is, and the guy calls him famous, saying he heard Min Jun became a sergeant faster than anyone else. The protagonist is not sure how to respond, so he simply thanks him for the compliment. Then the guy lets out a nasty little laugh and says the rumors made him expect more, but Min Jun looks like a complete pushover, which makes the people around them furious as they ask what he means by that and whether he has death wish. But then the man grabs the 2 people who spoke up and forces them back down into their seats, saying sorry for his words and claiming he was only thinking out loud while squeezing their shoulders with so much force that one of them wonders what kind of strength he has to even stand. The big man says it simply slipped out, then walks away with a grin, followed by his friends showing off. The 2 left behind are furious, and Guanxik asks Min Jun if he is seriously going to let that insult pass. Min Jun says it is fine, but Guanxik does not believe him and says he will go show those muscleheads what they are capable of. But when he looks at him, Min Jun does not look calm at all. The veins on his forehead are standing out, and he says he will handle it later. Then the 4th squad of the 4th platoon and the 4th company of the 4th battalion get ready, while Chamari complains that this is pointless, exhausting, and that touching sweaty people is disgusting. Another girl agrees, saying the commanders compare battalion strength while they suffer for it, and Haiju asks if all this is really needed just to decide a winner. Chamari points out that their squad is the only one from the battalion to make it this far, so their battalion commander must be furious. Looking over, Chamari says she has the face of someone ready to explode. Then Sua walks over and asks what they are worried about, saying all they need to do is bring the title back and everything will be fine. Once the match begins, the girls struggle badly, and Chamari starts running from a guy chasing her relentlessly. At the same time, 2 soldiers try to push out the one man still holding his ground, but Seo arrives, grabs him and throws him out of the ring. Then she looks back and sees Chamari still running from that other guy, just as he thinks he is finally about to catch her. She catches his hand and uses what she learned from the Grace family to flip him hard. She tells him she already warned him not to come near her. Then she looks over at another girl who is still locked in a tug of war with one man, and just as 2 opponents are about to overwhelm her, Seo jumps in, grabs one of them and throws him away. The girl thanks her while tossing the other man aside with a huge throw. The next enemy squad, made up of older-looking men who look about 60, can hardly believe it. A group of grown men failed to take down even one of them, and one guy says he expected nothing but is still disappointed. He says they always leave the work to them, then tells the younger men to watch how it is done. They crouch down and say everyone keeps talking about Choi, but this year the victory will belong to them. As they rush in, Sin Seoa steps in front of them, plants her feet, and grabs them around their midsections. They ask if she is really planning to take on both of them alone. She clearly has the power for it, but asks who said she was alone. Then all 6 girls move as one together and throw them out. That brings the round to an end, with the 4th squad of the 4th platoon and the 4th company of the 4th battalion claiming victory, and the girls are overjoyed. Watching the match, Min Jun thinks their teamwork is strong and that every one of them is highly skilled. One of the guys says that squad is the real deal, while Guanxik points out they will face Choi in the quarterfinals, and this time he will lose. But the other guy says Choi has to reach the finals first so they can meet him there, because they plan to crush him. He agrees. Then he wonders if they will reach the finals themselves, but the other guy says they have Sergeant Sung Ho and Min Jun on their team, so losing is not even an option. As she leaves the ring, she spots the protagonist sitting there and begins calling out to him, greeting the boy. Everyone looks surprised, and Guanxik wonders if she just waved at them, but her gaze is fixed only on Min Jun. Meanwhile, the other guy gets emotional and says that, thinking about it, he is not a janitor, so maybe he should not talk about wiping the floor with anyone. Guanxik says Choi was arrogant, but things happen, and forgiving others is an art. They all agree it is unfortunate, but they will postpone payback for now, because they should be cheering for the 4th battalion. Min Jun tells them they are far too down bad. Meanwhile, the commanders begin teasing one another because one of them lost to the girls from the 4th battalion. Then round 5 is announced, with Min Jun taking taking part. Someone notices him there and remembers everything he did with Seo Kyung. Meanwhile, the bearded guy asks Min-jun if he heard that the squad winning the competition receives excellent leave. He says he wants to stay far away from them on his day off, so the man tells him they can simply avoid taking first place. But the protagonist's attitude changes completely, and he says they would never do anything that stupid then. With the two teams standing face to face, the match begins. They rush toward the other team immediately, but Min-jun's side starts pushing everyone back and holding them down with ease, even lifting several of them off the ground. Guan-shik says they are way too light, but one of their opponents, the biggest one there, starts staring at a boy who is holding too many people at once. Min-jun steps in front of him and thinks the guy might be useful, so maybe he should test him out. The big guy charges straight at Min-jun. Min-jun thinks his control still is not very precise. Then he uses his monic energy grip to catch the brute by the foot, pulls him down and grabs him by the head. He realizes he can throw an opponent's balance off like this, so the guy topples over without understanding what just happened. Furious, he rushes Min-jun again. The protagonist uses the demonic grip once more, this time catching his hand, breaking his balance, and sending him down face first into the ground. The guy still cannot figure out what is happening. Min-jun thinks he cannot let him notice anything strange, so he draws him in again, and when the brute gets back up, Min-jun decides playtime. Time is over. He charges forward and slips aside when the brute tries to grab him. Then he moves behind him and sends him flying into the air. Not long after, just expected, they reach the finals without any trouble. Still, their final opponent is not the 4th squad of the 4th Battalion. That really annoys Guan-shik and Han Yong. Then the last round begins, with Choi staring down Min-jun's team, and Han Yong asks if that guy used to wrestle. Guan-shik says he trained until he was winning at middleweight, but had to stop after he awakened. Han Yong says that based on what Choi did in that tournament, he must be highly skilled, and Guan-shik confirms he always won championships. That surprises Han Yong, because Choi fights dirty despite being skilled. That only makes both of them even more irritated. But Min-jun says the real reason they are so angry goes back to the quarter-finals. It was not simply Choi's squad. It was the way they won. Their favorite blonde was completely beaten down by the end of the match, and even after using her last strength to rush Choi, they still lost 6-0. In that fight, nobody was thrown out of the arena. Min-jun says that was not a sportsmanlike match at all. It looked more like training, and he says Choi was not at fault for winning while barely following the one rule against striking people. It was the loser's fault for being too weak. Even so, TBO sits with the other girls, still upset about it. She is clearly still frustrated by the result. Guan-shik says they will teach those guys some manners. Min-jun cuts in, saying they still have plenty to learn. If they are angry at Choi, they should focus on defeating him here instead of getting fired up before the match even starts. Meanwhile, Choi keeps glaring at them with that smug expression, and Han Yong asks if he plans to face them all alone too. Choi says he cannot do that with the famous Sergeant Sung-ho present, then asks why Han Yong brought it up. He asks if they truly believe they could beat him if he fought all of them by himself. Then he looks at Min-jun, who is simply standing there with a blank expression, and says he thought Min-jun would be angry after he messed with his little girlfriend, yet he does not seem bothered at all. The protagonist has no clue what he means, and Guan-shik asks the same thing. What girlfriend? Troy asks if that pink-haired girl from the 4th Battalion is not his girlfriend, since she was so excited while watching him and Troy cheering for him. Guan-shik snaps and asks if Choi is crazy, saying she was not waving at Sergeant Min-jun. Then he realizes how awkward it sounds and tries to move on, insisting that is not the point. Han Yong says Min-jun does not care about real girls anyway, only Rumi from his game. Choi bursts out laughing and asks if he means Rumi from that old game, the starter NPC from that trash title. Then he mocks him for treating her like a waifu and says he was born to be a simp. At that, everyone turns to stare at the protagonist in shock. Choi keeps mocking him, saying he thought men that hopeless were only rumors, but falling for a 2D character is another level of pathetic. Then the officer orders them to get ready. The match will begin as soon as he blows the whistle. Choi says he will go easy on Min-jun so he can return safely to his precious little Rumi in one piece, but when the whistle sounds, Min-jun does not move at all. Troy charges toward him, asking if he is still thinking about his waifu, and once he gets close enough, Min-jun immediately activates his demise. Right away, everyone stares in shock at what's happening. The referee almost lifts his whistle, but Min-jun says he was startled because Choi suddenly rushed at him head first. No one understands what just happened. Then Choi says he made a wrong step and asks if they can let it slide. This time, Min-jun looks toward the referee as he moves with Choi, and the referee glances to the commanders who signal for the match to continue. So the referee warns them to be careful and repeats that attacking fellow soldiers is forbidden. Choi grows furious, says he understands, and swears he will not hold back anymore. Min-jun is dead. That finally sets the protagonist Min-jun off as well. He says he has not even finished paying for that joke if he is just going to keep running. But then Min-jun even Minjun rushes at Choi and throws him straight out of the arena. Choi asks what the hell is happening and why Minjun is attacking his own teammates, and then he starts clearing everyone off the mat. One of his teammates tries to stand up against him. He tries to stand firm, but Minjun still sends him flying, making Choi demand an explanation. After clearing everyone from the mat, the protagonist fixes Choi with a chilling stare, leaving him wondering what suddenly changed. Choi's battalion commander asks what kind of match this has become and orders them to stop him, but another commander says Minjun hasn't violated any rules. With no clear reason to intervene, one commander remains uneasy and questions why Minjun is taking out his own teammates. His own teammates were being targeted, while his commander has no clue what is happening and admits there is no way to explain it. There is no covering this up. Troy's commander asks whether he'll take responsibility if someone gets hurt. However, Commander Ji-hai says the referee should be able to manage it, can handle it himself, just as he did in the previous matches. That answer leaves Choi's commander completely unsettled. Then Minjun turns his attention toward Choi and grabs him as if they are in a sumo bout, while Bolo Fofo wonders what came over him after demanding a duel. Now he's wrestling instead. Troy thinks this is the protagonist's biggest mistake. He admits the kid has impressive power, but says raw strength alone isn't enough. Not when wrestling is involved. Technique is what really counts. He tries to lift Minjun, only to realize he cannot budge him. He cannot move him at all. Minjun, meanwhile, raises him effortlessly. With just one arm, he lifts Troy up and throws him down onto his back, even though Choi weighs at least 120 pounds. Minjun simply tells him to stand up again. Choi begins to realize that his technique has completely failed. He understands that Minjun is far too dangerous, so Choi quickly tells him to wait and says he gives up, but the protagonist Minjun does not let him finish. Before he can complete his surrender, Minjun grabs him again and drives him back down onto the ground once more. He lifts Choi again and asks who gave him permission to surrender. Minjun raises him once more and Choi panics, shouting that he quits, but Minjun tells him to listen carefully. He declares that Luminona is not just some 2D character, then spins Bolo Fofo through the air again before sending him back to the ground, leaving everyone completely speechless. Then he says she is the queen among queens. After that, Choi can only lie there dazed and unable to respond. The match concludes with the 2nd Battalion declared the winner, but when Minjun walks back toward his teammates, everyone looks. He tries to apologize, but they suddenly erupt in cheers and say he was incredible. They call it the best match they've ever watched, saying Choi lost fairly, and seeing that arrogant guy humbled felt deeply satisfying. Han Yong asks if Minjun knocked everyone out just to make the match more dramatic, saying he would have jumped out himself if he'd known. Minjun thinks they are taking this far too calmly. Still, at least it comes as a relief. Even so, Sung-ho says that whatever the reason, nothing changes the fact that he is very disappointed in him. That makes the protagonist Minjun realize he truly may have gone too far. But as he walks away, Sung-ho recalls the earlier beating Minjun gave him and thinks carelessness could make him a target too, so he decides he will win. Next time, the game comes to an end and they receive their medals. When they return to the regular duties, Kwon-sik decides to head out on his own. Someone asks where he's going, and he says he is going to the bathroom. He wonders why they are doing guerrilla training at a time like this when they are part of the troops. Then Xiumho appears and Guan-shik instantly starts acting like a complete simp again. The next day, after the 1 and 4th Division's short but intense training session, that wild group begins planning something before their fatigue even fades, already knowing they will probably be called out for it. Kwon-sik says they do not have much time, so they must move as efficiently as possible. Han Yong says choosing the meeting point is crucial and asks for the best location. Dongjin says the east side of Gyeonggang is nearest the border, since any other route would take too long. Kwon-shik praises him and tells him to keep the ideas coming. Then Kwon-si receives another message from Yost. In that message, she tries to arrange a group meeting between their 2 squads. After getting it, Kwon-sik becomes flustered and love-struck again. As expected, she asks for Minjun's number, and Han Yong immediately starts thinking this could turn into trouble. Kwon-shik asks if he should simply claim he does not know Minjun's number, but Han Yong says no one would believe that when they are in the same squad. They even live in the same place. That leaves Kwon in a nervous spot. Han Yong says he already tried avoiding the issue once and failed, so Kwon-shik should just say he started it, and the rest of them knew nothing at all. Then he tells everyone to get out before the situation grows into an even bigger mess. A much worse problem. He stays behind and tosses out one final thought. Maybe Minjun might actually be willing to go out with them too, with the group as well. The others simply leave him standing there. Meanwhile, inside, Minjun checks his system's stats and realizes these are the results of his guerrilla training. His strength has increased by 5, his agility by 1, and his rank has risen from its previous level to D. He silently thanks Choi for it, since improving his stats has become extremely difficult ever since they passed 60. At least this time, his agility climbed by 1. His strength also rose by 5, which he thinks is excellent, until Lee Bungo suddenly suddenly starts calling out to him. Minjun asks what he wants. Lee Bungo asks if he can have some soup, and Minjun can hardly believe it because he already gave him money to buy his own food. Bungo looks far too pleased about it, which only irritates Minjun more, and then he finally gets to why he came over. That is the real reason he approached. He mentions an aura that only seems to affect Minjun. Minjun asks why he did not say that first and wonders what kind of aura it is. He wonders if it might be demonic energy, but Lee Bungo says it is not demonic, just strange. He has never sensed anything like it before, not even in Isgard. Then he abruptly stops and asks what happened. Lee Bungo shamelessly says his soup has arrived and asks if he can explain after eating. After he finishes his meal, Minjun immediately starts scolding him. He barely has time to think about it though, because a message from Yoon Seo suddenly arrives. It leaves him completely stunned. He wonders what is happening today, why everyone suddenly wants to contact him, and how she even got his number. He says he will block her anyway, but just then Kwon-sik rushes in and begs him not to. Minjun asks what he means, and Kwon-sik says he must have just received a message from Hunter Yoon Seo. He calls it a rare opportunity and tells Minjun to think about his squad mates. If Minjun gets promoted, he must care for his subordinates as their superior, including their mental health. Minjun asks again what kind of nonsense this idiot is talking about. Then it finally sinks in. Kwon-sik was the one who gave her his number, and Kwon-sik admits it immediately. He says he would appreciate a little understanding, since they are all trying hard in the army, and asks what else they have to keep them going. That only makes Minjun even angrier. He asks whether Kwon-sik arranged something, and Kwon-sik asks if Yoon Seo actually did. The protagonist clearly has no idea what he is talking about. He asks how he is supposed to know and reminds him where they are. This is the training room, so he tells Kwon-sik to explain everything clearly. Then 1 week later, on Sunday, they all head out together for the meetup. Han-yong thanks Minjun, admitting he honestly never expected him to come. Kwon-sik gets upset and says a traitor like Han-yong has no right to thank anyone. He asks if Han-yong knows how much effort it took, how much it cost him to get them there. Minjun looks at him and asks if he really believes they came because of him. He says Seho was the one who agreed to it, so if anyone deserves thanks it is Seho, because the man is obviously love-struck. Han-yong says that either way, he never thought Sergeant Lee Seo would grant permission so easily. He says he knew the man still had some kindness in him after all. In truth though, Seho probably just thought this was better than leaving them alone together all day. And Han-yong asks where the girls from the 4th Battalion are. A moment later he spots them. They are all gathered together in one place, but there is also a huge figure standing behind them. Everyone is shocked when they realize who it is. It is her father. One look at the intimidating man has them wondering if he is some kind of gang member, and Kwon-sik even blurts it out. He asks what a gangster is doing there, but Seo Kyung-ho quickly tells everyone to wait. She tells them calm down and pay attention as she walks toward her father, the commander. Then Dongjin finally remembers. That man is the commander of the 107th Division, someone he has seen on television before. Seo Kyung-ho tells her father to stop, reminding him that he promised only to drop her off at the entrance. She asks him to leave already, but he says he only wants to greet the hunters working with her, and will be gone in a moment. She tries to argue, but her father suddenly locks eyes with Minjun, and he walks straight over and comes to a stop. She suddenly appears right in front of him, and asks whether he is Wanjin, the one she has heard about. Later at the park, Choi Mari comes wildly excited and grabs Minjun, drag him along with her. The other desperate guys immediately get fired up as well, calling the girls over and boasting that they have prepared the perfect plan, so everyone should simply leave everything to them. The girls quickly get excited. They are thrilled too, leaving only the two muscleheads behind, lagging at the back. Seichi Bayul says she does not really enjoy places like this, and Sung-ho says he feels the same. When she asks if he means it, he says he would rather spend his weekend working out alone. That earns her instant respect, and she asks how much he can curl. After that, the group heads for the roller coaster. They also persuade the girls to try wearing animal ear accessories, headbands, and ride another roller coaster in pairs. The gym duo even ends up having an arm wrestling match. Before long, they stop at a shooting booth that offers 10 shots for 10,000 won. Kwon-sik steps forward and barely manages to earn only a consolation prize. Han-yong teases him, saying that is all he can do while calling himself a soldier, then tells him to watch and learn from a real master. The girls look impressed and say he must be skilled since his form looks excellent, but he also ends up receiving only a consolation prize. Kwon-sik reminds him about their wager, saying the worst shooter pays, while Han-yong insists the gun must be defective. As Minjun examines the prizes, he notices he says it is a limited first anniversary game item, a legendary collectible. Simply sitting there, he takes his turn at the booth and scores incredibly well. The booth owner says he still has one shot remaining, but Minjun says he does not need it. The girls are stunned because every shot landed, and they ask why he gave up the final one, while Choi Mari looks completely enchanted. The booth owner gives him the second place prize, and the protagonist becomes ridiculously happy over the Tiny keychain. The girls ask what that thing even is, and Minjun smiles brightly at everyone, saying coming here was the best decision ever. Only the people from his battalion understand how pitiful that really is. As they head toward the next ride, Yunso calls out to Minjun and asks what he spoke about with her father earlier. He recalls what happened when her father took him somewhere private and apologized for taking up his precious day off. Minjun says it is fine and asks what he wanted to discuss with him. Then the colonel suddenly grips the young man's shoulder firmly. The protagonist instantly understands what is going on and feels slightly irritated. Then Yunso's father says Minjun has been trained extremely well, and he admits it. He adds that since the boy did his daughter a favor, he should receive something in return. Minjun asks what it is. The colonel says it is a dungeon item usually reserved for generals, but he is making an exception. He explains the army's appraisal skills are not fully precise yet, though it should raise stats by a random amount. Learning that it is a bracelet, he becomes delighted. Thank you, General. The man says he is giving it to him because he expects him to keep training and use it properly, then warns him not to tell anyone where he received it. He also says that if Minjun ever comes to Dajian, he should call so they can have lunch together. Finally, he warns the protagonist that if he tries anything with his daughter, he will not let it slide. So perhaps the future father-in-law is not that calm after all. An MC should keep away from his daughter, but at least he survived and earned an amazing artifact. He tells her to keep dreaming, then hurriedly explains that he did not mean anything strange by it. She asks if he is serious, wondering whether her father was rude or did something else. Minjun says no. He tells her that her father only said if he ever visits Dajian he will buy him lunch. She asks why he would do that, and the protagonist says maybe he felt awkward because she still owed him one. That makes her remember when he carried her on his back. She apologizes for making him meet her father, but Minjun shows her the card and says an extremely expensive free lunch is more than enough for him. While they are talking, Guanxik walks over to Oimari and asks if she would like to spend some time with him there today. She gives him a faint smile and asks if he still remembers when Choi crushed their squad in the trench match and how Hunter Minjun later got payback for them. The others agree that they should repay him and say lunch is on them, so the guys can eat as much as they want. However, the squad had clearly been expecting something different. Kwon Seok points out that they barely did anything during that fight, and Han Yong finally realizes the girls only invited everyone because they wanted to meet Hunter from the 104th. That realization makes Kwon Seok sink even deeper, since he had gone through all of this only to defend Rumi, not impress anyone else. Meanwhile, the focus shifts away from them. Over in Dajian, Lee Bungo makes his way toward a gate that has suddenly appeared there. Gate had opened in that area. A female soldier reports that the dungeon is estimated to contain roughly 100 kilos of mana stone. Everyone turns their attention toward the mana stones. Tunnel Sanjian becomes extremely energized by the report. After hearing the news, the scene returns to the park where the two squads say goodbye and the girls tell them they enjoyed the day and hope they return safely. Guanxik says they had a good time as well, and Han Yong promises that next time they will be the ones paying for the meal. Yunso also says goodbye to Minjun. While Minjun is heading home, Lee Bungo calls and says something is wrong. Minjun asks what happened now, then warns him that if this is about buying food again, he is finished. Lee Bungo says the dungeon he is observing feels strange. Minjun asks what he means, since Lee Bungo said it was still being investigated, and Minjun had already taken time off to rest tomorrow. Lee Bungo admits that until now, there had only been a few warning signs and some soldiers stationed nearby. But then, without warning, the area suddenly became crowded. The situation immediately annoys Minjun, and he tells Lee Bungo to keep reporting every detail until he arrives. The next day at noon, he finally reaches the location. Once he arrives in Dajian, he remarks that the entire place is in chaos. Looking toward the portal, he sees mana crystals being carried out continuously. They are being hauled out without stopping. He takes a card from his pocket and considers showing it to ask for a dungeon tour. Still, he knows there is almost no chance that approach will work. Then he notices Lee Bungo nearby, looking so swollen and round that he resembles a balloon. Minjun asks what happened to him, and Lee Bungo says he was busy carrying out his observation duty until the protagonist arrived. Minjun decides not to question it any further and asks if Lee Bungo really heard that there were 100 kilos of mana stones. Lee Bungo says that is what he heard. He does not know exactly how much that means, but it certainly sounds like a massive amount. Minjun explains that it is about 100 times more than what they would normally find in an easy grade dungeon, even with incredible luck. That explanation leaves Lee Bungo completely stunned. He says that level of energy is absurd, and the military is already trying to convert it into a weapon. Just then the portal begins to crack. Minjun asks if this is the strange energy Lee Bungo mentioned. Lee Bungo says yes, that is exactly it. He cannot identify the aura and does not sense any monsters inside, yet that unsettling energy is still present. Minjun says it makes sense that Lee Bungo cannot understand it, because he himself has only felt that energy once before in his entire life. Lee Bungo asks if Minjun knows what it is. Minjun answers that he does, then he runs straight toward the portal. At that moment, several tentacle-like forms burst out and the soldiers panic. One officer orders everyone to drop the mana stones and retreat. A soldier says some of his squad members are still inside, but the officer shouts for him to fall back instead of moving closer. He tells him to obey orders and keep his distance. Minjun says that energy proves this is a fake dungeon. The officer at the front demands to know who the kid is and tells him to leave, because the situation has become dangerous. Minjun introduces himself as Minjun of the 104th Division, 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company. He says he will reopen the dungeon from the inside, and tells the officer to contact the 104th Division. The mention of the 104th leaves the soldier stunned. He immediately tells Minjun not to go in. Seeing this, another officer asks what the kid thinks he is doing, but Minjun jumps in anyway and disappears. Once he enters the portal, it closes behind him, and the tentacles seal off the entire entrance. Everyone outside now believes the situation is completely hopeless. Inside, Minjun finds himself standing in an entirely different kind of dungeon. There, he discovers 5 more trapped soldiers. He asks whether anyone else is inside. Seong says no, then asks who the protagonist is. Minjun introduces himself and says he just happened to be passing by. He quickly adds that the situation is serious and says he will explain later, then asks if anyone is injured. He tells them to check both their bodies and their equipment. They lower their weapons and inspect themselves. Minjun asks if that is all they brought, and Sang-won says they are only a transport team, given limited gear after the inspection team had already left. Minjun can hardly believe anyone would send only a transport team into a place like this. Something is clearly very wrong here. He tells them to grab their equipment. Then Minjun speaks again. He says he is not sure whether they understand it yet, but they are currently inside a fake dungeon. When they ask what that means, Minjun explains that it is a rare type. To explain it simply, he says they should imagine the dungeon entrance as a giant monster. Everyone is stunned as he says it drags people inside. It pulls them in to consume them, and this time, those men became the bait. The bait was the mana stones. He tells them not to panic, because he will get them out of this awful place himself, but they ask how he knows, how to find the way out, and he says they only need to do one thing. They just have to follow his commands. From this point on, they must defeat the monsters and move toward the dungeon's center, the center of the dungeon. But Daesung pauses and asks if they only need to defeat one monster inside the dungeon. Minjun says yes, and adds that they have already begun. They have already started. A group of slimy monsters appears behind him, leaving the soldiers wondering what they are. The soldiers are confused, but Minjun charges ahead and takes one down immediately. He drops one in an instant and tells everyone to stay back. The soldiers realize that if this man truly is Minjun, then he is the most talked about figure in the hunter community. He is the one who became a sergeant faster than anyone before him. Minjun keeps cutting through the monsters as the soldiers call him the unbeatable monster of the hunter corps. Outside, Colonel Padianceto arrives and begins searching for Sanjin. Then he storms over and grabs him by the collar. He demands to know what Sanjin has been doing. Sanjin says he was merely extracting the mana stones they discovered in the dungeon. The general asks who gave him permission, saying Sanjin was only ordered to investigate, not send soldiers inside without an attack team. He questions how Sanjin dared to risk soldiers just to secure mana stone extraction. The general grows even angrier, saying that are only 2 poor weeks of investigation, Sanjin deployed soldiers without authorization. He asks whether Sanjin intends to take responsibility and whether he truly endangered those people just to improve his own record. And he says that no matter how this ends, Sanjin had better prepare to remove that uniform. On top of that, if even one person does not return, he will hold Sanjin responsible and make sure he faces prison. He tells him to pray everyone makes it out alive. Back inside, Minjun wipes out the monsters. He clears them all away, but surprisingly he becomes annoyed. He snaps that he already said he would handle it, so why do they keep interfering? One soldier says they were only trying to help. They were just trying to assist him, but Minjun questions them sharply. He asks whether he did not already say they had to pass the parasites and reach the very center. They need to understand that already. He explains these monsters are created by the fake dungeon to absorb anything that enters as prey. More importantly, once they get close to the fake dungeon's core at the center, those creatures will start appearing endlessly. need to conserve their strength until then, because if anyone gets injured there, they will be in serious trouble. The soldiers are impressed by how heroic his words sound, but Minjun says it may sound noble, though he is not saying it because he cares about them. In his mind, this place is packed with experience points, and he wants every bit of it, all for himself. Then he orders them to keep moving. The soldiers follow him with renewed energy, while Minjun clearly has his own hidden plan. Before long, the monsters begin appearing again. They show up once more, and behind them is a massive blob-like creature above. It looms over them. The soldiers panic, while Minjun thinks this dungeon drains stamina quickly for anyone with low stats. If he had forced them to fight more, some of them would not have made it this far. He says they are almost there. They only need to destroy that thing and escape. Then he says now it is their turn. The soldiers turn around, and he warns them that they absolutely must not get hurt. He must not be injured or fall here, all for the sake of his record. He quickly corrects himself, saying it is for their safety. They should stay behind, focus on defense, and let him finish this quickly. Once they follow his orders, he rushes toward the monsters. He moves at full speed, thinking that with witnesses around, he should avoid using his usual method, so he slips through them instead. He weaves past every monster until he launches himself into the air. Then he crashes down onto the monsters, taking several out at the same time. He continues doing it as if it is the easiest thing imaginable. Even the monsters start to look frightened by him. Then, with a crazed grin, he calls them closer and tells them to hand over their experience points. That moment, the sphere in the center begins to glow. Minjun realizes it is poison and warns the soldiers to move back. But the sphere releases even stronger purple rays. Minjun thinks he will be fine because of his poison immunity. Still, depending on the poison, the others may not survive it. He begins using dark magic, thinking there is no time to waste, and they can deal with the rest after the dungeon is cleared. As his demonic energy surges, the item Patty and Seo gave him starts reacting, and its hidden power finally unlocks, and he remembers. He recalls Patien's words and says he had planned to save it for later, when improving his stats became more difficult, but now the system is mentioning secret powers. A message appears explaining that this is the imitation bracelet, letting the user activate any known skill, even one they do not possess. After that skill is used, the bracelet loses its power and vanishes. Realizing the timing is perfect, Minjun thinks he is absurdly lucky. He remembers the ideal skill for this situation. An enormous sword of black energy takes shape. It appears directly in his hand. This is the Black Knight's unique skill, from a monster he could never forget because defeating it had been such a nightmare. Minjun raises the massive blade, activates banishment, and summons a demonic sword that cuts through space and throws enemies into a dimensional rift. Then he tells the dungeon to go ahead and test it. He swings, sweeping away everything. Everything before him is cleared away, shattering the orb and tearing apart. The fake dungeon. Minjun feels relieved that it is finally over, but Bongo quickly warns him there is a serious problem. Outside, the soldiers are setting something up near the dungeon entrance. One reports that the mana bomb has been installed, and only essential personnel may remain while everyone else evacuates. Bangu tells him they are placing a mana bomb. He asks whether Minjun can hear him, but the protagonist tells him not to worry. After destroying the orb, he says they are leaving. They are leaving immediately. Outside, they speak, with the division commander in hand, over the detonator. He says it would be best if this opens the portal, though it could also cause an unexpected reaction inside the dungeon. Then he remembers hearing that Minjun is still inside. The report confirmed that Minjun is in the dungeon with his team. Commander Songbang asks why he is there at all, wondering why he entered a dungeon outside his assigned area of operations. The officer explains that, according to the soldiers on site, the protagonist rushed in right after, leaving his post. Songbang asks if the 104th Division has been contacted, and the officer says Minjun's 2nd Battalion commander is already on the way. It gives Commander Songbang a little more hope, but the bomb remains in place, ready to be detonated. An officer reports that all troops have withdrawn to a safe distance. Songbang says they have spent 4 hours inside that dungeon without proper equipment, and he wants to trust Minjun, but there is no more time left to wait. Then the dungeon begins to shake and break apart. Realizing the portal is collapsing, Commander Songbang orders medics to prepare beds for survivors at once and tells the officers, come armed. He rushes toward the dungeon, grabbing at it as though trying to pull the opening wider. A medical squad officer arrives and tells everyone to stay prepared. Then people begin emerging from the dungeon. The commander sees that they all appear unharmed and asks whether anyone is injured. They answer that they are fine. As for the dungeon, the operation was successful. Then Minjun appears, bringing out the final person. Commander Songbang looks at him and the boy freezes in place, but contrary to what he expected, Commander Songbang actually approves of his actions. Later that afternoon at the 107th Division headquarters, Minjun stands beside the commander and invents an excuse, saying he was on vacation. Song Byung then asks why he ended up inside that dungeon. The protagonist says he came to visit because the commander had promised to buy him a meal. Song Byung is surprised that Min Jun used his vacation for that, and even more surprised that the portal incident happened right as he arrived and he jumped in. Min Jun knows the excuse sounds weak. He has no better option, so he insists that is exactly what happened, saying his body moved before he could even think. Hearing this, Commander Song Byung actually believes him. He says the more he sees him, the stranger the kid seems, and now he understands why Do Ju Kyung praises him. Min Jun is honestly shocked that it worked. Song Byung says clearing a fake dungeon with no casualties is an impressive accomplishment and thanks him for it. The protagonist feels rather proud of himself, but then the commander tells him he is drawing too much attention. His promotion has been unusually quick, and after today's incident, Hunter headquarters has probably started watching him closely. Min Jun wonders whether that is truly a bad thing, and Song Byung tells him that if this attention ever causes trouble, he should report it immediately. No matter what happens, Song Byung and the 54th Division commander will stand by him. Min Jun thanks them both and says that if anything happens, he will certainly speak up. Then Song Byung says he cannot buy that meal because work has him buried, but if Min Jun wants anything else, now is the time to ask. If possible, he will grant it as thanks for saving his men. Min Jun asks whether he can be promoted, but Song Byung says no. That is not his decision to make. The protagonist glances aside and notices another one of those stones packed with demonic energy. He can sense it is weak yet refined, and he is surprised he missed it earlier. Song Byung notices his stare and asks if he wants it, then asks whether he even knows what it is. Min Jun says this is his first time seeing such a stone, and while he does not know its exact identity, he wants it for his collection. Song Byung calls that a strangely odd hobby. After thinking briefly, Song Byung explains that it is a dungeon byproduct, so it should not be taken outside. He adds that his house was recently robbed, so this is the only one left, and if he ever finds the person who stole Coda standing before him, even so he picks it up and hands it over, saying it has not been identified yet, but it does not seem harmful to humans. Min Jun accepts it. Song Byung thinks that, just like before, he keeps getting tangled up with this guy, yet for some reason, does not bother him. Then he remembers something and asks the protagonist what kind of relationship he has with his daughter. Min Jun replies that they are only fellow hunters, nothing more, nothing less. Song Byung is satisfied with that answer. He says Min Jun is on vacation and should enjoy himself, so he may leave now. He also asks him to tell the battalion commander to come in after he goes out. Min Jun agrees. That night, the protagonist meets up with Bangu. Bangu starts eating the food Min Jun brought and reacts as if it is incredible, while Min Jun grumbles and asks whether he plans to keep making that noise all night. Even with the distraction, Min Jun begins absorbing the stone. His demonic energy rises sharply again, and he wonders if he is approaching his limit, or if the stone works less because his power is already so high. Then the system announces that since his demonic energy has reached its limit, he has unlocked the skill Demonic Energy Whip. He is delighted to have gained it. Meanwhile, somewhere in Dyeonggong province at Hunter Force headquarters, someone shouts angrily, demanding to know how he does his job if an accident like this could happen. The man apologizes. The lieutenant general, who says the Hunter's 7th division will be audited soon and tells him to prepare. He adds that the man should consider himself fortunate that this is all he is receiving. He says he could have stripped that uniform right off him and orders him to send that man Lee Sanjin straight to head orders tomorrow. The man agrees, and then someone else enters the room, making the lieutenant general immediately straighten up. The newcomer tells the lieutenant general not to be too harsh, saying his shouting can be heard outside. The lieutenant general instantly apologizes and addresses him respectfully as sir. The man sits down and says he received the report, so Dyeonggong believes something happened. Then Hunter Force Commander General Guhak Ail asks whether this involves Min Jun again. Back with the squad, a commander asks what is happening and where they are. Choi asks if it is what he thinks and whether the protagonist is the target. His subordinate says that is exactly the case. Those people waited on purpose until he was not around. About an hour earlier, First Sergeant Tawon and Sergeant First Class Minso arrived at the 104th. The commander says he understands what they are asking for, but Min Jun only returned from leave this morning, so requesting to see him already feels unreasonable from his perspective. Ta Huan simply asks whether he knows whose orders they are following and tells him to grant them this favor. But the officer says his battalion and company commanders are currently absent, so this is not proper procedure. Tai Huan asks whether he needs an official document because they can arrange one immediately. Then he says they will leave after a short, calm conversation and asks him to bring Min Jun over right away. Sometime later, Min Jun arrives, introduces himself, and says he was told they were searching for him. He looks at the two men and recognizes their squad insignia, wondering whether after it belongs to a special unit under Hunter Force headquarters. The officer tells him to come in and begins introducing them, but Juan cuts in first, saying he is from the Hunters Special Task Force. He mentions how Min-jun recently saved several hunters by entering the portal of that fake dungeon in Danjin, and says it was impressive. Min-jun thanks him, but Taiwan continues, saying the Hunters Task Force needs capable people like him. The protagonist starts wondering if this is an offer. Tae-hwan explains that unlike ordinary hunters, they are deployed for special cases, high-risk dungeons, VIP protection, and overseas. There would be missions and other responsibilities, but Min-jun feels none of that matters much to him. Still, if they promise him a major promotion, he knows he would probably accept right away. Tae-ji-hwan adds that since they handle crimes involving civilian hunters outside the military, strong combat ability is absolutely essential. Min-jun's impressive record has not escaped headquarters' attention, so Tae Moo-han says he wants to give him the treatment he deserves, along with a special promotion. That offer catches him completely off guard. Tae Moo-han explains that his unit does not take ordinary soldiers, so if Min-jun volunteers for the Hunter Special Task Force, headquarters will promote him to Staff Sergeant immediately. He also says the Special Task Force offers far more opportunities for advancement than the regular Hunter Corps, because its missions often allow soldiers to earn major accomplishments. Because of that, he sees no real reason for Min-jun to refuse. To him, turning it down would make no sense. Then Moo-han receives a phone call. He places the phone on the table, and when Min-jun asks about it, Jang explains that Special Task Force devices are not ordinary smartphones, since most of their work is classified. Hearing this immediately makes Min-jun curious. He begins asking whether he would still be allowed to use the internet and computers freely. Tae Moo-han says security is extremely strict in the STF. Internet access and electronics are banned at headquarters, and they even recommend avoiding them during leave. He calls it a small sacrifice for a great chance to serve the country, but that instantly destroys Min-jun's interest. While the officer beside him thinks these people understand nothing, the officer adds that offers like this are not given to just anyone, so Min-jun should consider it seriously. Min-jun says his answer is clear. He tells them he is staying where he is, leaving both officers shocked. Moo-han asks for the reason, and Min-jun's explanation immediately enrages Jang. Min-jun refuses because of Dungeon Power Fighter. Jang cannot believe he would give up such a rare chance over a game, especially after the generals even held a meeting because of him. To Jang, it sounds completely absurd, but Min-jun calmly insists he is serious, saying the game is like an essential source of energy to him. He says nothing else could ever replace it. Tae Moo-han clearly dislikes the answer, but says he understands. In the end, Min-jun's own decision matters most, so they decide to leave. Now in a better mood, the officer asks if they are going already and gestures toward the exit. He points them in the direction of the door. As they step outside, Jang mutters that Min-jun's achievements were probably exaggerated, claiming he is only making excuses because he knows he would not qualify. He even says that without special opportunities like this, someone like Min-jun would never pass on his own. Comment gets Min-jun's attention, and he asks how Jang can be so certain. The officer asks what his issue is, but Jang tells Min-jun to repeat himself. Min-jun says he does not know how their test works, but he wants to know why Jang is so convinced he would fail. Jang walks straight up to him and asks if he wants proof. The officer tries to stop the situation and asks the first sergeant what he thinks he is doing. He wants to know exactly what Jang is trying to start. Tae Moo-han holds him back instead, and asks if they can borrow the training center for a while. So the two men head there, remove their jackets, and prepare to face each other. Tae Moo-han and the officer watch from the sidelines. Jang explains that the entrance test is a free spar against a Special Force veteran, then tells Min-jun that if he cannot handle it, he should say so now. Min-jun replies that he never intended to join the task force in the first place, so if he passes the test, Jang will have to apologize. That demand only makes Jang even more irritated. Jang snaps, asking how Min-jun dares speak like that while holding such a tiny weapon, then says he will fix that attitude. Tae-hwan announces that the round will last 3 minutes and prepares to begin the match. Then the fight starts, with both of them facing each other. Jang rushes forward first. He launches a quick strike at Min-jun, who ducks in time. Min-jun narrowly avoids it, but Jang immediately follows with another thrust. The second attack sends Min-jun flying backward. He is thrown back by the impact. Then he crashes into the wall and falls to the floor, yet he is still smiling. Seeing that expression, the officer remembers Min-jun wearing the same smile even before the match began. The officer thinks back to what Min-jun told him earlier. Before the match, he had asked what Min-jun planned to do. Min-jun had answered that he was going to win. Naturally, that response stood out. At the time, the officer thought Min-jun might actually manage it, but he was more concerned about what would happen afterward. He had even wondered what kind of trouble might follow if Min-jun won. When Min-jun asked if winning could cause problems, the officer warned him that this squad had a strong sense of pride. and if that pride were damaged, they might not let it go quietly. So Minjun decided he would simply allow Jang to land one hit. Back in the present, Jang Lan turns around. Tai Huan looks satisfied that the boy was hit and says the match is finished, telling everyone. Take the protagonist to the medic. He adds that Minjun can at least feel good about avoiding the first major strike. From the STF's perspective, he is still far too weak. Then Minjun rises again and says, the match is not over yet. Jang is shocked, saying that cannot be possible because his attack clearly connected properly. He cannot understand how Minjun is still on his feet. Tai Huan asks if he truly wants to continue, warning that even in training, pushing too hard and getting injured will not benefit anyone. The protagonist says he is fine and tells them to come at him again. Jang calls him arrogant, saying this is not bravery and promises Minjun will regret. Getting back up, Minjun asks if he really wants to go that far while charging his rope with demonic energy. Jang calls him arrogant once more and rushes straight toward the boy. Tries to land a blow, but Minjun blocks each one of his attacks. Jang begins to panic and throws himself at him again, but Minjun wraps the sword with his whip and yanks it out of Jang's hand before tossing it aside. With that, he completely disarms him. Then he starts bringing the whip down on Jang. Jang says the boy is fairly skilled with a whip, but those strikes should barely bother him until the hits suddenly become genuinely painful, and he starts crying out in pain. No one understands what is happening as First Sergeant Jang sinks to his knees under attacks like these. He begins trembling from the pain, and Minjun swings the whip again, landing another heavy strike on him. It catches Jang directly in the chest even while he begs Minjun to wait. Minjun swings again, saying the first attack was strong. STF hunters are skilled, but this is Jang's first time facing a demonic whip, and the protagonist asks how it feels. Pretty thrilling, isn't it? He adds that even tough orc warriors fall to their knees after one strike like that. Then he tells Jang not to act so proud just because he is somewhat capable in a fight. Taehwan steps in and orders him to stop. He says that is enough. Then Minjun nearly brings the whip down toward Jang's most sensitive spot. Jang loses consciousness from sheer fear, though Minjun had missed on purpose, and Taehwan rushes over to help his friend. He thinks about how Jang never even flinched when an entire group of orcs charged him, yet now he has passed out from pain. Taehwan cannot understand how a simple training whip could be so powerful. Then he realizes he cannot let Minjun simply walk away, so Taehwan says a subordinate's mistake is also the superior's responsibility and asks to apologize on Jang's behalf. Minjun thinks it over and wonders if he used too much demonic energy, admitting he feels a little guilty. He says it is fine, then adds that he also acted rashly and apologizes. Afterward, Taehwan gives him a paper and tells him to call if he changes his mind. The officer asks if they are leaving already and whether they should stop by the medic first. Taehwan says no, they need to leave. Holding the paper, Minjun asks if that was not actually a pretty decent way to settle things. Back in the present, the commander laughs and says it is good to hear that. Then he asks where Minjun is now, and the officer says he returned to his training alone. His superior says he will personally report to the division commander that the protagonist refused the STF hunter offer, and he is sure the commander will be pleased. He adds that Minjun may have turned down the STF today, but now likely want him even more. They will not give up easily. The officer asks if they should do something to keep him, but the superior says the division commander expected this, so there is no need to worry. He says they only need to wait and see what kind of offer the division commander has prepared. Says Minjun. Okyong is deeply curious about what the protagonist actually did and says he bets those arrogant STF guys are struggling right now. He adds that no matter what privilege he offers, if Minjun chooses the STF, he cannot stop him, which is why he stayed careful. But this situation has changed that. Now he says it is finally time for them to make their move, and Okyong agrees, saying they should show their gratitude. He adjusts his attitude properly. Then he picks up the phone and asks whether the matter he mentioned is ready. Once he hears it is prepared, he cheerfully tells them to bring over every related file immediately. Later, back at the barracks, everyone notices what Minjun is wearing. They look at his outfit and ask what is going on. Kyung announced that from now on, Minjun will command the 2nd Squad of the 2nd Battalion, so everyone should behave. Taehwan asks whether Hono is being promoted. Kyung says not yet, but he is aiming for Staff Sergeant soon. Since he already has enough promotion points, he is handing his current post to Minjun. He assumes no one has any complaints. Haewon says of course not, and Gwang-sik adds that no one else could replace him anyway. Dongjin asks Minjun something, and Minjun tells him to go ahead. Dongjin says he heard someone from the 1 and 4th Division cleared a fake dungeon alone not long ago, while he was away on leave. He asks if that person was Minjun. him. Guang-sik says it is true, and the whole hunter community in Ixis has been talking about it. The protagonist admits it was him. He says he happened to be in Dindujan at the time and ended up going there. The others ask if that is really true, clearly amazed, and they wonder if he was hurt. Min-jun says he is fine. Guang-sik asks whether that had anything to do with Min-jun becoming squad commander, and if he received any other reward. Min-jun says yes, and everyone instantly asks what it was. Their excitement rises. A few days later, inside the Goblin Colony dungeon, cut down one monster after another. Guang-sik says he still cannot believe Min-jun received an STF so quickly. Han Yang is even more stunned that Min-jun flatly rejected it, and even struck a first sergeant during the process. While fighting, Guan-shik says the story is hard to believe, and that no one outside the military would accept it. Still, the division commander made Min-jun squad leader, and promised a promotion to second sergeant within a year if he earns enough points. Han Yang says even Hanro approved, knowing his view of hunters. While they talk about the hunters and the FTE, a huge orc appears nearby. The orc steps into view and releases a powerful roar. None of them even flinch because Min-jun's whip is already moving. It lashes out in an instant and completely overwhelms the monster. The orc collapses to its knees. It starts crying, and Guang-sik says the whip is personal equipment from the division commander and is seriously impressive. Han Yang agrees, adding that even the platoon commander does not have personal equipment yet. That is what real privilege looks like. Meanwhile, Min-jun keeps attacking the orc. Guang-sik wonders why he chose a whip, but apparently the commander let him pick any weapon he wanted, and that was Min-jun's choice. With rewards like that, he understands why Min-jun rejected the hunter offer. Personal equipment for a sergeant is rare, and the commander had to handle mountains of paperwork just to make it happen. Min-jun says the weapon is even better than he expected. Its weight, balance, and grip feel excellent. It is clearly above ordinary equipment. On top of that, because of the Amanda Stone, he can pile up victories without wasting demonic energy to strengthen it. He is already thinking about earning a promotion within the year, and at this rate, the weapon will speed things up. It will make everything move much faster. Then, on Saturday in Chan-chan, they go out for a meal. Min-jun feels uneasy and asks why she is having dinner with him. Just then, Lee Sundu walks in with more food. She says they can start eating now. She looks pleased, but Min-jun remains completely suspicious. Watching him closely, she asks why he's not eating and says she is paying, so he can order as much as he wants. He says that is not the problem. What bothers him is how she knew he was off today, coming to Chen-chen, and even at this exact restaurant. That makes him think of Guang-sik, and he wonders whether that bastard told her. She says no, claiming it was all just a coincidence. That only irritates him more, so she quickly apologizes and admits she was the one who asked, telling him not to be angry at Guang-sik. Min-jun says he will decide that himself, then asks whether she does not find this strange. She asks what he means, and he blurts it out without hesitation. He asks if she likes him. She turns bright red and asks what nonsense that is, wondering why he is suddenly speaking so casually. He tells her she can speak casually too since they are around the same age, and she admits that is true. Still, she says it is not as if she likes him, so he should not misunderstand. The nearby older ladies immediately notice her shy attitude. They start saying how charming it is, so Min-jun asks why she wanted to eat with him and guesses she took time off after hearing he was free. He says that is true, but there is another reason. She mentions the training center's side dungeon, the red evaluation gate at Hushang Public Welfare Support, and the earlier fake dungeon. Min-jun asks what she is trying to say, and she admits strange things seem to happen wherever he goes, so she came to see if something would happen again, this time as well. Then she realizes how ridiculous that sounds and becomes so embarrassed that she apologizes for saying it out loud. Min-jun only stares at her in silence. Then he laughs awkwardly, saying she makes him sound like a walking natural disaster. She notices that he is acting strangely. Meanwhile, Min-jun starts wondering whether she has noticed something about him. He seems to have realized something. To avoid the topic, he changes direction and asks whether she is corporal now. She says she passed the promotion test last week, and he tells her that was quick, though he expected nothing less from her. She complains that he must be teasing her, since he is already a sergeant. Then she notices he is still speaking casually, and he reminds her to do the same. She decides maybe she will. Still, she keeps pouting at him. At the same time, Min-jun sends demonic energy outward to scan the area around them and wonders why this had to happen. Right now, she is too perceptive, and he only took leave again because a gate was about to appear. His shadow had been leading him there, so he says he has no other choice and claims he needs to use the bathroom. She says that is fine. He quietly slips away and thinks it should be somewhere around there. His shadow appears. Min-jun calls it his best employee and says he can already sense an unpleasant demonic presence. Then he asks where that troublesome Lee Bungo is, since he has not heard from him in a while. At that moment he senses the gate opening beside him. He thinks it is fortunate that nobody is walking around nearby, because it is winter and the portal opens right in front of the boy. He wonders why it had to appear in a residential area like this, with so many people living nearby. Does this thing have no sense of shame? With no better choice, he decides to deal with it quickly for the civilians' sake and for his promotion. He approaches the portal and sees something emerging, so he gets ready to fight, but then an alert appears on his phone with an emergency notice. It says low-level monsters may be unable to leave, but stronger ones can. If it is beyond his ability, all he can do is hold its attention. The military already knows, so he needs a plan to buy time. Energy surges and the monster that emerges has no eyes, with a blade where its hand should be. It roars at Minjun, and he realizes it is a hunker. The monster attacks, but the protagonist dodges easily and asks if that is all it has for now. He also wonders how much demonic energy it absorbed, because those arms certainly look dangerous. Minjun quickly steps away from it, saying the blades look sharp, but they mean nothing as long as they do not touch him. Then he activates Black Arrow, but the monster does not wait to be struck. It launches its blade at him, along with chains. The attack comes dangerously close, but he just barely manages to avoid it. He wonders what kind of move that was, but the monster starts pulling him. Just by moving its arm, it drags him back, and attacks again immediately, forcing Minjun to let go so he can avoid the strike. Then he punches the monster with demonic energy and looks back, realizing it still is not enough. The monster is barely holding on, so he thinks he will need to hit it one more time. Then Yunso appears and he can hardly believe she is there. She is charging toward the monster with a street sign. When he sees her rush in, the monster tries to strike her, but Minjun grabs the chain and stops the attack. Then he asks what she is doing there. The monster thrashes wildly, and she snaps back, asking what he is doing there without even a weapon after abandoning her. In the middle of dinner, he asks how she even knew he was there. Then she grabs the street sign and throws it at the monster, saying she saw the emergency alert. Seeing the sign floored the monster, Minjun runs to her, jumps up, and catches it in midair. Then he asks if she at least paid for it first while coating it with demonic energy. After that, he slams it down onto the blind monster, forcing it down into the ground as a thick cloud of dust rises and he begins absorbing its demonic energy. Once the dust clears, she says she had her doubts, but it really was a hunker and he handled that extremely dangerous monster by himself. Minjun says a certain someone helped a little, though the fight would have been much easier if she had not shown up, but she says that is not the issue. This was no ordinary monster. It was a hunker with chains and blade-like arms, so the two of them need to have a serious talk right now. More of those monsters begin coming out. She sees 5 of them and tells Minjun they need to leave quickly and join the reinforcements. Once they arrive, Minjun says that is the right move and tells her to leave first and regroup with the others. When they reach the area, she asks what he plans to do. Is he really going to face those monsters by himself? She wonders if he has lost his senses, but as the monsters roar, he pays no attention to her warning. Ignoring her words, he settles into his stance and surrounds himself with dark energy. Then he charges straight at them, burning with determination to earn that promotion. At the same time, the scene shifts elsewhere. In another world, a hooded woman moves quietly through different places. She murmurs strange words as she walks, continuing until she finally reaches a particular temple. Inside, she steps into the center of a pattern drawn across the floor. The design lies beneath her feet. She raises her hands in devotion. Then she lowers her hood, revealing an elegant face. The red-haired woman looks beautiful as she tells Lord Minjun to wait for her. Meanwhile, a helicopter flies over the waters near Nagasaki, heading toward a deserted island. On that island, 2 officials are already waiting. The helicopter approaches their position. It descends slowly and lands before them, and 2 high-ranking army figures step out. Man waiting there thanks the general for coming and introduces himself as Masaru from the Japanese Hunters Association. The other man introduces himself as General Seong, Korea's top hunter forces commander. Giljung comments that Masaru's Korean is excellent, and Masaru thanks him before asking them to head toward the massive portal. Seo Daeongchang observes everything they have prepared for him. He says the plan is solid, surprisingly detailed, and well organized for something arranged so quickly. Masaru replies that it was possible because Seo Daeongchang sent them excellent troops. Seo Daeongchang thanks him again, then notes that the Japanese Hunters Association must be deeply concerned about these strange dungeons, especially since this one appeared on a deserted island. He adds that such an abnormal dungeon would naturally be difficult to handle, but he doubts Masaru requested joint action simply because Japan lacks strength. So he asks what Masaru truly wants. He waits for the real answer. After a brief pause, Masaru says Seo Kang already knows Japan manages dungeons through both the government-run Hunters Association and the civilian guild system. system. For now, they are not short on manpower, but as abnormal dungeons have appeared more often in recent years, he believes they need a more organized hunter training system. Seo-kyung considers that carefully while Masaru continues. Masaru speaks plainly, saying he is interested in Korea's hunter training system and hoped this joint operation could help build that connection. That instantly lifts Seo-kyung's mood. He assumes this must be why General Guhak Chul sent him here and even placed that troublesome man on the expedition list. Now he wants to make a strong impression, convinced that must be the reason, while also remembering the suspicious general who sent him. Masaru then mentions a certain hunter, calling him remarkable. For someone who joined recently, such an evaluation is rare, and Seo-kyung already knows who he means. Masaru says the hunter's rapid promotion and frequent appearances in Korea's hunter community caught his attention. Based on the report he received, the rumors seem true. He asks how someone could grow so strong so quickly, calling it impressive, while Seo-kyung struggles to find an explanation. Before Seo-kyung can answer properly, Masaru says he is excited to see how his sergeant performs. During that raid, Min-jun is already in the middle of the operation. He stands directly before an ogre, and one soldier, Nielsen, shouts for him to be careful, because the creature is about to strike. Before the blow lands, another fighter rushes in and blocks the ogre's attack, narrowly saving Min-jun, who still has not moved. Min-jun remains completely still. A blonde man jumps in as well, shamelessly taking the opening for himself. At this point, they seem to be hindering each other more than helping. The ogre is forced back, but it remains strong, angry, and far from defeated. The masked man admits the monster is tougher than expected. The blonde agrees, and a girl at the rear tells them to leave it to her. She prepares herself to attack. The ogre charges with all its strength, raising its club high to strike her down. She simply watches it with calm eyes. Then, in a single swift rush, she cuts through it with one clean swing of her sword. The attack finishes the monster at once, and she sheathes her blade in a perfect heroic pose. This is Suzuki Mew from the Japanese Hunters Association. Everyone praises her incredible swordsmanship, making her slightly embarrassed by the sudden attention. They quickly check for injuries, but no one is hurt. The blonde belongs to Japan's Danjohan Guild, and the masked man is from the same guild. As they stare at the defeated ogre, the blonde says Suzuki is practically a monster herself, and his friend asks if she wants to join Danjo. He says she would become one of their stars, but she walks right past him. Instead, she approaches Min-jun and asks if he is alright, leaving him unsure how to react. She says he looked distracted, and since he proposed cooperation, he cannot allow others to get hurt. If he is scared, he should support from behind, or not fight at all. Min-jun simply watches her and calmly says okay, then adds that her Korean is very good. She just turns away. Nearby, Major John Han-do, the doctor of the 104th Squad, examines the monster closely. He says it is much larger than the red Dakebi that appeared in Korea, proving Japan is also struggling with dungeon threats. Then asks the other officer what he thinks, but when he turns around, the man is already gone and heading straight toward Min-jun. Ready to cause trouble, he demands to know what Min-jun is doing and asks if he is trying to embarrass them and make their whole nation look bad. Captain Sang-deok awkwardly says it was not really intentional, but Sang-deok says he expected this as soon as Min-jun was sent, while the doctor tells them both to calm down. Experience. But Sang-deok argues that it still doesn't excuse him, asking if the major even heard what the Japanese hunter said. A misunderstanding. He thinks about the blonde man's skill, the girl's ability, and the masked man's technique, realizing the Japanese hunters are stronger than he had expected. Then he looks to the side and thinks she, in particular, is seriously skilled. Sang-deok orders Min-jun to stay nearby because he plans to keep watch over him. Min-jun feels annoyed when the captain grabs his shoulder, but agrees while wondering what this guy is even thinking, since he has barely helped so far. Meanwhile, the group keeps talking until the girl notices something. Suzu turns shocked, grips her sword, and warns everyone that something is coming. But the moment she says it, the threat reaches them almost instantly, and she blocks the incoming axe with one hand. Before knocking it upward, the axe falls and embeds itself in the ground, making her stare in surprise as she tries to find where it came from. Then, from deep within the cave, something emerges from the shadows, revealing a blue demon. It grins at them all. They realize it is the dungeon boss, and the moment she shouts the warning, everyone becomes alert. Min-jun does too, although he barely lets it show. Suzu glances toward the masked man and takes her stance. She says she has already shared their location with the other teams, so until reinforcements arrive, they will hold a defensive line. She is ready to retreat if needed, but the monster suddenly charges at her before she can react in time. She realizes she was almost too late. Fortunately, the other two rush in and strike the boss, stopping its charge, but the monster calmly grabs both of them by the legs at once, as if they are moving. In slow motion, they freeze in disbelief, and the boss throws them aside. That gives Suzu a chance to step in and stab toward its stomach, but when she attacks, the monster does not even flinch and simply takes the blow. Her sword cannot cut through it, and it even smiles at her attack. Then one of the officers begins explaining. The mana sword, a weapon built for fighting monsters by absorbing the user's mana to increase its destructive force. The aura around the blade proves its strength, and her sword is far beyond the equipment used by ordinary soldiers. Minjun seems strangely pleased, as if he is learning something useful, and then that officer charges in with his own. He boasts that he is a sword instructor from the 104th Division's elite hunter squad, but the monster raises its foot to crush his face only for him to be knocked away. Instead, Suzuki leaps in and nearly cuts through the monster's leg. While protecting him, she tells the captain, "Fall back," saying she will buy time while he gathers the others and escapes quickly. But Minjun has already moved everyone away to a safe place. She looks over in confusion, wondering when he managed to do that. Then she tells him that after doing that much, he should stay in the rear for his own safety, but the protagonist questions her, asking why they don't simply defeat the boss. Obviously, she rejects the idea immediately, saying it is too dangerous and they need to regroup. First, before making a move, Minjun wonders if that is really the proper method, while pouring a ridiculous amount of mana into his sword, far beyond what either of them had shown. Suzuki can only stare with wide eyes at what he is doing. Even the boss is shaken, and its smug smile fades away. Minjun keeps forcing even more mana into the blade, and the energy grows so fierce that the boss grabs a weapon, trying to face him directly. Minjun sees it coming and simply stands there as the monster attacks. As the axe swings toward his face, the boss notices something else flying toward it too. Then Minjun's sword blasts it away, leaving it stuck in the cave ceiling like something from a cartoon. He looks surprised by what he just did, while the boss grows furious from the impact it received. He continues pouring mana through the sword like a raging storm, and the girl notices it as well. His mana begins to shine in every direction, releasing bursts like lightning all around them. Then the energy he has been releasing begins changing color into something that feels like his true mana, but the weapon cannot withstand that pressure, so the sword breaks apart, leaving the monster writhing from the force of those attacks. Suzuki is stunned that the equipment failed so suddenly. This should never have happened. Minjun thinks he probably should not have gone all out with the sword. Then he looks at the boss, now collapsed on the ground and shaking in fear. It trembles just from looking at him. The protagonist turns toward the creature and its battered limbs. Seeing its ruined state, he says he will make up for the broken sword by defeating the boss the hard way. A while later, back with the rest of Minjun's team, everyone is surprisingly relaxed and cheerful. They can hardly remember the last time they were able to rest this peacefully during a mission. The redhead says this is all because of Minjun and John. Since they decided no rank gets work exemptions, everyone has been pushed hard, and he grumbles that they should rest while they can. Someone warns him to be careful with his words. They remind him there is a snitch among them, but he quickly claims he is innocent. Since joining the sergeant's team, he has been living with them instead of going to QQC. He asks what choice he has, since Minjun became a monster-like sergeant only a month after his appointment. Another admits he has a point, though the platoon has improved because of him. Everyone has grown stronger thanks to him. The redhead brushes it off and says he only hopes Minjun stays in Japan for a long time. He says it would be even better if Minjun only came back after the redhead had already left. Then he notices Lee Dongjin walking nearby, runs over, introduces himself, and asks why Lee Dongjin is working so hard. After all, he is only a corporal. The kid has no idea how to respond. Then the redhead asks if there is any news about the sergeant from the 100th, who calls himself Minjun's #1 fan. Lee Dongjin says he actually did hear something. Apparently they finished yesterday's route, and Minjun beat the boss with a whip right in front of the girl. Lee Dongjin says he does not know the details, but he handled it alone. Everyone is left stunned, unable to believe the mission has already ended, and they ask if Minjun is coming back today. Lee Dongjin says they finished far earlier than planned, so the team got a break. Minjun is staying in Japan for one day. He will return tomorrow. Everyone loses it, joking that taking only one day of vacation in Japan is ridiculous, and that he should get a whole year off. That way, he would never have to come back. Some think that sounds great, but the bald man says he wants to know what Minjun is doing there. Of course, none of them can know what strange thing he is up to, so they joke that he might be clearing dungeons by himself. Entire dungeons all on his own. Everyone bursts out laughing, until they realize he might actually do exactly that. And in Japan, Minjun is indeed walking through a rather shady area. Crow spots him there and asks who it is. It is his own crow. The bird says it found the closest place containing demonic energy. Just as he requested, Minjun plans to go there, clear it out, and absorb the energy. He praises the crow, saying he cannot waste time after coming this far. The crow complains that it could not do anything because of some lag, then asks who this lag guy is and says it wants to teach him a lesson. Minjun tells it not to worry, since even he cannot control that. The crow is shocked, thinking anything beyond Minjun's control must be frightening. A quick joke follows about suffering without internet too, and Minjun tells the crow to be quiet for a moment. He says that because it notices something. Someone is getting closer. A person arrives on a bike and stops near him. She pulls up right in front of Minjun, removes her helmet, and reveals herself. It is Suzuki, and she asks what he is doing there. Seeing her, Minjun complains and asks if she has been following him or something. Suzuki says he has the wrong idea. This area was abandoned after a past dungeon break, and access is heavily restricted. Even so, the association keeps monitoring the place. They watch it without stopping. He tells him to look, and Minjun glances back. Confused, he turns around and notices something. There is a camera nearby that he had not seen before, and the crow panics when it notices it too. The crow flies over to check the camera. When it looks down, Minjun is glaring so intensely that he might as well be silently scolding it. The crow defends itself, saying it only sensed demonic energy and reported it. Minjun tells it they will talk about this later. Suzuki cuts in again and repeats her question. She asks what he is doing there, so he says he simply got lost while taking a walk. It is an extremely weak excuse. Suzuki clearly does not believe him, while Minjun quietly wonders where he even is. Suzuki thinks he feels different from other awakened people. Something about him is strange, though she cannot identify it, which is why she came personally. Even though she did not really need to. At that moment, something explodes behind her. Suzuki flinches at the sound. When she turns around, a huge bull-like monster appears. It charges straight toward her, smashing through everything in its path, and Suzuki immediately takes a fighting stance. Minjun quickly realizes something. That creature is probably connected to Lee Bungo, who told him to trust him. The bull must be here because of that. Suzuki tells him to leave, but warns him not to go underground because part of it is corrupted and could damage his mind. Minjun immediately thinks that is exactly what he needs. She adds that staying down there too long could even be fatal, so he must absolutely avoid the underground section. Instead, Minjun simply runs off, leaving Suzuki wondering what he is doing. She cannot understand why the monster appeared either. If a gate had opened, the detection system should have caught it, so maybe it had been hiding there all along. Has finally revealed itself. Even as she thinks that, the monster sent out by the protagonist roars, and Suzuki decides she must deal with it first. She charges toward the beast and tries to bring it down with her blade. As her strike comes flying in, Livongo catches sight of it and panics. Terrified, he spins around and runs for his life. Without even hesitating, Suzuki finds it strange, especially since the monster suddenly starts fleeing, so she chases after it to buy more time. Meanwhile, all the cameras are destroyed by Minjun. As he heads into the underground area, he makes certain to leave no evidence behind. Using Black Arrow, he takes out the cameras. He notices the place is covered with warnings telling people not to enter the underground section, which only makes him even more curious, so he kicks the warnings aside and opens the path inside. Not long after descending, he begins to sense demonic energy. It is even better than he expected. His demonic energy stat starts rising, and he moves deeper with a grin. He says the place is loaded with demonic energy. Then the system announces he has reached the limit and unlocked Infernal Demonic Explosion. Corruption improves, Reign of Corruption unlocks, Demonic Understanding strengthens, and Demonic Energy Whip levels up too. Minjun looks at the status window and thinks this is perfect. His demonic energy reaches 30 along with all those enhanced skills. He says he cannot go bothering Livongo. After receiving this many buffs though, honestly, he hopes Livongo can keep running, because if Minjun catches him, he is finished. Meanwhile, Suzuki keeps chasing Livongo all over the place until she notices something odd. He is hiding behind a pillar and driving his sword into it. Her attack almost hits him by mistake. He starts trembling and looks as if he might cry. Suzuki senses that something is not right. She pulls the sword free and lets him move, but he still appears deeply frightened, completely terrified. He tries to peek into the hole, which is a terrible idea because Suzuki simply shrugs the stone apart. She exposes him behind it, clearly in the middle of trying to attack something. On the other side, Livongo uses his secret technique, turning into a tiny, adorable cat with big watery eyes to soften Suzuki's heart. It actually works. She becomes gentle toward the little cat and starts walking toward it, but then it fakes a scratch and quickly darts away. Before taking off, Suzuki is left disappointed that the cat did not give her any affection. A moment later, she calms down, stands up, and answers the phone, introducing herself as Suzuki. She says she is still searching and focusing on areas without cameras. Then she is surprised to hear the monitoring team also lost contact, but says she will check things once they arrive. Then they tell her something else that shocks her. The corruption level in the underground area has dropped sharply. They say the crystal's color changed too. It usually darkens when reacting to corrupted material, but now it has moved closer to its original color. They admit they are confused as well. Unless the equipment is faulty, the only other possibility is that the corrupted material leaked out. So they ask whether she has noticed anything unusual. Suzuki says no, she has not seen anything out of the ordinary. On the other end, they say they will report it as an equipment issue for now and send a team, since there is no way that much corrupted material could suddenly appear all at once. Suzuki thinks for a moment, looks back, and wonders whether Minjun might be involved. Sometime later, all the officers gather together. The same man who was angry at Minjun before is still furious, while the Japanese and Korean leaders continue talking as the argument goes on in the background, but he notices something. He turns to the side and sees Suzuki there, then asks what she is doing. He tells her to stop and leave because she keeps staring at him. Suzuki asks whether he enjoyed his walk yesterday. The protagonist tries to pretend he has no idea what she means, then says yes, thanks to her. She then asks whether he might know who broke into one of the underground entrances. Her gaze makes it clear she may already suspect him. She adds that every nearby surveillance device was destroyed, so they still have no idea what happened. She asks whether he noticed anything suspicious. Feeling the accusation in her question, he says no, he was focused on his walk. Suzuki can tell he is lying, but she lets it pass. She says it is fine, adds that she is glad his walk was safe, and tells him she will see him later. After she leaves, another officer asks what that was about before going. She speaks to Minjun. She says she hopes to see him again sometime. That night, somewhere else, both Crow and Lee Bungo are completely exhausted. The protagonist heads over there while carrying someone in his arms. At the training grounds, the protagonist is overpowering his entire team is there, scattered across the ground. They are completely worn out, and he says they must have gotten rusty while he was away. Then he scolds them, asking if he did not tell them to train on their own. Even together, they could not last 30 seconds, and he questions how they expect to handle real duties. The team complains that it has not even been a full week, grumbling at him, while begging for a short break. He says he had expected more from them, but even that hope has disappointed him. Even his former superior is lying there in a terrible state. He asks if they think pitiful puppy-like expressions will make him go easy on them, then orders everyone to stand. Growing even angrier, he says he is going to correct every single problem. Not one of them will be left out. Just then, he notices something unusual. He mentions that he can feel something strange. Everyone else also finds it odd, and he suddenly leaves, telling them to train however they want for the rest of the day. They wonder if that means they have been spared this time. The protagonist heads outside and runs, asking Lee Bungo where he is, whether that burst of demonic energy came from him, and what exactly is happening. He orders him to answer, and Lee Bungo actually responds by asking what is wrong. Lee Bungo asks what happened, saying it is the shock from crossing dimensions, but his presence begins fading while the protagonist keeps demanding answers. Before long, he reaches the middle of the forest, but no one is there, and he realizes Lee Bungo's demonic energy is weakening. The presence keeps fading, so he tries to narrow down its location. Once he finally pinpoints where it is coming from, he moves immediately. He sprints in that direction, thinking about the shock of crossing dimensions. He realizes that this dimensional crossing shock is the reason. The situation is becoming far more serious, and his thoughts return to Isgard, the place he escaped from. There, several muscular men in skirts are chasing someone who looks like a girl. One of them is about to strike her, but she spins around and leaps over him. She lands on his head and knocks him down, just as another attacker comes in. When the next one attacks, she redirects the move and makes him take the impact instead. She turns the force back on him and slips past the following attack. She shakes off the entire group with quick movements. One after another, she brings them down. But then someone else appears. This new opponent looks far more dangerous as they clash. The impact smashes through a door, and the girl is hurled inside. The brute sends her flying, and even after she falls, he keeps coming after her. She realizes she is in real danger, while someone declares that stealing from the goddess's temple is a serious crime. Then another person arrives, the same blonde woman from the beginning. The blonde speaks calmly to the girl. She says that if the girl surrenders now, she might still spare her. That catches the girl off guard. Then she glances aside and notices exactly what is nearby. At that moment, she decides that surrender will never happen. Giving up is simply not an option. She activates magic through a circle and prepares to cross dimensions. The blonde asks if she truly intends to choose that path, then realizes the girl plans to use a divine relic to escape because she lacks the power to cross dimensions alone. However, it should be impossible for her to know the coordinates. The redhead laughs and admits the blonde is right. She has activated an interdimensional teleportation circle. As for the coordinates beyond this world, she says she obtained them from Parasite named Libongo, which finally makes the blonde uneasy. The blonde orders the giant fighter to stop her. He immediately charges forward, but the redhead is faster. She manages to activate the sacred relic, and the portal opens with a dark burst of force. The blast throws the brute back as she passes through the dimensions. While crossing over, she even makes a mocking gesture at the blonde, but then suddenly reacts. She stares back and realizes everything has gone exactly as the blonde intended. The blonde is actually smiling and back in the real world. Libongo is happily talking to the protagonist's little shadow. He asks if the demonic energy tastes good, says it came from very far away, and tells the little creature to be grateful for getting a share. He also tells it to listen to him, but the monster ignores him and keeps eating. Libongo says it was a reward from Master Minjun for a job well done. Even so, he is still generous enough to share it. The shadow only laughs, which irritates him, and he demands that it return the energy instead of eating it. Rather than obey, the shadow runs away, so Libongo chases after it. He shouts for it to come back. A portal begins to take shape right behind them, and both of them go still in shock as the energy continues to surge. Then the portal bursts open, pulling the girl through from the other world. At that very moment, the protagonist asks what happened and whether something has gone wrong. Just as Libongo starts explaining the shock of crossing dimensions, the girl appears. He starts slipping out of consciousness and cannot respond. To the protagonist, the red-haired girl looks at him and says it has been a while, calling him Parasite once again. He sees her standing there, but then he blacks out. Along with the shadow, she quickly realizes this is the correct place, the exact location where Master Minjun is, but she begins calling out. Before collapsing backward, the protagonist appears just in time to catch her. She is startled to see him and calls him master, but then loses consciousness right there in his arms. Instead of feeling happy to see her, he becomes furious and asks whether these fools have lost their minds. First it was that one, and now this strange girl has come too. They all appeared out of nowhere. He says he cannot deal with them and uses Demon Hand to grab all three. Clearly enraged, he says he will keep her alive so he can deal with her himself. As he holds her firmly, she begins to wake and takes in the situation. Still delighted to see Min Jun, she says it was not a dream. He says she truly missed him, but then notices how he is holding her and her face turns bright red. She introduces herself as his loyal disciple, leaps into his arms and apologizes for making him spend precious demonic energy on her. She says she will repay him with her life, but he dismisses it, telling her to stay alive longer and repay that debt properly. She apologizes once more. The protagonist realizes there is no point trying to reason with someone this unstable, so he lets it go and asks what happened. Unlike Libongo, she was supposed to be the cult's brain and pride, and he even spent 10 minutes naming her. He asks why she is here, and she says that unlike that parasite, or rather unlike Libongo, she came for a different reason. That annoys him since Libongo barely had a reason at all, but he focuses and asks whether she saw something. The girl says yes, with that shining eye of hers. She did see something. That eye is an unstable demonic eye, an extremely rare item he gave her after she lost one eye during battle. Its ability is perfect prophecy. He asks what exactly she saw. Her answer is the fall of Earth. In other words, she witnessed an apocalypse on Earth, with the protagonist there, alongside Crow. That shocks him, though he cannot fully understand what she means by saying Earth will fall. Part of him wonders if she is simply acting strangely again, but she says the demonic eye did not reveal when it would happen, only that she clearly saw him standing on Earth's remains with that parasite beside him. He asks if she crossed all this way just to say that, using the tracking spell he placed on Libongo for supervision because they appeared in a prophecy. Still irritated, he mocks her lightly, then asks how she even arrived, since she lacks the power to cross dimensions, unless she stole a divine relic from the temple or something. Then he notices she truly is wearing a divine relic around her wrist. That helps him calm down a little. Afterward, he asks what caused the world's end. She says she believes it was war, because she sensed a clash of hatred connected to Minna's guard. That catches him off guard, and he asks what she means. He says he already ended that war, so are they facing another one now? And who is it against this time? She says the Nova Empire has returned. Before Min-jun came back to Earth in the northern region of Nova Empire, the area was in terrible condition, with fallen monsters lying all along the path. He himself was walking through the center of it all until he reached a massive boss monster that had been split apart and roughly stitched back together. He stood face to face with the giant creature. Its master looked at the protagonist and the defeated monsters around him, then told him not to get arrogant just because he had beaten some weaklings. The monster before him radiated demonic energy, and the man said the others were merely test subjects. This larger creation. The protagonist then asks whether he knows him. The man says he is a duke of the Nova Empire, so of course he has information about him. The protagonist simply listens. The duke keeps watching him, then says it is a waste for someone like him to be used as a hunting dog, and offers him greater work at his side. Protagonist rejects him immediately, saying they are not friends and asking what nonsense this is. If the duke is done talking, then they should settle things now. The duke insists that with their knowledge, they could help him reach even greater heights. The protagonist says he has no time for that. If the duke has something to say, he can tell Isgard's full-time workers outside that reply clearly. That comment irritates Duke, who calls it a complete waste and immediately orders his creature to attack. The monster lunges forward under Duke's command. Frodo simply remains where he is. Then, with a calm expression, he says fine and layers skill after skill onto one arm. Corruption demon hand, demonic energy whip, demonic energy guard, and tail of pain. Preparing to punch the monster, while still thinking how pointless this is. After the battle ends, he returns carrying only a small sack. With it slung over his shoulder, he runs into an old man dressed in white along the way. Man looks a lot like Dumbledore, so Frodo asks whether he got too impatient and decided to come personally. Surprisingly, he really did come in person. Frodo then asks whether the old man has business with him. This man is Archmage Isaac. Isaac looks at him and says the soldiers are busy occupying the castle. Then he asks whether the protagonist is injured. The protagonist replies that, as Isaac can plainly see, he is perfectly fine. Isaac then asks whether Duke is still alive, and the protagonist says of course. Duke is merely unconscious, so Isaac can check for himself. After that, Isaac asks what the artificial monster created by the Nova Empire was like. He wants to know its condition. The protagonist says it was defective, which makes Isaac pause. Isaac finds that strange and explains that this is the Empire's secret laboratory, filled with forbidden knowledge from beyond the world, including research no one should ever have learned. It also includes all their monster experiments. Isaac says everything must be buried along with their wartime victory, and the protagonist tells him not to worry because he has no intention of revealing it. He says he is leaving now, but Isaac calls out to him. Isaac addresses him as Minos and tells him to stop, then asks how much he trusts Sampa. That question makes him laugh, and he answers that he does not trust her at all, not even slightly. In truth, he is growing annoyed as he thinks about how the Emperor was defeated by the hero. He believed the artificial monsters had already taken care of everything, but now they have returned. Once again, they come back, and the three of them end up facing him directly. He begins scolding them, unable to hide his anger. Furious, he demands to know what happened to their people. He asks whether their followers are safe. The red-haired girl cannot even bring herself to answer, so the protagonist tells them it is fine. He says there is almost nothing he cannot deal with. Lee Bangu tells him not to worry, explaining that these are followers he trained personally. He adds that they are not weak. Min Jun clearly dislikes hearing him brag like that. She admits he is right, though it still annoys her, and says there is no need to worry. She tells him they can handle themselves, and the protagonist accepts it. He decides to leave it there. Then more notifications appear. Lee Bong-go and Min Jun-seo Kyung-hain cross dimensions while thinking only of him, deepening their loyalty and becoming passionate followers of the cult. Through passionate followers using demonic energy, he recovers a portion of his power and wonders what that even means, thinking the team effects sounds strange. But then he stops himself. He thinks about the two of them and finally says fine. After all, if he does not look after them, who will? Besides, the prophecy changes nothing. If the world is truly heading toward ruin because of war, he will simply regain his old strength, grow stronger, and face it himself. Lee Bangu calls him a genius for that. The other two agree as well, while the protagonist considers what he must do next. His decision is already made. A few days later, he stands before them. In front of a massive pile of money, he hands it over to Min Jun, who is kneeling before it. Lee Bong-go is beside her, and the poor man is practically staring at the cash in awe. When he drools over the money, she hits him. Then she tells the protagonist that while the place he gave them is amazing, he did not need to go this far. He says he absolutely did. If they are going to help him, this is necessary. necessary. Unlike Bongo, she has no transformation skill, so she needs to follow his instructions. Minjun still says it is far too much money. He asks whether she truly thinks he is broke, then says he will earn it back soon. His life in Asgard was poor, but his homeland will be different. Hearing that only makes both of them even more devoted to him. They thank him repeatedly and promise to obtain the ID card he mentioned. The protagonist agrees, but warns that since it is not exactly legal, his options are limited. He tells them not to get cheated and to report to him regularly. Lee Banggu agrees, but the protagonist becomes irritated seeing him receive so much attention. Still, the protagonist notices the two of them drawing closer to another argument. Watching them start to clash, he wonders who would actually survive if someone tried to mess with them. Minjun Seokyang Hyun is always teasing Lee Bongo. Even so, Lee Bongo has real ability too. Then Minjun calls out to the protagonist. She says that once this identity problem is settled, she also wants to join the hunt. More specifically, she wants to enter the Hunter Corporation. Later on his way back, the protagonist sits alone on the bus to the corporation, lost in thought. From the back seat, he keeps thinking about one thing, Minjun's request. She wants to become a hunter. He figures that if she gets foreign citizenship through the black market and then becomes naturalized, someone with her level of ability could likely enter the Hunter Corporation. Even so, he still cannot shake his doubts. He keeps asking himself why. Why would someone who lived as a dark mage in Isengard want that? If she causes trouble inside the Hunter Corporation, it will become a massive problem. He knows it is not impossible for her, but if that unstable side of her breaks loose, she could become even harder to handle than Lee Bong. He wonders how he is supposed to stop her. Naturalization alone will likely be difficult, but then he remembers that anyone joining the Hunter Corporation can have the whole process handled by them. At that moment, he decides not to worry about it. Thinking of those two troublesome fools, he figures things will probably work out one way or another. Sometime later, once he reaches the camp, he continues moving through the area until he notices movement in the grass. A shadow drops nearby, and he realizes something is close. He says all right, feeling curious about what kind of people it is this time. As he searches around, he suddenly runs into someone. While the shadow hides and he finds another group of hunters, people are already there. They do not appear to belong to the Hunter Corporation either. One of them notices. Protagonist too, and everyone turns their attention toward him. One man walks up to him. A huge brute stops directly in front of the protagonist and stares him down. The protagonist has no idea what his problem is. After all that glaring, the man asks what brought him there. He says he heard there might be an abnormal dungeon event nearby, so he came to look into it. The man says he thought the investigation had already ended. He explains they are from Raid, a civilian hunter company with official permission, and that the Hunter Corporation gave them the information. He even asks whether the protagonist wants to see the documents, but the protagonist says no, that will not be necessary. The man then asks what brought the boy here. Is he truly investigating? Alone on a weekend. The protagonist thinks about how the Hunter Corporation manages every dungeon in Korea, and usually its own forces handle them. It is rare for civilians to receive raid rights. While he considers that, the man keeps talking, saying he is worried this rare opportunity might be taken away from them. The protagonist understands. Dungeons mean money. Still, he needs to enter this dungeon, so he changes his approach. He says he will not interfere with their rights, but an additional investigation is still necessary. Then he says he has to enter first, and they should come in 5 minutes after him. It sounds suspicious, but the protagonist says there is something he must confirm and promises he will not interfere with this dungeon's profits. The man says he will discuss it with his team, then turns away and leaves the protagonist there. They gather to talk it over. While Min Jun waits, one says he does not know what the protagonist is trying to do, but the others point out they will not need to share their loot. It is just a corporation executive entering for free, though Lin notes that he arrived without any equipment at all. John grows slightly uneasy and asks whether they should confirm things with the Hunter Corporation. Park thinks it over and says no. He reminds them one condition was having a team of a certain size, and this could complicate things. If 10 people are counted inside the dungeon, there may be little left to gain. Then someone says that is not even the main issue, since they are already at a disadvantage, but a girl on their team asks why they do not simply follow his request, since there is no real problem with it. They ask the strategy team for her opinion, and everyone quickly agrees. She simply keeps watching the sleepy-looking protagonist while he waits for their decision. She appears to like him, and Park goes with him, guiding the protagonist to the portal while she continues watching closely with with Minjun, Lin, and Zhang. The protagonist glances back, thinking she is strange. The girl simply says she is a fan. He says, yeah, he can tell that is something new as he steps into the portal. Park begins an exact countdown of 5 minutes, saying they will enter after 5 minutes, just as he requested. Protagonist says good, but then he adds one more thing to Park. During his investigation, he will deal with anything that gets in his way. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Corporation headquarters, the commander of the Special Task Force Chief, General Songyong, stands before the corporation commander, General Guhak Chill. Guhak asks if there is truly nothing they can do about this, and Songbang nervously says he will try contacting them again, but Guhak slams the clipboard down onto the table and demands to know what the problem is. Guhak is the top general again, and he admits that it is true, but makes it very clear that he strongly dislikes the plan. Even worse, the person they are trying to contact is completely opposed to it as well. So Bu says there is nothing more they can do for now. He tells Songbang to leave, but Songbang refuses to give up, saying he will try again and even speak directly with Colonel Li Zhongbayam. Ju cuts him off before he can continue and firmly orders Songbang to go. There is no room left for argument. With that, Songbang walks out of the room, looks deeply unsettled, and then his phone begins to ring. The moment he hears his little daughter's voice, his expression softens. What she says next makes him tense. He asks what she means and listens carefully, realizing she is the blonde girl who saw Minjun enter the dungeon. Right now, she is standing outside that same gate. She says she has just run into someone there, and that person turns out to be him. It is Min Zhang. Honestly, no one would ever guess she is that reckless man's daughter. While Minjun continues deeper into the dungeon, the inside is damp and unsettling enough to make anyone nervous. A long, reptile-like monster moves through the area. Suddenly, it notices something. Hearing a sound behind it, the creature finds the situation strange. It turns around and prepares to attack, but Minjun rushes past before it can react. He moves through the monsters effortlessly, noting that whatever he is searching for is hiding well. The demonic energy in this dungeon feels faint. That must be why civilian hunters were allowed to enter. Min Jun thinks things could have become a serious problem. It would have been dangerous if he had not come. He keeps pressing deeper as monsters chase him without pause, but he slips past them calmly, saying he has no time to play around. He has no interest in wasting time here. Monsters cannot understand what is happening. No matter how hard they try, they cannot catch him. As he runs, Minjang suddenly spots something. He stops at once and realizes this must be the place, though instead of looking for an entrance, he complains that searching would be too troublesome. So he simply raises his leg and smashes through the wall, forcing his way inside. After entering the hidden room, he finally finds the source of the demonic energy. It is a giant lizard monster, the largest one there. Almost like the parent of all the others, the creature slowly opens its eyes. It fixes its gaze on Min Jun. Then the beast rises up before him, looking like a massive mix between a dragon and a crocodile. Min Jun only laughs, saying it chose the wrong moment to stand in his way. It has picked a terrible time to block his path. He begins dodging step by step, while the monster attacks with everything it has. Not a single attack connects. Then it swings its tail straight at his head. Min Jun stops it with one hand, smirking as he says he has learned a ridiculously unfair skill. The skill is clearly far too powerful. He raises one finger, gathering a heavy mass of demonic energy above them. The monster grows frightened as it looks upward, and Min Jun calls the move D-rank corruption. He wants to test it out. The skill releases demonic energy over an area, corrupting anything it touches. It spreads like a wound across whatever it reaches. He lets the dark rain fall toward the monster. The beast quickly realizes how dangerous it is and leaps aside, escaping both Min Jun and the rain. Even so, part of the attack still lands on the tip of its tail. The affected part starts breaking down like it has been touched by acid. The monster cries out as its tail begins to dissolve. Min Jun thinks the technique is not quite as impressive as he had hoped. Then he notices something else. The monster is shedding its tail like a lizard. It drops the damaged tail to escape the effect. Freed from the damage, the creature continues fighting and leaps up to the ceiling. It dives down at Min Jun, who dodges and realizes the monster feels lighter without its tail, making its movements much faster. Its speed has increased sharply now. A moment later, Min Jun nearly gets struck when the tail rapidly grows back and shoots toward him. It thrusts forward like a sharp spear. He catches it with both hands, but the monster turns and spits. It throws acid at him as well, reflecting the same type of attack back. The very attack he used is returned and strikes Min Jun. It lands directly against his chest. Believing that was enough, the protagonist stands there covered in slime, while the creature watches him. The monster moves in to bite him, but just as it comes close, he seizes its tongue, leaving the creature completely stunned. With it now caught, Min Jun draws in even more demonic energy and says poison like that is nothing to a dark mage. Then he releases his demonic power. A hand formed from demonic energy appears. The giant hand clamps down on both sides of the monster's mouth. Min Jun says that if so, he wants to test how strong its stomach is from the inside while preparing corruption. He pours the attack straight into its face, and the monster panics as it receives it. The blow hits it head-on, and the creature falls at once. Then Minjun absorbs everything from it. After taking in its demonic energy, his vigor rises by 1 and his demonic energy by 2. Since that energy reached its limit, a new skill unlocks. Vicious Charge suddenly catches him off guard. While active, Vicious Charge reduces his defense and vigor, but it increases his speed and inflicts damage when he slams into an enemy. Minjun notes that most dark mages lack the strength to use such a skill properly. He is not like them, so he grabs the monster's body and says it is time to begin cleaning things up by taking in more energy. That finally pushes corruption up to C rank, and he says it is much better for cleanup, though it is still difficult to strike moving monsters. Now he wants to confirm whether 5 minutes have already passed, since the others should coming in soon. Outside, as they keep time, the masked man asks if 5 minutes are already over. Park answers yes, and the man asks whether they should enter, but Park says something feels strange, and the other man does not understand. Park explains that he stayed quiet because Min Jun came from the Hunters Corporation, but no real investigation would take only 5 minutes. One of them admits that makes sense. Park says if Min Jun was honest, then the dungeon may be dangerous, meaning he might already be in trouble inside. Another person agrees, and the team begins to worry that they are in danger, but Park says they can simply claim they came to set up a training camp. If something happens, they should not get involved. One of them asks what he means, and Park says if Min Jun falls that quickly, then that is simply how things turned out. Just then, the blonde girl appears, and that is absolutely not going to happen. They turn back and see her standing with another girl. Park asks if she knows the protagonist, and she reminds them she already said she was a fan, then says he cleared the fake dungeon in Ijan a few months ago. That shocks them, because they assumed he was only an ordinary sergeant from the 104th Division, not a first sergeant. She says the news had already suggested the executive was not the one who cleared it. When they ask how she knows, since Hunter's names and faces are usually kept private, she says there are ways to find out and tells them to grab their equipment and move. Still worried, Park asks if there was a problem inside the dungeon, thinking Min Jun could not possibly handle something like that. She looks surprised and asks the team leader if he truly believes what Min Jun told them. She does not believe it at all. They already waited the full 5 minutes, so now she wants to see for herself why he went. Inside, who knows, she might discover something that could expose him. But then the gray-haired girl suddenly points straight ahead in alarm, and everyone turns to look, only to see Min Jun walking out. He is shirtless and covered in slime, making the girl complain immediately. Park asks the sergeant what happened, and he calmly says there is no issue. They can enter now. Before that, however, he says he needs one thing. He needs to borrow a shirt. While all this is going on, Min Jun Seokang Yoon is quietly in her room studying Korean, though she does not seem very pleased about it. Lungo returns to her. He changes back near the girl and brings food with him. She asks where he went without saying anything, and he says he only went to the nearby convenience store because they had run out of instant noodles. Then he picks up a pot to begin cooking, but she stands and walks up behind him. He turns around and asks if she wants some. Yet before he can finish speaking, she strikes him hard and snaps that when the place is so close, he should go normally instead of transforming. He asks what that was for and tells her to use words instead of hitting him, wondering why she always has to strike him. She yells that he flies around everywhere despite only eating all day, asking if he thinks his master gives him demonic energy just so he can go sightseeing. Lee Bungo awkwardly says he is still. They found plenty of dungeons, but she refuses to accept it. She says that if she had known their master suffered a penalty for crossing dimensions, she never would have taken his demonic energy. Lee Bungo tells her not to worry, saying he will raise her demonic energy stats faster than ever and make sure he is the main reason for it. The girl grabs him by the collar and asks how a black mage can say something so foolish. Raising the stat only increases storage capacity, and it still runs out once used. On top of that, collecting demonic energy here is harder, so hearing him act as if he is doing something important makes her question whether he is even a true believer. Bungo laughs nervously and says the master has a plan, and giving her demonic energy is part of it, but the girl prepares to hit him again, saying that only makes him sound like a lazy freeloader. This time, however, he finally catches her fist, having had enough of putting up with it. He pushes her away at once. Then he returns to his goofy attitude and says okay, he will not do it anymore. She is startled by that and swears she will handle it somehow. Just then, Min Jun walks in and asks whether they are fighting again. She instantly becomes gentle around him, and he looks quite pleased to see it. Once inside, the protagonist tosses Lee Bungo some food and asks how the preparations are going. She says the black market seller will meet that bird in 3 days, or rather Lubongo. Meanwhile, he is too busy eating happily. Minjun tells him not to use another ridiculous fake name like McLovin this time. He also warns her not to leave everything to Lee Bungo and tells her to watch closely. Then he notices she has been studying. Lubongo tells him not to worry because he will handle everything properly. But Minjun shuts that down immediately, saying the chances of it going wrong are far too high. While checking things, he asks So-haeon whether she is considering joining the Hunter Corporation. She says she does not have much time, but she can already write basic Korean. She plans to prepare everything for enlistment, adding that the Korean alphabet is very easy to learn. He is surprised there are even written questions, and then a notification appears. On the computer, the girl glances at it, then excuses herself and returns to the keyboard, typing with obvious anger. The article is full of people doubting that Minjun cleared the dungeon alone, so she immediately starts replying to every comment and defending protagonist. Sometime later, we shift to the Quick Response Squad, the unit that stays on duty all day so they can arrive first. During emergencies, they are always on standby, which is why people call them Readiness 5. Inside the Hunter Corporation, the squad operates on a rotating battalion level schedule, so even though they are part of the Hunter Corporation, if an emergency occurs, they must be ready immediately. Readiness 5 is meant to respond at once. Real incidents are not frequent, but the job still carries great importance. That is why Minjun suddenly says they have received a call and orders everyone to head to the company's military training ground. The others are shocked to be called again and ask if it is just another drill. He says he does not know. They will find out when they arrive. Then he tells them to stop talking and move. That only irritates everyone. They complain that 9 out of 10 calls are fake, and one of them says it makes no sense to keep doing this nonstop ever since they joined. Still, one of them says, "I should just go because the vice commander is waiting and already furious." It is explained that endless simulation calls are normal, since even in Readiness 5, they count as part of the training. So while they are on the move, they climb into the truck and prepare. Then headquarters contacts Min Jun, saying they have sent the location and want him there quickly. Min Jun starts to feel uneasy, and one of the men reports that everyone has finished boarding. He heads out as well, thinking this response feels more severe than usual. Maybe this time it is real. But then the jeep suddenly stops. Someone tells him to look ahead, and Min Jun asks what it is. Then he sees for himself that this truly is something serious. Zhang is waiting for him there. Honestly, he is surprised. He remembers seeing Zhang before, the same man he subdued with nothing but a whip, and now he finally remembers exactly who he is. The moment the protagonist steps out of the vehicle, Zhang acts friendly and says it has been a while. Min Jun asks what he is doing here. Zhang says as Min Jun can see his car broke down. Then he notices Min Jun looks worried and offers an apology. He checks the time and says yes, something is wrong. That guy is clearly up to no good. So Min Jun orders the second squad to get out from the back and cover the rest of the way on foot. They immediately jump out and head toward the site. That fool is left behind, wondering what this is about while the protagonist's men move calmly through the woods at a run. Min Jun says they are almost there and tells them to speed up. One complains, asking if he heard correctly, but Min Jun asks if they want to die, which gets everyone moving faster. To himself, he thinks that on Readiness 5's first official day, this situation unfolds, so things are clearly about to become interesting. As they continue moving forward, they soon break into a run. They arrive where more officers have gathered around a tent, leaving Min Jun visibly surprised. His surprise grows when he recognizes the person there, Commander Song Byung from the Special Task Force. Song Byung smiles as he looks at him, while the people behind Min Jun are shocked as well. He says they arrived in 4 minutes and 55 seconds. It was only barely acceptable. Without delay, he gives an order to everyone. He commands them all to stand at attention and salute the commander. Min Jun shifts into a completely formal posture and carefully observes the insignia. Seeing the markings on Song Byung's uniform, he understands what kind of situation they are in and believes he can still make use of it. A short while later, the situation continues. After Readiness 5 makes its arrival, the officers remain in place, watching closely to see what will happen next. Song Byung tells one officer not to feel uneasy about it. He says this is simply how they operate, but Zhang Bai-om replies that he feels no discomfort at all. To him, having such a commander visit their modest battalion is an honor. As commander of the 2nd Battalion, Zhang Bai-om stays polite, while Song Byung privately jokes he should visit more often just to look down and laugh. Zhang Bai-om clearly dislikes the thought. He does not appreciate that attitude in the slightest. Meanwhile, the 2nd Company commander observes quietly. Company Commander Zhang Gu watches in silence, thinking that because the Hunter Corporation consists entirely of awakened individuals, ranks and strict systems are not always enough. He knows control becomes even harder when managing and supervising people like them, so he notices that many officers remain highly cautious. The man standing over there is Major Hanbo Ran, a hunter from the Special Task Force. Because of that status, only the Special Task Force can handle military soldiers. They also hold authority over police-related duties. Zhang Gu thinks it makes sense, given their role. After all, they are considered an elite unit. Still, coming all the way here just to observe Readiness 5 feels excessive. To him, the whole visit seems far beyond what is necessary. Then Zhang notices something. Someone is arriving. As Readiness 5 heads into its second day, they wait again. They are waiting for yet another call. Already exhausted, one soldier groans and begs them to stop summoning him for simulation drills. He says they have been doing this all night and asks how many times it has happened. Another mentions seeing the Special Task Force commander. He wonders if the commander came for revenge, and someone else agrees, saying that must be the reason. They think he is after Sergeant Min Jun. The corporal asks if it has to do with the incident involving the Special Task Force, First Sergeant, and the other man says that is the only explanation. They wonder why someone so important would come all the way here for that, admitting they never thought the Special Task Force had so much free time. That remark irritates the other soldier, and soon everyone starts grumbling angrily. Then Sujian says that if this is really true, they cannot afford to back down. The others agree, saying they will protect Suki Have. Even if they are treated harshly, it still cannot be worse than Sergeant Minjun's training. They say it confidently, but his mood has already begun to drop. His confidence starts sinking. He briefly wonders whether they should deliberately fail Readiness 5. But if they fail on purpose, the training will only become harsher. So they make a decision. They conclude it is better to keep pushing forward. Meanwhile, the sergeant is actually enjoying the situation. Then Minjun arrives, announcing that the alert has come in and ordering everyone to run to the military training ground. Everyone jumps up and moves immediately, wearing smiles that make them look completely different from before. Their attitude is nothing like the first time. Once again, they set off, sprinting at full speed. On the way from the meeting point to the camp, Min Jun receives a radio message from headquarters asking Readiness 5 to report on 2 suspicious individuals. At the outpost, the protagonist replies that Readiness 5 reached the location 20 seconds earlier, has not found anything unusual yet, and will continue the inspection. Another soldier asks Corporal Lee if this is just another simulation, since they never deal with suspicious people. Lee tells him not to worry, explaining that the post has been abandoned for years. Since no one should be there to make a report, he assumes this must be another drill. He figures it is just another corporation training exercise. But then Min Jun reacts. Min Jun looks ahead and orders everyone to stop, and they obey at once. As they begin moving cautiously, no one understands what is happening. Then a huge man with his face covered steps out, accompanied by another person beside him. The moment they appear, everyone immediately prepares themselves. They raise their weapons while Min Jun reports to headquarters that Readiness 5 has found 2 suspicious individuals and is moving to arrest them. Still, he can tell it is likely another simulation, and he dislikes it. Headquarters orders them to capture both targets alive, and the 2 men begin advancing toward them. As the pair moves toward Min Jun's team, Lee asks whether everyone heard the order and gives them instructions. Tells them to lower their guns. They will subdue these men with their own hands. Then they charge forward, trying to strike the first man. Their first attack misses as the man dodges and grabs the attacker's arm. Another blow comes from the opposite side, but he blocks it as well. He stops that attack too, and then the soldiers begin closing in. They pile onto the 2 men, applying heavy pressure. As they surround the pair and press harder, they even begin building tactics. But just as they prepare to act, the masked man slips past an incoming attack. He gets through the strike and begins overpowering that soldier. Using sheer strength, Min Jun pulls him back, and the man thanks him before saying he will handle this opponent, while the others go help their teammates. At this rate, someone could get seriously hurt, and then another person is suddenly sent flying. He flies toward another soldier, while the masked men start grabbing people and lifting them as if they weigh nothing. Min Jun watches from afar as one masked fighter is left for him. That fighter immediately charges forward. The masked man rushes straight at Min Jun, saying he will not hold back anymore. He declares himself suspect number 1's opponent. Min Jun simply gestures for him to come closer. Now the 2 stand directly face to face. Min Jun steps forward calmly as the suspect throws punch after punch, but he avoids every attack. attack. He dodges with a bored expression, which only frustrates the masked man even more. The man grows increasingly irritated and keeps attacking, but when he throws another punch, Min-jun sees it clearly. He slips past the strike and sweeps at the man's legs. The kick sends the masked fighter spinning, and Min-jun immediately follows with a blow to the chest. The impact drives him hard into the ground, leaving him dazed and staring wide-eyed. The force of the hit makes it clear what just happened. Min-jun can tell the man is completely unable to continue. The others stare at him in disbelief, and Min-jun gives them a new order. He tells everyone to gang up on that guy. They are thrilled by the idea and immediately rush over to overwhelm him. Meanwhile, the other giant is still grabbing soldiers by the hands and tossing them around as if he is only playing rough. By now, the soldiers are all in terrible shape. One of them tries to punch the big man in the chest, but the attack has no effect at all. Brute casually kicks him away as if it takes no effort. Then he throws the two men he had been holding onto the ground nearby, humiliating them all by himself. Even Min-jun, who is much smaller than him, is impressed and says the man must have trained that body seriously. He proposes a duel where each side gets only one hit, even allowing the big man to strike first if he wants. Surprisingly, the guy accepts the challenge. He curses Min-jun for being so arrogant. Then he wins up and puts all his strength into one punch, while Min-jun simply stands there waiting. When the punch lands, Min-jun does not move at all. He tells the man it is his turn now, calmly drawing back his fist, while suspect number 2 trusts his tough body and leaves himself open. Min-jun throws what looks like a casual punch, but the force behind it is overwhelming. Big man will probably regret taking that hit for generations. After that, Min-jun turns to the others and tells them to kick this one too. Everyone is ready to join in. They rush forward happily. But then Min-jun tells them to wait. Macy says training is over and asks whether the guy mentioned something about a team, though nobody really cares. They still go after the poor fool anyway, and after everything he did to them, watching the group return the favor feels strangely satisfying. Meanwhile, Officer Lee is shouting that he absolutely cannot agree with this. He tells Songbang to take back his words, saying he has never heard anything like it in his military career and warning it could cause conflict between regular soldiers and FTS executives. He even says he will file an official complaint, but Songbang simply asks why he does not calm down. He says Officer Lee is becoming unstable. That only makes Lee boil with anger. Just then, someone knocks on the door. Another officer enters, and when they ask what happened, he salutes both men and reports to the battalion commander that the Readiness 5 members have returned. The members of Readiness 5 are back. Lee is instantly thrilled by the news and asks Sayu if anyone is hurt. He asks if everyone is alright, but Sayu can barely answer and only manages to mention 2 people. Lee asks what happened and wonders if those 2 are badly injured. Sayu explains that the 2 suspects are unconscious, though their lives are not in danger, while his own men only suffered minor injuries. Lee is confused and asks what exactly happened to the 2 suspects. Then he asks again if the suspects were truly captured, hardly able to believe it, and wants to know which of his people were only lightly hurt. Seo Kyung confirms it, saying Readiness 5 fully captured both suspects, while Sergeant Lee Sung-ho and the others have only light injuries and are still able to run. After that, they all head to the cafeteria because it is Sausage Day. Lee is overjoyed as he looks toward Sausage, who is sitting there full of rage. His face is nearly red and he is breathing heavily in irritation. He is especially annoyed by Min-jun, who is calmly eating in the cafeteria while the 2 suspects are dealt with. The captured suspects are taken back to their team. Their leader says he cannot believe what happened, asking Major Han if he is all right since he looks completely battered. Major Jung is not in much better shape either, and the man starts pleading with him to open his eyes, watching from nearby. Seo Kang-ho can hardly believe the scene before him. Then the 3 people responsible for everything end up standing directly in front of him. Sung-ho asks the battalion commander and company commander whether they could step outside for a moment, and both of them agree to leave. That leaves only Min-jun facing Seo Kang-ho, who immediately tries to pressure the boy with a vicious glare. Min-jun does not care in the slightest. Seo Kang-ho keeps staring. Then he starts laughing and says Min-jun is amazing. He heard the protagonist handled both of them alone, and admits he is surprised someone that skilled is only First Sergeant. He adds that the commander of the 104th Division must not be very good at recognizing talent. Then he places a hand on Min-jun's shoulder, says he will promote him to 2nd Lieutenant, and asks him to join the Special Task Force. Min-jun just looks at him while Seo Kang-ho keeps pushing the offer, asking if he wants more. He says he can make it happen, and the protagonist only needs to name his price. Min-jun starts laughing, and asks if he is serious. A little later, the 2 men who stepped outside begin to worry. Sung-ho asks Lee if this is really okay, since it looks like he is trying to recruit First Sergeant Min-jun, and if they leave him alone, alone. It might actually succeed. But Lee tells him not to worry. Min-jun is much bigger than they imagine. Sung-ho does not really understand what he means, and they hear noise and shouting from inside, someone demanding to know what he just said, and telling him to repeat it. Things are clearly turning ugly in there. Lee complains that the kid actually said it, even after all that talk about him being different. Sung-ho cannot even decide whether to laugh, saying he is a little worried because knowing Min-jun, he might truly go too far with the FTS commander. Lee says he would never do that. Then the two of them look at each other and realize he absolutely might. Lee wonders what they should do. Should they go inside? But what could they even do after that? Then someone appears and asks why they are so worried about it. Inside, Min-jun is still standing facing Sung-ho. Min-jun sees how furious he is as he demands to know what this dungeon power nonsense is, asking if the kid simply wants guaranteed access, guaranteed time to play games, Sung-ho says, before asking whether the protagonist is sane and reminding him that he already rejected the ban on personal devices and the restrictions on internet access. He explains that the reason is dungeon power fighter, making Sung-ho snap in disbelief. Nobody asked for the game's name. Then he says the military runs on obedience, and the man standing before Min-jun commands the special task force. He asks whether Min-jun sees the stars on his beret. There are two of them, not just one. He asks if Min-jun still fails to understand, saying even readiness 5 clearly was not enough. He adds that, if he wishes, he can make the protagonist's entire suffer as much as he wants, then asks whether he wants a month with no sleep. Min-jun simply watches the threat unfold, without saying a word. Sung-ho asks why he is behaving like that and whether he does not care if his subordinates suffer because of him. Then Min-jun asks why they are not discussing how a first sergeant illegally interfered with the dungeon of a pavilion hunter company. Realizing Min-jun knows too much, Sung-ho says perhaps he needs an inspector. He asks what Min-jun thinks, but before anything more can be said, someone slightly larger than him arrives, and the protagonist instantly salutes the newcomer, saying he was the one who gave the order. The man then steps straight up to Sung-ho and looks him directly in the eyes. Sung-ho immediately loses his nerve and asks why he came, saying he thought he was at headquarters. The commander says that is an odd question, since he deliberately came here while Sung-ho was away. Sung-ho tries to deny it, but the commander says he received some intriguing information and hurried over after hearing Sung-ho was inside his division. Then he hands him a document and asks exactly what it is. The moment Sung-ho reads it, his face turns pale with fear. Min-jun finds the sight extremely satisfying. He remembers the time Laura claimed she was his fan. Yet the instant he turned away, she began doing something behind his back, though he had already figured it all out. He never believed that fan story for even a moment, so he had someone listen while she spoke with her father, and she said that the target had changed. Her father said they still should not contact the boy yet, and she agreed. She said she had only just met Min-jun. Since his shadow heard everything, Min-jun never mistook her for a genuine fan and knew from the start she had suspicious intentions on his very first day in Readiness 5. At 11:28, everyone was officially on standby, sleeping but still holding their weapons close. Min-jun enters the room and quietly looks over the group, noticing they are completely asleep. While everyone rests, Min-jun slips inside silently until Kabuli notices him and asks the sergeant, "Sergeant, should they get up?" The protagonist tells him no and says he can continue resting. Kabuli asks whether Min-jun himself should rest as well, but Min-jun tells him not to worry and says he should sleep in his place, because this will all be over tomorrow. Kabuli does not really understand, saying this is only his first day. Meanwhile, Min-jun moves through the hallways, saying that tomorrow he will deal with those bastards. He tells Bongo to begin, and Bongo is already waiting outside, prepared to carry out the order. Alongside the little ghost, during the raid, Laura is in her office, watching something when movement outside suddenly draws her attention. Feeling uneasy, she stands up to check and steps outside. In the hallway, someone is cleaning. It is Bongo. She asks what he is doing there, pointing out that the cleaning crew does not come at this hour. Bongo prepares himself, smiles at her, and says he must have mixed up the time because it is his first day, but he promises to finish soon. She actually believes his act and tells the new guy to show his face and ID card. He becomes silent for a moment. That makes her tone sharper as she tells him not to make her ask twice, and to show it immediately. He asks for just a moment, then turns toward her. She instantly warns him not to come any closer and to stay where he is. But then he removes his cap, reveals his face, and says he understands, asking her not to shout because it would make him sad. She completely falls for his charm, and he says, just as he told her, this is his first day, so he has not received an ID card yet, even though he is already working. His charm tactic is already in motion, and yes, she truly falls for it, though she still tells him to wait. Honestly, if he were unattractive, she might have thrown thrown him out right away, but his looks make her hesitate and nearly soften. Even so, she points out that he entered the country's most heavily guarded facility without an ID simply because it is his first day. So she simply removes her own card, apologizes for the trouble, and tells him to use it. She also says she will report it to security. She says she will contact the security team tomorrow and make sure they handle their duties properly. Bongo accepts the card, then casually throws it over to Ghost. Ghost quietly slips away with it. The girl remains embarrassed in front of him and asks if he needs anything more. He replies that if she is offering, there is one favor he would like, then steps closer with a look that seems like there are some marks in her eyes, and he asks her to wipe them away for him. Bradley takes care of it, and in the meantime goes to. She arrives there and moves into a quiet section inside. With Laura's card, she passes through the restricted areas. Then she recalls something Min Jun once said. Someone had apparently been targeted by the Nightwalker. He had told her to investigate it, and she actually does. Then the protagonist says the woman clearly has ties to the special task force, and she discovers that he had been correct. By the time she arrives there, she is. She says she has found the evidence, then explains everything to her master. Everything is now under control. Afterward, she writes down an important detail, believing she has found exactly the piece they had been looking for. Min Jun is extremely pleased when he hears this. He tells her to collect everything and send it to the address he will provide. Then he bursts into laughter. Back in the present, Song Bang is in truly serious trouble, trembling before Commander Du Yu because of those documents. He wonders how Du found them, since admitting anything would ruin him, so he asks what the documents are and why they are being shown to him. Du asks if he is seriously pretending not to know what they are, and whether he is prepared to take responsibility for them. Song Byung does not respond, and Du Yu explains that anonymous reports claimed his information was leaked to a civilian hunter company. As the files show, it involves high-ranking soldiers and even officers from the Hunter Corporation. He adds that certain details were missing from the list. Song Bang says of course they were, because those are his observation reports. Then he asks where Du even found this exact file. Du says he knows Song Bang's daughter is a civilian hunter at a company called Raid. Although strong enough to lead a team, her work strangely involves hunting awakened people, and she has contacted several promising hunter corporation officers, and those officers later joined Raid. At that moment, Song Byung realizes this situation is turning dangerous. Du Yu asks once more if he truly knows absolutely nothing about it. He throws the papers down, grabs Du Yu, and demands to know if Du is threatening him by involving his daughter, asking whether he has any proof to support those claims. But Du Yu grips his wrist and presses back, saying many people are nearby and asking why he will not lower his voice. Song Bang glances at Min Jun, who is standing there with a cold, irritated expression, and manages to calm himself a little. He turns aside and walks straight past him, saying he is leaving and that the special task force will investigate the matter. Then he asks why they cannot simply let it go. Min Jun is stunned that Song Bang plans to investigate his own corruption and basically thinks that in some countries, this kind of thing happens so often it almost becomes a joke. Before Song Bang leaves, Du asks whether General Gu Hacked Show is also involved. Song Bang replies that many people are present, so Du should avoid saying things that others might misunderstand. Then he slams the door in anger, while Min Jun thinks there was only one other person there when Song Bang leaves, and Du says, that was embarrassing. He laughs, and Min Jun tells the captain that he somehow went deaf during the entire conversation. Du Yu says he did not even need to pretend, since his information was clearly in those files, and his involvement in the dungeon cleanup was reported as well, just as Major Song Bang said. Du says Min Jun handled it as if it were necessary, which does seem somewhat suspicious. It will stop there, and they will say it was done under Du's orders, since that is what he told Song Bang. The protagonist is relieved and pleased to hear that. Du says he wants to ask something. Song Bang's work with a civilian hunter company, his interference in the dungeon, the special task force's fixation on Min Jun, and those anonymous reports. Is there anything else he should know? Min Jun thinks briefly and says that when the time is right, he will explain everything. For now, Du should simply ignore all these coincidences. Du smiles and says he will be waiting for that moment. Then, in the 104th Division, 4th Battalion, Colonel Jihai is reading through a report. Someone knocks, and she tells them to enter. Song Bang steps inside, greets her, and says, Sergeant Song Bang Young, those reporting for duty. As the two of them drink coffee together, Jihai congratulates Yoon So on her promotion and says it happened faster than expected. The whole thing moved surprisingly quickly, and the girl turns slightly red. She blushes a little and thanks her, though when Min Jun comes to mind, she admits it feels somewhat awkward. She says it is a bit embarrassing when people keep saying it happened so quickly. Yo tells her that guy is simply an exception. Yoonso keeps glancing. She looks toward her superior, and Ji-hai soon returns to the real reason she called her. Ji-hai says she asked her here because she heard the special task force had contacted her recently. She asks whether that is true. Yoonso confirms it, and Ji-hai says she assumed as much. She believes they were trying to recruit her, then explains she wanted to know how Yoonso felt about it. Ji-hai says she will respect her decision, but Yoonso lets out a small laugh after noticing how worried Ji-hai looks. She says she rejected them immediately, then thanks Ji-hai for being concerned, for caring about her. Yu looks honestly taken aback. She seems surprised by the answer, then admits she is genuinely relieved to hear it. He thanks her as well. Even so, she cannot help feeling curious while Yoonso becomes a little uneasy. And Yu says she first refused the division where her father works, then turned down the special task force too. So why is she so determined to remain here? Yoonso answers that she has a very stubborn coworker, and for the moment, they are rivals now. On some days, she wants to get ahead of him, and he is someone who belongs to this division. Ji-hai immediately realizes who she means and says she will support her yet. Yoonso thanks her once more, then Yoonso asks if she is taking vacation next week and whether she has made any plans. Yoonso says yes, explaining that she and her team members are heading out together, but just as they gather and prepare to leave, she suddenly rushes straight forward. She runs right into Min-jun and his team. Neither side had known they would spend the weekend in the same place, so she asks why he is there. The protagonist has no idea how to respond at first. Then he says he should be the one, asking why she appeared there on that exact day, trying to understand what is happening. And he hears another voice nearby and is startled by the person standing there as well. Min-jun flinches, and that person asks what brought them all here, especially when they're usually so busy. On this day of all days, he is so annoyed that he practically crushes his suitcase with anger as he approaches Min-jun. With a sour expression, he demands to know what this is, and later they finally reach the resort where they will be staying instead. As they settle in, Gwon-shik becomes thrilled because he never imagined they would meet the 4th Battalion members there too. He says it must be fate. Yoonso naturally had 2 days of duty instead of a full week, then joined everyone for vacation afterward. Gwon-shik calls it unbelievable luck, adding that they already got resort passes through corporation channels, making the trip great before the 4th Battalion even appeared. Everyone grows even more excited until someone notices Min-jun's terrible expression and realizes he has finally returned. Someone asks why General Suntai wanted to see him, but he is so exhausted that he collapses on the bed, says he has no idea. Or rather, how was he supposed to know the general's daughter would be there? That clearly cannot be a coincidence. He says he had a bad feeling about the place from the beginning and never even wanted to come. The other man says he understands and that only the general misunderstood it. Min-jun says the good part is that he left. Then he wonders how a division commander can keep appearing so often despite being busy. The two behind them hear it and immediately grow excited. But Dong-jin says they are on vacation, so they should enjoy themselves. He mentions that the beach looked beautiful on the way in, and the other two agree, saying they should enjoy summer. Already dressed and ready to go, they remind him they do not have much time and keep pestering him until Min-jun gets up. He gives both of them a sharp smack and tells them to change unless they want the general to come after them. He asks when they even brought those clothes. Dong-jin then notices the protagonist. After seeing the protagonist knock the two of them down, he decides not to get involved. Then one of them appears before Min-jun in a swimsuit, completely ready to enjoy himself. Min-jun realizes the guy is far too enthusiastic. When he looks outside, he begins to calm down a little, thinking that perhaps taking it easy might not be so bad. Later, at the beach, while everyone else enjoys themselves, they finally head over too. Min-jun prepares to have fun and says the ocean really is beautiful. Just as the girls arrive with the same excitement, they are thrilled to be at the beach. Once there, the girls go straight toward volleyball. They mix up the teams and begin playing. The guys take the lead at first, but the girls quickly turn the game around. During the match, Min-jun walks away, and the pink-haired girl tries applying sunscreen to him afterward. Soon everyone heads into the water. Meanwhile, the big girl looks as though she is ready to throw something. He goes down with one of the others, right there in the middle of it all. Amid the confusion, those two fools grab him and try to drag him away. They plan to throw him into the sea, but the whole thing turns against them almost instantly. He slips free and starts tossing them around instead, which makes everyone burst out laughing at the ridiculous scene they are causing, and even Yoon-so eventually starts enjoying herself. By late afternoon, they relax and gaze out at the water. The moment feels peaceful, and Gwon-shik thinks the same when he sees the girl coming toward him with drinks in her hands. To him, this really feels like the perfect life. After some time, a young boy is playing with a ball, and once he finally gets it back, he runs off to the side before stopping suddenly in surprise, remembering that his mother had warned him not to wander too far, but he points ahead and asks what that thing is. His mother lifts her eyes as well and goes completely still when she notices smoke rising. It seems to be coming from that strange island sitting out in the sea. Over there on the island, inside a cave, thick steam is flowing outward through the gaps between the rocks, giving off a very suspicious feeling. Fish move through the water nearby. While back on the beach, everyone continues enjoying themselves, as if nothing unusual is happening. Then the girls spot something while looking through the bags left beside them. One of them calls Ray Joe over and shows her the pendant hanging from Min Jun's bag, reminding her of when he won it at the shooting booth and how he looked at her then, as if he were completely smitten. She says he has been protecting that precious memory all this time, but she does not really believe it. She can see the girl is getting too carried away, and then they both notice the protagonist returning, which immediately pulls everyone's attention. Don Shike and Hanyang start teasing him, saying his moment has arrived and that nothing is fairer than rock, paper, scissors. Since every guy plays it, they tell him to go and buy the ice cream. Min Jun shamelessly cheats, and somehow his scissors beat another guy's rock. They stare in confusion as his scissors crush their rocks with absurd strength. The two standing nearby can only laugh as they watch them getting pushed around like that. Then Donsik grabs Min Jun's bag and tells him to hurry up and go. He reaches for the wallet, but Min Jun is not there quickly enough to stop him right away and tells him to let go of the bag. Instead, Guan Shik ends up tugging on his keychain. It breaks off. The instant the protagonist sees it, he freezes completely. Still unable to believe it, Don Shik immediately understands that they are in serious trouble when he sees the broken keychain in his hand. The other three take one look at it and know he is done for. Min Jun starts trembling with anger, ready to charge at him, so Guan Shik immediately runs. He rushes to the girl, passes it over, drops it into her palm, and takes off. Min Jun yells for both of them to come back as Guan Shik and Han Yong flee, shouting that it was an accident, while Han Yong begs him to wait and says he did not even do anything. But Min Jun ignores him and storms after them at full speed, and if he catches them, they are finished. They keep running until they plunge into the water, knowing they are done for if he manages to grab them. The protagonist cannot believe they actually dared to do that. The pink-haired girl gets dreamy, thinking he cares deeply about their memories, but Ju suspects that is probably not what is really happening. A little later, while they are still swimming, they drift near the island where the steam is rising. Wan Shik says this could have ended badly, but Han Yong snaps that it already has, because now he is going to get beaten because of him. Wan Shik keeps saying it was only an accident and that he never meant to break it, but Han Yong thinks it had to be Rumi's pendant of all things. He says they have no choice but to beg for forgiveness, though he is already panicking. Then when he glances to the side, he notices something. It feels as though something brushed against his feet. One of those fish is circling around them. Wan Shik tells him to stop joking, but then one of the fish finally appears in full view, and it is enormous. It looks completely unreal, with huge teeth and a terrifying presence. Then it suddenly lunges straight at him. Just seeing it is enough to scare them badly. Meanwhile, people on the beach are still playing in the water near the shore as if everything is normal. Jiangho remains focused on building his sandcastle when Dong Jin walks over and asks whether he has seen Wan Shik and Han Yong, since he cannot find either of them anywhere. Sungo thinks for a moment and asks if they went to buy ice cream with Min Jun, but before he can finish speaking, they hear someone shout that someone is hurt. Panic spreads quickly, and both of them look up, wondering what happened, only to realize the injured person has been turned. It turns out to be Wan Shik, with Han Yong beside him, both of them covered in bite wounds and blood. The two searching for them rush over immediately to find out what happened. The moment they notice the bite marks, they are stunned. Sung Ho quickly tells Dong Jin to get them to a doctor, and Dong Jin agrees. Without wasting a second, Sung Ho then asks Wan Shik what happened and where he is injured, and Guan Shik says they were attacked just now. But when he looks up and sees Min Jun standing there with an even scarier expression than the fish that bit him, he panics and blurts that he did not mean to do it. Min Jun pays no attention to that and asks what caused those wounds. Are those bite marks? Wan Shik says monsters attacked them, and he thinks they were crimson devilfish. Laura rushes over to check on him, while Han Yong is startled that he identified the creature so quickly and asks if it is a fish-type monster. Someone recalls hearing that a few had appeared in the dungeon where Sanseok showed up, while Min Jun examines the wound and Young Yoon So says they must have come from there. She asks how many appeared and whether he defeated any, and Wan Shik says they saw two of them, but barely escaped because Han Yong was injured first. He could not take them down. He apologizes, but Yoon So says there is no need. He then tells Sung Ho to send him with Wan Shik, while ordering Saebyul and Young Seo Kang to report everything to the resort, begin evacuation, and request an assault team from the division. Then the protagonist asks Yoon-so how much she knows about those fish. He asks her to tell him everything, and she explains that this fish-type monster gets its name from its red color and has a lamp-like organ on its head. They are extremely aggressive and can reach very high body temperatures, though underwater, the heat itself should not be the biggest concern. Min-jun says that lines up with what he knows. They are so violent they do not even hunt in groups, and their hunger is severe enough for them to devour their own kind. They are repulsive, and it makes no sense for them to be this far from St. York. Worse, they are attacking people together, which is deeply suspicious. The girl tries to say something, but Min-jun says he is going to investigate it himself. Yoon-so warns him that it is far too dangerous to go alone. However, Min-jun says they may have even less time than they originally believed. Besides, he performs better alone. That leaves her momentarily at a loss for words, but he adds that, at least for now, he really is better suited to handling this kind of situation by himself. He tells everyone to do what they can because there is no time to wait or waste. She realizes he is making the smartest decision under the circumstances and finally accepts his judgment. Min-jun is relieved that she understands. Then he heads straight toward the sea, saying there is only reason those fish would gather in one place like this. As he runs and thinks it over, the evacuation begins. The little boy watches everything in growing shock. Back on the island, hidden beneath all that smoke, dozens of red lights glow under the water. They are eggs, and they are close to hatching. Min-jun says the reason they gathered is reproduction. They came together to mate, and now it has created a major disaster. Who would have thought people might be endangered because of that? The two girls really do rush to the resort, shouting that it is urgent and demanding to be connected with security. The resort worker is confused, but asks them to wait for a moment. Then Yoon-so manages to make a call, reporting an emergency at H Sokcho Resort to the 110th Division. She says monsters believed to be crimson devilfish have appeared. The two people listening are stunned, and Yoon-so adds that they have asked the resort to assist with evacuation. Meanwhile, Sergeant First Class, the protagonist Min-jun of the 104th Division, is already moving to handle the situation, swimming toward the island at an unbelievable speed. Min-jun knows that if too many crimson devilfish are born, it will become impossible to deal with them all. That is already serious, but there is an even greater concern: their body temperature is not merely high, but unstable. If those fish react all at once, it could set off a massive blast. He remembers what happened with the eggs used as weapons in Isgard. He has not forgotten those troublesome things, and while he hopes no explosion occurs, the real question is how large it might become. He needs to determine whether the blast could reach the resort. Then he looks down and spots two of them nearby in the water. Close to him, he wonders whether this is the place. Taking a breath, he dives sharply underwater. There, he sees the crack and the eggs clustered around it. He knows this is the spot and can feel the heat rising from them. He does not know when they will hatch, but there is no time to spare. Then the fish close in, and he realizes they will not leave him alone. He says demonic energy skills like corruption are useless underwater, and even physical attacks lose much of their force. Those creatures are fast, so he has few choices left. He activates demonic charge, sacrificing defense and stamina for speed, then rushes away from the monsters. That is when he realizes they are protecting the eggs, so he tries to lure them in, hoping they will bite him and be dealt with the instant. They make contact, but the fish move at a terrifying speed. He cannot follow them at all. He only senses something cutting past his face and blurts out, "What was that supposed to be?" Then it finally hits him. It was the fish themselves. They had launched some kind of sharp projectiles directly from their mouths. Hundreds of them shoot toward Min-jun, forcing him to defend himself because outrunning that storm is impossible. He can hardly believe those creatures have learned a move like this, and they continue, preparing to fire over and over. He races across the sea, trying to dodge their attacks. But his air begins to run low, so he has to surface. Once he reaches the top, he realizes those cursed sashimi are basically just playing around with him. Outside, Lee Bungo is standing there with the most foolish expression imaginable, staring at Min-jun, who has no clue why he is there. Seeing Lee Bungo ready to leap into the sea, the protagonist snaps and asks what the hell he thinks he is doing. Lee Bungo fires back that there was no way he could stay home while Min-jun was in danger, but Min-jun asks how he even knew since he never told him where he was, and he can barely believe that it might actually be true. Then Lee Bungo says, "That is exactly what happened. He saw it through a prophecy." Then the red-haired woman appears as well, already gripping her weapon. Ready to jump in, she runs forward and dives into the water. Lee Bungo tells Min-jun to leave the fish to them and retreat, because this area is far too dangerous. The protagonist asks whether he truly believes his abilities are enough to reach that depth, and Lee Bungo answers immediately. Of course. Exactly. He says he knows precisely what those things are after, then dives in and begins, spreading dark magic through the sea. Min-jun feels a strange nostalgia, remembering how they used to work together in Isgard, and he knows those monsters will not escape. Back in Isgard, Lee Bungo's favorite bait had been crimson-headed squid, and creatures like these lose control the instant they see it. They all rush toward Lee Bungo, trying to swarm him, but he shoots away and pulls them off. Min-jun circles around and reaches the small island. With the eggs unguarded, he thinks something powerful enough to change Earth's future must have happened here. He wonders if he was meant to die here, and whether that explosion truly would have occurred. Looking inside, he sees a dangerous number of eggs, far too many to ignore. After so long without visiting a beach, this is what he ends up facing. He thinks that if Sushin had not appeared, he would never have pressured the task force commander or come here, and now he understands that the future shown by prophecy can truly be changed. That realization sets his blood on fire, and he says he will use corruption. He admits he is about to do something he normally would never attempt, then directs his power right under his feet. Meanwhile, the two fish are still pursuing Lee Bungo, and he keeps fleeing until he abruptly turns to face them, nearly getting caught just before one can bite him. He slips away at the last moment and continues, leading them farther out. Then he realizes he has finally reached a safe enough distance. Seizing that moment, he launches upward. The final second, just before their jaws close around him and both monsters are sent flying up into the air where the first and second attacks can land together. Lee Bungo is terrified since he almost got caught in the strike as well. He drops back down into the water. At first, everything seems fine, but then she notices Min-jun doing something behind her, using his power in a place where he absolutely should not. She starts shouting that it is far too dangerous. She tells him to get out immediately, but he refuses to stop. Then an enormous flash erupts right before her eyes, while everyone rushes toward the water trying to help in any way they can. Yoon-so receives a call from her father, and when she answers, he says he heard what is happening, asks whether she is all right. She says 2 people from the 2nd Battalion were injured but will survive. Most resort guests are civilians, and they lack enough people for evacuation, though the civilians are still safe at the moment. She adds that the 11th Division is already moving. He tells her to wait. He says he did not call because he wanted a report. Then a commanding officer listens as he orders everyone to evacuate at once. The 2 people hearing this are stunned, and he says he just spoke with the commander of the 11th Division. This time, the Crimson Devilfish incident is different. Will not announce it publicly, but during the 11th Division raid last month, people lost their lives. Yoon-so is shaken. He explains that many of their eggs were found in a dungeon, and while they were being removed, a massive explosion occurred. So if there are eggs here as well, the danger is extreme. She freezes at those words, and just as he tries to continue, a massive explosion erupts. It falls right in front of them, leaving all 3 of them staring in complete disbelief at the scene, especially the CO, whose concern keeps growing because Min-jun had said he would take care of everything. She had even tried to stop him, but he refused to listen. He ignored her warning and went anyway. She drops her phone and rushes toward him, while her father keeps trying to speak with the CO, but no answer comes, and the girl charges straight into the water. With Min-jun filling her thoughts, people start shouting for everyone to do anything they can, and she breaks down, refusing to believe that he could be gone. Then the CO suddenly leaps onto the girl, grabs hold of her, forces her down, warning that getting any closer is too dangerous because there may be more blasts. Lee Bungo hurries over, unsure what to do, while the CO tells the girl to calm herself. After she settles slightly, she begins crying out Min-jun's name again. Then Min-jun appears and says there is a better way to call him. The girl can hardly believe what she is seeing. The other 2 are just as stunned. The protagonist is truly standing there with nothing worse than torn clothes. Everyone is both relieved and shocked that he returned, and she runs straight to him as Lee Bungo approaches too. Lee Bungo also embraces him. A few hours later, the CO is in her room, locking things away. She is writing notes when Lee Bungo suddenly comes crashing through the window and rolls into the room, knocking into everything in his path before landing painfully on the floor. She starts after him, but he quickly tells her to wait, saying it was an accident. He explains that he fell asleep while flying. She says he always causes problems and keeps stepping on him while complaining about his constant yelling. He tells her to wait because he managed to get their passports, which genuinely catches her off guard. He says she can call him Donald now, but she asks what he is even talking about. She asks if he forgot all the trouble and damage he caused, and says she refuses to call him by name. He simply accepts it. Then she asks if those are really their passports and whether he checked if they are legitimate. He admits he has no idea and asks how he was supposed to check. She cannot believe he spent so much money without verifying them. She says that should have been the very first thing he did, but then even she loses track of her own words. Lee Bungo points that out, so she says fine, she will ask Min-jun when he returns, but then she suddenly freezes as a vision overtakes her. Min-jun is swimming back from from the island. He looks terrified, and one of those fish leaps onto him. It bites onto Minjun's arm and slows him down. When he turns back, the explosion is already beginning. After that, the beach is filled with victims, and more people are still being carried in. When they arrive, the casualties are still being counted. John's father and Seoyeon's father arrive in tears, and when the two of them move closer to Minjun, they see him lying there lifeless. Then Lee Bungo asks if it is true. She snaps out of the vision, and someone asks what happened. Was it another prophecy? Trembling from head to toe, she says the future has changed, and Minjun is now in danger. Then she notices that he also had a bandage on his face as well, so she asks where he is right now. Just before the explosion, she sees that flash unfold directly before her eyes, from her own point of view, leaving her stunned. This is the future she witnessed. Then Minjun appears behind her. Startled and flustered, she hurries over to him. She asks if he is all right. He says it was his fault, but she tells him no, the blast was far smaller than her prophecy. He saved countless people, and most importantly, he survived. Still, he says it was not him. Lee Bungo saved him, because when the explosion began, he was still trying to draw out more power and spread more corruption across those orbs. He kept affecting them one after another, but while Minjun continued pushing beyond his limits, blood began dripping from his nose. He thought it still was not over yet, and just little more would be enough to finish everything. The orbs grew unstable and began to hatch, then burst right in front of him, catching Minjun completely by surprise. Before that blast could take him down, Lee Bungo transformed into an octopus and sent one of his tentacles out to reach the protagonist, dragging him away at the very last moment and keeping him alive. After seeing what Lee Bungo did for him, Minjun manages to stay calm through the danger because he had been pulled out and saved. Yoon-so sees it and is stunned that he was actually that helpful. Lee Bungo stands proudly as they speak, acting as if no ending could be greater than one like that for a true believer, while dramatically begging them never to forget his sacrifice, even though he is standing perfectly fine right beside them and looking ridiculously pleased. Minjun is amazed to realize he survived, and that Bongo really did not fall apart. Lee Bungo says he may not be able to use his hands for a while, but at least Minjun is safe, and that alone is enough to make him start celebrating. From a distance, the girl realizes that Lee Bungo is actually alright, so after the explosion, when Minjun finally makes it back to the beach, the 110th Division has already reached the scene. Because of that, General Sun Tai-ho hurried back the moment he heard what happened, and he was able to see his daughter safe, holding her tightly, with tears filling his eyes. Before long, the whole situation was finally brought under control. As the survivors of the explosion were being checked, the pink-haired girl suddenly threw herself at Minjun. She was overjoyed and clung to him because she knew he had saved everyone. That makes him both surprised and proud, and he figures most of the remaining trouble will be taken care of without him. Seo Kyung also learned about everything that had happened there, and after the entire incident finally ended, Minjun felt relieved to see everyone safe, calm, and unharmed. Even then, he still says all the credit for resolving the resort incident should belong to just one person, and that person is obviously himself. Later that afternoon, while everyone packed up their belongings and prepared to return to the cars, the atmosphere had changed. The pink-haired girl complains that it had been so long since their last trip, yet it ended like this, and she says she barely had any fun. Hee-ju tells her there is nothing they can do, since the resort will stay closed until security can be guaranteed, and Minjun turns around for one final look at the room where he had been staying. After that, he chooses to leave. Hoyeon watches all of them, and Minjun asks why she is there, then asks where Lee Bongo is. She says he is recovering with the demonic energy the protagonist gave him and should improve soon, so the protagonist has no reason to worry. Right now, he is riding on top of a bus headed home. Si-ho thinks it is incredible that he was so close to the explosion yet barely got hurt. She always knew something about him was special. His survival instincts are just that strong. But Se-hogren says that cannot be right because he is Lee Bongo. Minjun jokes that he thought the two of them had become friends. Then he asks if that is the only outfit she owns, reminding her that he gave her money to spend freely, but she says this is already enough. Still, Minjun asks whether she at least washes it, and she sniffs herself before replying that it still seems fine, so he simply tells her to buy some clothes. She refuses, saying she is okay, and that his money is too valuable to waste. While they are talking, the little shadow rushes over and clings tightly to Minjun, repeatedly insisting that he listen. It keeps bouncing around on his head until the protagonist says he understands and asks it to stop. Once it settles down, he feels a bit more relieved. Minjun wonders if it had really been that worried about him, but the sneaky little thing was actually afraid of going hungry. Minjun then asks what it brought him, and the shadow tells him about a portal. He asks where it is and learns it is in Gangneong, which is fairly close. At the same time, Seo Kyung Hyun starts sniffing herself and realizes she smells far worse than she thought. He points it out to her, and her face turns bright red. Then he asks whether she wants to join Hunter Corporation, which catches her completely off guard. Even so, she says yes. He tells her that works since they will be working together from now on. So the next day in Gyeongyang, the girl finally buys new clothes and looks much more presentable. She waits for him shyly, and when the protagonist asks if something is wrong or if she feels sick, she says the clothes simply cost too much. He tells her not to worry because he has a plan, and she nods, while thanking Minjun. While looking at her, he asks whether she can truly keep using her demon eye this often. She says she is fine for now. The protagonist thinks about the demon eye, an item that shows the future someone wishes to see, but only under specific conditions. The user must stay within 10 meters of where the event will occur, and it is better not to look too far into the future. On top of that, it consumes demonic energy at a rapid pace, and the girl is growing increasingly exhausted, which is exactly the reason. It cannot be used carelessly. Even so, she activates it again and manages to see what Minjun wants to know. She says she can see monsters, bipedal wolves. She identifies them as lycanthropes and asks how many there are and how many will leave the portal, but her eyes begin to ache. She adds that a special one appears too, something like their leader, but that is all she can see. Minjun grows excited at the answer, thinking her ability is absurdly powerful, and then the portal truly opens right before them. Everyone is stunned, but the two of them are already waiting at the entrance for whatever emerges. As the crowd begins to panic, he tells her they will follow the plan, then asks whether she can manage it. She answers without hesitation that she can. Minjun then asks if she remembers what he told her earlier. She replies that first, she must make sure no civilians are harmed, and second, she must not let anyone see the power of a dark mage. Those were his orders, and she says she will remember them for life, though the protagonist tells her not to make it sound so dramatic. Then, when the lycanthrope steps out, Minjun reminds her that he will intervene if anything goes wrong, so she should not force herself too much. Above all, she must not get hurt. The enormous werewolf stands directly in front of her. She tells Minjun to leave it to her, then pulls a large baseball bat from beneath her cloak and her E-rank skill. Demonic energy whip coils around the bat. The monster lets out a roar at her, but she remains completely composed. She prepares to strike while Minjun thinks that after yesterday's incident, he cannot allow another disaster in Gangyang today. So this is plan B. Honestly though, the plan only works because of Seo Kyung-han, and she is one of the few people who can truly fight. She charges straight at the monster, swinging the bat repeatedly and driving it back. The beast lashes out several times, but she avoids each attack and keeps countering. Each hit lands with greater force than the last. Watching the fight unfold, Minjun says he already knew what would happen if the monster tried using its slashing attack against her. She dodges, at the final instant slipping beneath those cutting lines. She closes in near its abdomen and prepares her next move. Minjun recognizes her talent as she drives the blow straight into its lower jaw. After that clean hit, the monster starts coughing harshly. Even then, it does not fall and attacks once more, but she evades it and steps back, carefully observing, while planning her next action. Even with its jaw injured, the werewolf keeps advancing. This time it is furious. She simply rests the bat on her shoulder and calmly dares it to come at her. Minjun only watches as the monster becomes even angrier than before, while the girl steadies herself and rushes ahead as it charges in as well. She slips past its attack, and this time her own strike is overwhelmingly powerful. With one hit, she crushes its abdomen and leaves a massive opening in the monster. After that, it collapses flat to the ground. Minjun thinks he never needed to interfere at all. There is no reason for him to worry about her. Up to now, awakened people with actual skills still have not been officially reported to the public. In other words, the world currently knows only about superhuman physical abilities. If people discovered someone possessed a true skill, the entire world would become interested in that person. So as the army escorts her away, Minjun tells her to keep moving. He truly dislikes this kind of unnecessary attention. She only used a small amount of her power, and in the end she defeated the monster with a bat. That should be enough to keep anyone from finding out about skill users. Yet contrary to what he expected, one witness says that it was definitely a skill. The woman recording his statement, the two of them look at each other in an awkward silence. Then he says he has never seen anything like it before, so he cannot be completely certain. But to him, that was exactly what it seemed like. He says, Sergeant Minjun used a skill, and apparently he means the protagonist. The woman questioning him is a blonde American, and she asks him to explain in more detail. Feeling the pressure from her gaze and noticing the card placed on the table, he realizes there is no way to avoid answering, so he begins explaining that during the raid on the fake dungeon, they managed to reach its center. He was among the people Minjun saved in that mud dungeon where they were surrounded by monsters and eventually found themselves in serious danger. At the far end, high on top of a pillar, there was a sphere of demonic energy. When it burst apart, MC turned back, and that was when he drew that black sword in front of everyone, using it to deal with those creatures, and draining them all in an instant. The witness says that, thanks to Sergeant Minjun, no one was harmed, and they were able to clear the dungeon successfully. He even repeats how Minjun told them to calm down, saying the dungeon was cleared and the exit would open soon. At the time, he was overwhelmed with relief and thanked the protagonist, calling him his savior, while the protagonist did not even deny that he had saved them all. After that, he asked them for a small favor, and everyone agreed immediately, saying they would do anything. Minjun told them that if they had seen anything unusual just then, they should pretend they had seen nothing, and everyone understood exactly what he meant. That same man, now reporting on the protagonist, says he understood and tells her not to worry, but the blonde woman slams the table, thinking the whole thing is absurd. He then asks whether this will cause trouble for him. She brings up his rank, Sergeant First Class, but he has no idea what she is talking about. Then she states it clearly. Minjun is now a Sergeant First Class. He still looks puzzled, so she asks whether he told anyone else. He says no. Even during the investigation after the incident, no one spoke up because everyone wanted to protect his secret. They do not even discuss it among themselves, so she tells him it is best for him to keep it that way. That also includes the fact that he met her that day. He quietly agrees. She thanks him for coming to see her even while on leave, then says she is leaving, but he stops her to mention one more thing. He brings it up. She nods and admits that this information truly matters, just as he said. Then she tells him to contact her once he is discharged. He is left looking miserable, realizing he may have just made a serious mistake. Outside, she reflects on what she said. Giving him a place in Hyde Squad would be simple enough, but only if Hyde still exists by then. That same day, every dangerous file in their office was stolen, and the security server went down as well. They still do not know when it happened, and worse, people suspect her. She cannot defend herself because her memory of that day is gone. Everything began when she got involved with that person. Tries calling Song Byung, but his phone goes straight to voicemail. She snaps, wondering why he still is not answering when several days have already passed. Right there on the street, she loses control and starts drawing the attention of everyone around her. At that moment, she begins to think they may have chosen the wrong person to mess with. A few days later, the protagonist finally reports back. He returns to his team. Minjun Shimin is genuinely happy to see him. He says the protagonist did well, apologizes for everything that happened during his leave, and asks whether he is okay. The protagonist says he is fine. Then Minjun explains that the weapons department also wants to question him. It should only be a formality, but he will have more work to handle. Minjun simply accepts it. Then someone else shows up, calling for him. The protagonist Shimin asks if he is all right, and protagonist says yes, though he is clearly unsettled by this strange guy who keeps asking whether he is truly okay. The man even tries to grab him, but Minjun immediately avoids him. Then Shimin remembers something and says there is another document from the weapons department. Both of them pause and listen. He says training begins next week, and after some time they really do head out into the jungle. Minjun speaks with Corporal Lee Seung-woo, saying the suit feels heavier than before, then admits the heat feels even worse than the weight itself. Shenggu asks what kind of training this is, and the protagonist tells him it is called obstacle training. So they jokingly say that it really does count as an obstacle because that suit is trying to destroy his peaceful life. Then their leader says this must be fate and orders them to keep the same pace all the way to the end. They agree, while Minjun thinks from behind that the power suits may not appear heavy, but they actually weigh dozens of kilos. For an awakened person, that should not be the biggest issue. Real trouble is that the suit has no ventilation. In this weather, with his stamina gradually being worn down as they move, the suit that first seemed light starts to feel unbelievably heavy. That is when he understands the true enemy in this training is the environment, especially when it is harsh, strange, unfamiliar, and impossible to predict. While everyone else is occupied near the portal, the girls are talking among themselves. Then Edrosa looks to the side and notices 2nd Battalion nearby. One of them looks completely drained. Yijo realizes obstacle training has already begun, and Rosina is shocked they marched all the way there while wearing those suits. So they thank everyone for working so hard. Lieutenant Jo then introduces herself as well with a friendly tone. Before long, the two groups begin blending together comfortably. Minjun then tells Yijo-ru to inspect the area for anything strange nearby. Rosina tries to speak with Minjun, but Yeji Andrew tells her to wait until later as he walks around. He soon runs into Yijo. She says it has been a while and thanks him for what he did in Huizhang, though she says she should be the one offering her thanks. Either way, he has clearly become the division's famous troublemaker. Then she turns her attention toward one of the boys nearby and asks whether he received the mission briefing. After some time, they arrive in a desert area where they begin taking down rat after rat. The corpse recovery team, the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon, handles this in the middle of their obstacle training. They place the fallen creatures into boxes and load them onto vehicles. Everyone is already exhausted. One of them notices another guy looking worn out, asks if he is tired. The guy says he can manage the heat and fatigue, but he still feels uneasy dealing with creatures that barely even seem like real monsters. Another tells him not to be foolish and says he should be grateful. This is all they have to do, especially since it still counts as part of their obstacle training. The boy understands, says he is fine, and apologizes. Then Dongjin says the 4th Battalion must be working hard too, since they are the ones hunting them. These creatures are small, but their habit of moving in groups makes them difficult because they live out in the desert. The boy asks what he means by food. Dongjin explains that these creatures are carnivores. The others notice their large teeth, and his whole expression changes almost immediately. Meanwhile, Showman stands with him near the edge of a cliff. He says the 4th Battalion is moving faster than expected while their side is beginning to fall behind. The protagonist looks toward his division and sees them struggling to gather the remains. He notes that the 4th Battalion is only facing small groups at each point, which explains their speed. But the red-eyed desert rat's normal habitat makes it suspicious. Something about this feels wrong. It is not normal. Sabian checks the data and says that if a main nest exists and the area is packed with them, this raid could become much harder. Sandstorms are also dangerous, and under those conditions, the raid team may not be able to use their weapons properly. If a huge swarm appears during that, the situation could turn serious. Meanwhile, the rats keep pressing toward the girls, but young Seo Kyung calmly takes several of them down with just a few clean swings of her sword. The other girls deal with the rest without much difficulty as well. Then Yijo says thanks for the report and says they will look into it. While speaking over the radio, Yijo asks what happened, and Yijo explains that the 2nd Battalion reported the number of desert. The rat's behavior is unusual, but Sapio does not understand where she is going with this. Asks what she means. Yojo explains that every group they have seen has been far too small, and Yijo agrees, which means there may be a much larger swarm gathered somewhere else. Yijo says that is a bad sign. Just then, another girl shouts that a group of desert rats is approaching from the front. There are so many that she cannot even count them. They are closing in quickly. The 3 of them freeze in fear. Meanwhile, Yijo says the 4th Battalion reported they will handle it for now, so they are going to wait. Even so, they may have to step in and support them, so everyone should prepare for combat. But Minjun asks, what if there is another explanation? At that same moment, the girls steady themselves for the coming fight. They charge forward with everything they have. Shi-min asks what other explanation Minjun is talking about, and Minjun says, for instance, natural predators. Then a huge 4-pronged monster suddenly bursts from the ground and lunges straight at the rats. They can hardly believe what they are seeing. A massive earthworm-like creature erupts above them, ready to swallow the swarm. Yangxiu turns pale when she realizes it is a death devourer. Young Minjun instantly shouts for everyone to retreat. Do not attack, just fall back right now. Everyone immediately runs from the monster. It does not hesitate for a moment and begins devouring the rats on the spot. The girls are so stunned they can barely react. As they run, Yum contacts another group, reporting that a death devourer has appeared in the mission area and the entire 4th platoon is falling. Back to the Rendezvous point, but when she tries to repeat the message, the monster is already almost right on top of them. They push themselves to run faster, but Yunso is still panicking at the sight of it. Meanwhile, at Hunter Corporation headquarters in the main conference room, their leader is speaking with the commander of Division 110. Commander introduces himself, and the leader says incidents happened in Sokchao and then Gongyang under his responsibility, yet his division did nothing except handle the cleanup afterward. Commander begins to apologize, but the leader says it is fortunate no civilians were harmed. Still, he expects better. The commander agrees, and the leader continues reviewing the reports before saying, one article catches his attention, about a civilian awakened person, who protected people in Ganyang after appearing out of nowhere. He examines the reports about her, and sees that she defeated that werewolf with ease, so he orders the Hunter Special Task Force to investigate the matter. Yi-chan agrees, and the leader says the meeting is finished except for one final matter he wants to mention. He says Major General Sun Bang was arrested by the STF a few days ago, and the case is now being investigated because he is suspected of working with a civilian hunter company. Once the investigation is complete, he says he will share the full results with everyone. Then he continues, saying that since the STF commander's seat is vacant, he intends to appoint Deputy Commander Brigadier General Yi-chan, who was already due for promotion next month. So the appointment will take place then. Yi-chan looks towards Seo Kyung with a small, smug smile, and seeing that Seo Kyung thinks to himself that the investigation is not even finished, yet they are already choosing a replacement. So this is how things will play out. Right then, another officer enters. He walks straight over and whispers into the commander's ear. Then the commander turns to General Seo Kyung. He mentions the members of Division 104, the ones who recently resolved the Seo Kyung incident, and says he had asked for them to be brought in today. He asks if Seo Kyung remembers. Seo Kyung says he already explained that it was impossible because of training schedules and the dungeon raid, so it never happened. The officer adds that the platoons connected to the incident are now in that same dungeon, one for training and the other with the raid team. Seo Kyung confirms that it is true. The commander thinks that is quite a coincidence, and an even larger one now that a problem has just appeared inside the very dungeon those kids are currently in. They are running from a death devourer. Then the commander asks whether Seo Kyung's investigation was truly solid enough to send them there, to place them in that dungeon. He compares him to a frightened child who lost his candy, saying he does not believe something like this can simply be overlooked. Seo Kyung responds calmly that there is no reason to worry because the investigation was sufficient. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, one of the team members says they can already see the Rendezvous point. Yeom orders everyone to split up and confuse the worm. They scatter in different directions, clearing the path ahead of it. Back at headquarters, Seo Kyung tells the commander his people are also prepared for unforeseen situations, and at that very moment, one soldier is already positioned with a massive automatic machine gun. He gets ready to fire as the worm comes closing in. The moment it approaches, he opens fire. The worm takes one hit after another and immediately abandons the chase, turning away to flee, but the gunfire continues to follow it even as it retreats. Then one of the women seizes a huge harpoon. She charges it with energy and hurls it forward. It shoots straight toward the worm and drives into its belly, making the monster cry out while a stream of bullets keeps coming. He grabs another harpoon, preparing to throw. As the commander watches, she notes that the 5 colonels are truly powerful. She then orders the platoon commanders to report their current status and warns them not to drop their guard. She tells everyone to prepare for combat as she keeps aiming her harpoons at the worm. By this point it has 3 of them lodged in its body, and it is badly wounded, howling in pain while the man's gunfire continues without stopping. The monster tries to flee, so the colonel empties his first magazine, forcing it down. Then he calls for a reload. A soldier rushes over, slides in, and locks a fresh magazine into place. The colonel steadies himself and begins firing again. At the same time, the other colonel launches her spear at the monster once again. This time, however, it is on guard. It avoids the attack and uses her miss as a chance to dive into the sand and escape. The colonel realizes it is hiding, while the others see that she missed. He says they are standing on solid rock, so it cannot emerge beneath them, but she warns they still do not know when the creature will surface again. He says they have no choice but to use that plan, and when she asks if it is too risky, he says it is worth trying. She tells him to stop immediately if it seems impossible. Even so, he tells the protagonist to proceed with his plan. The man dives down with Xiong, he driving beneath him. Shimin agrees with the colonel. Everyone opens fire. As he charges forward, he says a Fuji is coming. Meanwhile, Minjun advances with an entire pack of rabbits following behind him. He is thrilled, feeling the wind on his face and thinking that removing that outfit makes him feel as though his stats have doubled. He figures it must be something like temporary doping effect. Even so, he feels capable of taking down that death devourer with ease. He even laughs like a villain, saying he wants to see that ugly face. Shimin is shocked by his excitement and wonders whether Minjun feels no fear at all, since he himself is definitely nervous. Then he remembers the conversation they had about natural enemies. It sounded strange back then, when the kid said a massive predator might be nearby, even though nothing like that appeared in the report. Then the collection team's radio cuts in, saying the 2nd Battalion has confirmed a death devourer inside the dungeon, and Yeom's team is falling back to the meeting point. He is stunned that it was underground the entire time. He asks about the death devourer and whether he can share an idea. Yomi looks a little uneasy, but the protagonist simply tells him to calm down and trust him. Then he uses the radio and says they will help deal with the death devourer using his team with as few people as possible. The woman on the other end is shocked and asks what he is talking about. Min Jun introduces himself and explains that once a death devourer takes enough damage, it usually hides underground. If that happens, they will lure it back out. The colonels are surprised, but the female colonel replies that they will take down the monster before it can crawl underground. He should remain exactly where he is. Min Jun says they still need a backup plan, just in case the situation turns bad. She clearly dislikes his tone and tells him to explain what he has in mind. He begins laying it out, while Semin is stunned. The 4th Battalion commander is actually hearing him out, because if he says anything foolish, they will all be in serious trouble. Once Min Jun finishes, she agrees and orders him to prepare an ambush near the meeting point. He agrees without hesitation. Yeom can hardly believe it and asks what just happened. Minjun looks at him and asks whether he has a driver's license. As Yeom drives, he realizes the plan actually makes sense. If they load the vehicle with desert rat remains and create enough vibration, the Death Devourer is almost certain to appear. Even so, he is frightened that it might suddenly emerge right beneath him. Minjun gives him a warning and he immediately swerves away. He keeps following the monster's movement as it travels directly under them. Then he gives another signal, and Yeom turns again. Minjun wonders why it still has not responded. Maybe the scent of remains is not strong enough, so he releases the demonic energy he had been suppressing. His demonic energy can reportedly become colorless and odorless without disturbing the surroundings, and he can turn that trait on or off whenever he chooses. Now he begins drawing it in with the core of his demonic energy. He wonders whether the monster has taken bait. When he glances back, both colonels are already waiting in position for it to appear. Minjun gives the signal again, telling them that this is the moment. Min turns toward the monster as it bursts out from directly beneath them. The protagonist is caught off guard while the demon is completely terrified. The monster prepares to strike again, but the colonel lands a direct blow to its stomach. Minjun says it was a good hit, and the monster puffs up even more blood. The attacks keep landing again and again. Minjun explains that the aura stays unstable until impact because it is a projectile attack. Otherwise, the creature would have already been finished. Then he spots something up ahead. It is one of the spears the colonel threw earlier, the one that missed. The instant he sees that item, he grows even more excited. He tells Min to move forward because that weapon matters a lot to him, and he nearly leaps out of the vehicle to grab it as they draw closer. The colonel above grows annoyed because he cannot fire with them in the way, and decides he will need to end it another way. Geo speaks up, ready to throw another spear. She asks what kind of person First Sergeant Minjun really is. He says he no longer knows, because Minjun has reached a level even he cannot understand. Just then the boy grabs her spear, making her smile. She says she finally understands why he is a sergeant and why the commander chose him as a model. Then she throws once more. Meanwhile, back with Minjun, Min is shocked to find him right beside him and shouts for him to get back inside, because it is dangerous. But the protagonist only keeps asking why they have not finished it yet. He starts speaking to him, but Minjun does not even notice the attention. An attack comes from behind and a massive spear slams into it, just beside him, nearly ending him. They both turn, while the commander and the colonels cannot understand what they are seeing. The monster is nearly finished, yet these two reckless men are driving straight at it. Min screams in panic, convinced the guy beside him has completely lost his mind. After grabbing that spear, Minjun keeps charging toward the monster. He reaches the colonel, who asks why. Lunatic is rushing straight at the creature, and who is even driving the vehicle. Watching closely, the commander realizes they intend to take down the monster on their own. The colonel is stunned when he hears that, and becomes even more alarmed. Those two maniacs are heading directly toward the monster's open mouth. Maybe he can still pull it off, even while trembling in fear with those teeth right in front of him. He wonders whether he will make it home alive and why he ever agreed to this. Then Minjun gives the signal, tells him that the time has come. Min throws caution aside, grabs the steering wheel, and jerks the vehicle around at full speed, saying he trusts him just as the sudden stop sends the vehicle flipping violently. Minjun uses that explosive momentum to launch himself straight toward the monster's mouth. Everyone watches in disbelief as this madman actually goes through with it, while Min nearly loses his mind from the driver's seat. The protagonist says he is finished dragging this training on. He grips the spear, prepares to burn the monster down, and complains that the suit is absolute trash. Then he says it should stop getting in his way. The instant he pours power into the spear, its aura grows dozens of times stronger than the colonel's yet. Instead of throwing it into the monster, he shoots away from its mouth and cuts along its side as he passes. He keeps moving until he reaches the center of its body, then drives the spear in with all his strength, plunging straight through the middle and triggering a massive shockwave. A burst of mana makes the monster cough up even more blood as its body convulses wildly. Minjun grabs another one of those spears and pours in even more power, causing them to make the monster begin swelling. It looks packed full of his mana until it finally bursts apart, its body thrown one way, and its head another. Seeing that, every person there is left speechless. They cannot believe how Minjun ended it, but now he is stranded in midair, with nothing beneath his feet. He begins to fall downward and Min notices immediately. Minjun is surely going to be promoted again after this, but first he is dropping fast. After losing his footing, back with the commander, the room quickly grows tense. Sam Kaiming asks what exactly he means. The Major General says it is just as he said before, then asks why they should not use this opportunity to restart the project to equip the whole corporation. Mana weapons Seo-kyung pushes back, asking why they are bringing this up now and what he means by this opportunity. She reminds them the project was frozen because Baksan Heavy Industries had serious quality issues. They would need to begin again from scratch, including finding a new supplier, or else they would waste a great deal of money and damage the corporation's reputation. The commander cuts in and tells him to stop. He asks everyone to calm down, then says, Kil-kyung has raised a valid point. Even so, Tai-ho says he agrees with Seo-kyung that the matter needs a full review, so there is no reason to argue over it right now. But the commander questions that, reminding them, they just received a report. Not long ago, Sergeant Min-jun defeated the Death Devourer alone using a mana weapon. Everyone in the room heard it, and to him that proves how effective mana weapons can be. He says that alone gives them enough reason to push the project forward. Seo-kyung replies that the supplier's quality is still the real problem, since most of the mana swords they received from Baksan were defective. Yi-chan argues that the company promised stronger quality control, and they are also preparing to release new weapons. At first, those weapons would only be used in training to help soldiers become familiar with them, and the commander says that is an excellent idea. Still, Min-jun gets the sense that this man already seems suspicious, and the atmosphere worsens because those two are clearly working together. Seo-kyung notices it at once. A week later, Shi-min is receiving praise for his actions during training. Superior is pleased, and Shi-min admits he honestly never expected any kind of reward. The man tells him he earned it and says he contributed greatly at the end. But Shi-min gives the credit to the vice platoon commander, saying none of it would have happened without Min-jun. Then he glances over and asks whether there has been any talk about his promotion, guessing he must be waiting for it after everything he has done recently. His superior thinks for a moment and says that is true. Min-jun did a lot in that training, and both Seo-kyung and the battalion commander pushed hard for him. But the timing was poor because the higher-ups added a new requirement for promotions. That catches Shi-min by surprise, since it came out of nowhere. The superior says people believe it happened because of the protagonist himself, since General Guhak Sibo made the decision after hearing that he defeated the Death Devourer. Shi-min asks what the new requirement is, and he explains that to improve the hunter's skills the corporation is giving, everyone will train with mana swords. From now on, mana weapon skill will be included in promotion reviews, and Shi-min thinks Min-jun would definitely pass that test with ease. The superior says he knows Min-jun will manage just fine. What concerns him is that the instructor assigned to their battalion is Sang-deok himself. The moment Shi-min hears the name, he asks if he means that ridiculous captain, but he stops himself before going any further. He quickly apologizes, but the superior says it is all right because that man really is a total fool. He has been ranked dead last in instructor evaluations across the 104th Division for years. Then he goes over to Min-jun, who is busy training, and the protagonist is startled to see him there. The superior explains that because of Song Bang-deok's harsh mouth, unfair training style, he has always been looked down on. Just then, Sang-deok appears and calls out to Min-jun. He says it has been a while, and Min-jun sees him before giving a proper salute. Sang-deok asks how he has been, and Min-jun says he is doing well, then asks what brings him here. Sang-deok glances around and notices the protagonist was training. He says the 2nd Battalion will begin mana weapon training next week, so he came to speak with the battalion commander about it. Then he recalls the first time he saw an aura sword, saying the energy around the blade proved its power while boasting that his weapon is unlike the cheap equipment given to ordinary soldiers. He proudly calls himself the mana sword instructor of the 104th Division's Invincible Hunter Squad. But during that old demonstration, when he tried to show a supreme finishing strike against a monster, he simply got thrown straight into a wall. Min-jun remembers that humiliating scene and asks if they will finally see that supreme destructive strike properly this time, which makes Sang-deok's face turn red. Trying to save himself, he claims he was not feeling well that day, then asks whether Min-jun has been told he will join the training too. Apparently, he has not heard much about it. Sang-deok adds that weapon proficiency scores will also be considered in promotion decisions, and no matter how many accomplishments Min-jun has, without the mana weapon instructor's evaluation report, he cannot be promoted. The protagonist asks what exactly he is trying to imply. Sang-deok admits Min-jun is skilled, since in Japan he even broke a mana sword, and he has never heard of a sergeant destroying one using aura alone. To him, that is exactly the issue. This time he warns Min-jun not to pull any tricks in front of the new recruits. He tells him to remember that troublemakers like him are not welcome, like any other foolish rookie. Then he pretends he is only saying it out of concern. He tells Min-jun he will see him next week. Watching him leave, the protagonist realizes his promotion now depends on that man. That was probably the true reason for the visit. Then the day of mana weapon training comes and everyone lines up before the instructor. He begins demonstrating how to use the weapon, preparing himself for a draw slash. He concentrates, gathers mana, then draws the sword and strikes the pillar, the blade leaving only a cut mark on the stone. He explains that it is reinforced steel used to build the camp, roughly twice as strong as ordinary steel. Normal weapons can barely leave a scratch, but with proper mana sword handling, can achieve this much. The demonstration surprises several people, and they start asking if this training affects promotion points and whether they really have to do the same thing when simply holding aura is already difficult enough. Min-jun watches closely and senses something strange. He wonders what kind of swords these are, since even for training they are poorly made, and he doubts anyone could be fairly evaluated with junk like that, especially when the instructor is using a better weapon. The entire session feels suspicious to him. Then Sang-deok asks if anyone wants to try, saying if someone does, now is the chance, and everyone falls silent, simply staring. Sang-deok says he understands their hesitation and tells them to begin by filling the mana sword with or in battle order. Min-jun raises his hand and says he will try. Sang-deok is surprised that Min-jun actually volunteered. He asks if he is serious and Min-jun says he wants to give it a shot. The others begin cheering for the vice commander to show his skill, and the protagonist enjoys the attention. Irritated by this, Sang-deok orders him to step forward. Min-jun takes his place, while Sang-deok quietly warns him not to fool around or go too far. Min-jun ignores him entirely. He thinks back to something he learned in Isgard while dealing with all kinds of unfair behavior and pressure. Terrible people exist everywhere, and if you simply obey everything those kinds of people tell you to do, everything collapses. So when Min-jun draws the sword, he pours an unbelievable amount of mana into it. Sang-deok immediately senses that things are going wrong. He realizes that if he follows that man's expectations, no one will ever take him seriously, so he neatly cuts the stone in half, the same stone the instructor had only managed to leave a scratch on. Oak is left stunned, and the entire battalion is just as shocked. Min-jun's only thought is that everyone needs to protect themselves. He channels in so much power that even the sword breaks apart into 3 pieces. Sang-deok can no longer hold back his anger. His face reddens with fury, while Min-jun turns to the instructor and says, "Those swords must be defective." Then he asks if he can use his own equipment from now on. And yes, it is clear how that went. The protagonist has made his point. Sang-deok continues the lesson afterward. He looks over the group and explains that maintaining aura requires complete focus, along with strong endurance. Only 5 minutes pass, yet everyone is already trembling. One of them cannot even maintain it. Sang-deok tells them not to act weak, but inside he is furious. This was supposed to be how things went. Then he receives a notification. When he checks his phone, someone is calling. He answers and introduces himself. The person on the other end asks how the situation is progressing. Sang-deok says he is doing what he can, but that guy is different. He glances at Min-jun, who is releasing a ridiculous amount of mana and ruining every sword he receives. Once again, the blade's tip flies straight out of Min-jun's hand, so Sang-deok says he has already broken 3 swords just by using aura. He even split the training medal in front of everyone, leaving no excuse to remove him. He is barely keeping him from using personal gear. The person on the other end curses Sang-deok, leaving him stunned. Then he snaps that if it were easy, they would not all be there. The caller is Hunter Task Force Commander Major General Yi-chan, who reminds Sang-deok that he was the one who acted so confident. Sang-deok cannot say anything and simply apologizes. Yi-chan tells him to listen carefully. They do not want Min-jun promoted along with the 104th Division, and that is all he needs to know. Then he asks if Sang-deok wants to lose his own promotion chance as well. Sang-deok says no. Yi-chan simply hangs up. That only makes him even angrier as he wonders what that man expects him to do when Min-jun is performing so well. Meanwhile, on Yi-chan's side, he is clearly irritated as well. Even so, he continues forward. He knocks on his superior's door, and the atmosphere inside is tense when he enters. Jodong Desan, the head of Baeksan Heavy Industries, says it is good to see Yi-chan and tells him to sit. Then, the next day at the 104th Division headquarters, Min-jun goes to meet Seo Kyung and introduce himself. Seo Kyung tells the protagonist to sit down. Min-jun agrees, but he recalls being told there would be no special promotion this time and wonders what the issue is. Seo Kyung gets straight to the reason he called him in. Min-jun begins to feel hopeful, but then Seo Kyung tells him to open it. He finds the request odd, and when he opens the case, he is surprised to see an unusual weapon. Even the blade carries a faint blue tint. Seo Kyung says it is a prototype 2nd-generation mana sword. Unlike the junk Min-jun has been breaking, this beauty was made by another company. He asks what the protagonist thinks, and Min-jun says if this is meant to become the standard sword, he worries about its weight and stamina cost. Seo Kyung says he is right. Its durability and balance surpass many personal weapons, but it is over 5 times heavier than Baeksan's mana swords. Since it uses a pure mana stone to increase power, it also drains far more stamina. Still, Seo Kyung believes Minjun could handle it well. He asks what he thinks, and Minjun examines every part of the sword, while Seo Kyung says he is thinking of letting him test it. Minjun says he has no problem with that. Seo Kyung likes his answer. He adds that the sword is clearly well made, so Minjun need not worry about it breaking apart even if he uses some aura. Then Seo Kyung asks whether he is disappointed that this meeting was not for a special promotion. The protagonist realizes Seo Kyung guessed correctly. He says that is not the case. Seo Kyung explains that Minjun's achievements are already enough for a promotion, but he decided to put it off for the time being. When he asks for the reason, Seo Kyung says he intends to make him an officer. He wants him to remain as vice platoon commander and move straight up to lieutenant, which would be quicker than climbing through the sergeant ranks. He also thinks the army's attention on the protagonist needs to cool down for a while, and although becoming an officer from his position will be difficult, Seo Kyung believes he can manage it. He then asks whether the protagonist can meet those expectations. Minjun feels Seo Kyung is starting to win him over and thinks that kind of judgment only comes from experience. He says that if he wants to rise in the Hunter Corps, then he simply has to prove his worth through his own ability, and promises that he will give it his best. Seo Kyung is pleased with that reply, then adds that Taeho asked him to pass something along. He says Taeho has been quite generous with him ever since the Sokcho incident, and he hands a box over to Minjun. Minjun grows excited the moment he opens it. Inside, he finds a runestone. Later that night in Gangwon province, Minjun makes his way into a restricted zone and explains that the area was badly damaged by monsters in the past, forcing all the residents to evacuate. No one lives there now, and his reason for coming is simple. It is the ideal place for what he needs. As he climbs the building, he says it is all because of that runestone. Then he channels dark magic into it. The system says the runestone is releasing a powerful energy. Minjun grows increasingly tense as the system repeats the message over and over, while he recalls that runestones are known to grant random stat boosts when used. It works the same way here on Earth. The system keeps repeating itself, but the protagonist says that with a method learned back in Isgard, the runestone can respond to powerful energy and open a growth portal. Then the stone crumbles apart, but the portal remains open. Minjun is pleased, saying the benefit he can gain from this is much better than simply absorbing the stone. The moment he steps inside, he finds himself in a ruined portal zone. It is a fog-covered swamp. He studies the place and explains that this secret shop opens when Hela's demonic energy is poured into a runestone. Even in Asgard, those stones were extremely rare, so he rarely came here, and the environment and monsters changed every time. Today is no different. The one thing that never changes about this dungeon is that if someone survives and clears it, their growth is guaranteed to be massive. Then a swarm of furious red monkeys appears, preparing to rush at Minjun. He draws his sword and gets ready to deal with them. The monkeys charge from every direction, but the first one leaps past Minjun, and he moves into action right away. The others try the same approach, but he keeps swinging and handles them easily, looking bored the entire time. More rush forward and he starts cutting straight through them with single clean strikes, but then the one that appears to be their leader, a one-eyed monkey, moves closer to Minjun. He uses the rare skill black arrows to strike the monkey without even looking. Then he says the condition for clearing this secret dungeon is defeating every monster inside it. Since he has no idea how many remain, he has to manage both his demonic energy and his stamina carefully. The monkeys keep swarming toward him, so Minjun decides it is better to conserve his demonic skills if he can, and he smiles as he prepares to fight using only aura. He creates a small zone around himself where anything that steps inside gets cut down. The monkeys farther back watch in fear, and Minjun says, since he has received such a fine new toy, it would be a waste not to test it out. Then he charges at the already frightened monkeys, using his new aura. He says that the blade has a surprisingly sharp edge, and then he continues, cutting through everything nearby, pushing farther into the area as he notices what the sword can do. Its durability is astonishing. He continues cutting through monkeys the entire way. Not one of them manages to avoid being taken down, until in the final few hours, the remaining ones are nearly inside the forest, completely terrified. But one of them turns back, screams at Minjun, and he mocks it, saying the monkey and its tiny threat are not impressive in the slightest. He stays completely calm. Then, when it leaps at the protagonist senses something. The sensation catches his attention, and he takes down that monkey without even looking. The others rushing him barely matter now, because his focus is on what he just felt. It is faint, but he clearly noticed it. It is demonic energy, and he starts wondering where it is coming from until he notices one of the monkeys gripping his foot. At that moment, he realizes the demonic energy is coming from that monkey, because it is releasing it even after death. Wonders why it did not stay down. He kicks it away, but then, all the nearby monkeys he had already defeated begin rising again. Now they are releasing the same demonic energy Minjun sensed earlier, and he realizes they are zombies. That means a necromancer must be nearby, and it has to be connected to that demonic energy he sensed before. He keeps cutting down the monkeys around him until the one controlling that demonic energy finally appears. It is a monkey, Lich, commanding all the others. Minjun finally understands that it is the source and summons his own demonic orbs. He says the monkey is fairly impressive for a monkey, then launches black arrows at it, but the monkeys he had already taken down leap in front to shield the monkey Lich, and it continues, summoning more and more of them. It makes them even more aggressive, while reviving the ones that just fell, all while pointing at Minjun. The monkeys prepare to rush him, and Minjun finally understands. He releases the sheath using black magic with one hand, while keeping his sword in the other. Minjun decides there is no reason to hold back any longer, so he summons a rain of corruption over the monkeys. They cry out from the pain, but he soon realizes corruption does not work well against zombies, so he activates another skill in front of them. Demonic explosion strikes as he calls forth flames from hell. The flames rush over the monkeys. Then, with a snap of his fingers, every spark detonates. The monkeys in front of him are engulfed by the blast. Afterward, they collapse stiffly to the ground, and this time, they appear to be truly finished. The Lich monkey grows furious. Minjun taunts it, asking if it really believed that would be enough to win. And the monkey does something else, grabbing the cord around its neck and using those bones to transform into a massive muscular form. Minjun says he has seen plenty of monsters use abilities or become strengthened by demonic energy, but he has never seen one do all of this on its own. Now he is honestly curious, though he doubts the creature can answer. It is completely intoxicated by demonic energy. The monkey charges at Minjun, but the protagonist says that part does not matter. As the monster swings, he blocks the bone-tipped staff with only his sword, and the weapon begins cracking from the first impact. When it swings again, the bone is already gone, leaving behind only a wooden stick. Minjun continues blocking while the monster attacks relentlessly. But after he deflects one strike, the monkey is sent flying back, and MC sees an opening. He powers up Dodori and attacks with Dodori. Everything he has, but the monkey moves quickly and appears behind him. Minjun did not expect that, so the blow connects. Even so, the monkey realizes that it barely did anything. He catches the next attack with a single hand, then prepares himself to counterattack. But the monkey seizes his hand, stopping him from moving his sword, and the two become locked in a contest of strength to see who breaks first. Gradually, Minjun begins pushing it back, so he stops humoring it and activates corruption. The dark power burns the monkey's hand, forcing it to leap back in fear of what the protagonist has just done. Minjun says fighting Hunter Corporation's way was entertaining, but now he will show them something different. He lets his sword fall, and seeing that, the monkey charges at him, thinking it finally has an opening. Minjun crouches, gathers demonic energy through his body, and says he will handle this his own way. After all, he is a black mage. Then he surges forward with the skill Impulse, rushing straight toward the monkey, and he slams it away with his entire body. The impact makes the monkey cough blood, but Minjun does not stop. He uses demonic hands to seize it and suspend it in midair by both arms, then violently pulls it downward with all his strength, dragging it close. As soon as it enters range, he fires black arrow at point-blank distance, striking through the monkey and making it cough up even more blood. The monkey collapses to the ground after being struck through. Minjun uses the chance to activate his absorption skill, drawing in that demonic energy again and again from several points at once. He says he entered the dungeon to raise his normal stats, yet instead he is also gaining demonic energy. Then the system says that because his demonic energy reached its limit, he has unlocked demonic energy of desire, a skill that temporarily boosts all attributes using the demonic energy inside his body. Because of this, Demonic Hands is upgraded, and Impulse is upgraded as well, along with Nightwalker, while the surviving monkeys stare at Minjun in fear. They know they cannot defeat him. He says it is time to claim his reward for clearing this place, and he charges in, finishing every remaining monkey. At last, the dungeon is cleared, and he receives a reward. His stats increase as well. Minjun wants to check how much they rose, but the system says he defeated more monsters than the dungeon originally contained, so he earned a bonus reward. He is confused, wondering how that could happen. Then he considers that the monsters revived as undead may have been counted twice, so he decides the extra reward is good enough. The system says he may choose one skill from the Monkey King who rules death, surprising the protagonist because that was the creature's title, and because he can claim one of its abilities. He checks the options. The first is Monkey King, the second is Death Lord, and the third is Instant Movement. Minjun wonders whether this is actually real, assuming Monkey King probably just makes different monkeys obey him, which sounds mostly useless. Death Lord must be the power to control the dead, and he can already imagine the chaos if he walked through South South Korea, with an army of corpses, so he turns his attention to instant movement and begins wondering whether it is truly what he thinks it is, remembering his past life when he was taking down a group of demons alongside another man. That man says he cannot believe they were defeated so easily, but Minjun says he has something to ask, mentioning the monster they created and asking how they enhanced it with demonic energy. The man asks if that curiosity comes from his black mage instincts, saying it makes sense, because giving demonic energy to monsters that should not have it is basically like poisoning them. Minjun asks again how they managed it, and the man asks whether he really thinks he would answer. Minjun makes his warning clear by saying he can step right near his face and show exactly what will happen if he stays silent. He says it does not matter what the man reports, because he is getting out of that world either way, but first, he will finish what he started. The man should take a short nap, but the man finally says that monsters carrying demonic energy gain a specific ability. Minjun asks what he means, and the man explains that they discovered monsters could keep generating demonic energy inside their bodies. Because of that, they have been studying how to transfer that ability to others. Hearing this, the protagonist scratches his head, thinking it actually makes sense. Species like the Black Hound are born with that power, which may explain why those strange monsters he saw possessed it too. And if a black mage could obtain that ability, it would change everything. But the man says he knows exactly what Minjun is thinking, and that it does not work on humans. Their method only works by transplanting a monster's grim remains are left behind, and MC grabs him by the collar and asks if they tested it on humans, using all the black mages they abducted for those experiments. The man says that, judging from his expression, he would rather not respond, but Minjun says he has already given his answer. Thinking it over, the protagonist looks back at instant movement and realizes this must be the skill the Duke men mentioned, so he chooses it. He declares that he will push beyond the limits of a black mage, and once he gains the skill, his body begins adapting to it. Instant movement adjusts to him as well, and the pain is overwhelming. The system keeps repeating the same message until Minjun collapses. After the skill fully activates, he has grown even stronger now, and the system announces that instant movement is producing demonic energy. The next day, he arrives there looking cheerful. As he meets up with his team, everyone is surprised to see him. Shang-Chi quickly stands and says the second platoon is taking individual exams. He is acting that way so suddenly, saying they will not see each other as often now, so he is simply doing his best while Minjun is still around, even congratulating him on his promotion and asking him not to get them once he leaves. Minjun says he was not promoted, and Guan Shik's face is unforgettable. Han-yong says Minjun went to headquarters yesterday and asks if that was not about his promotion. The protagonist says no, so Han-yong asks what it was for. Guan Shik asks if he is at least moving into the senior residence hall, since this place is uncomfortable. Over there, everyone gets a private room, but Minjun says he only stayed out yesterday because it got too late. He adds that they must have really enjoyed him being gone. The others look ready to cry, and then Minjun says that if he were in their position, he would probably hate himself as well, so he understands how they feel. That gives Guan Shik a small bit of hope, but Minjun immediately says no. When asked why, the protagonist says the internet there is far too slow, and he would lose a huge amount of rank if he moved, so he is staying right where he is. That makes both of them extremely angry, and Sehongo asks why he went to headquarters. Minjun says they gave him a new sword to test there. The others are stunned and ask if that was all, thinking he should be more excited, but Minjun says not really. It is not as though much has changed. Han-yong says his reaction is far too calm, while Guan Shik says he seems happy. He asks whether that was truly the only reason, and Minjun smiles to himself, because of course he is happy. He gained something even better. All of his stats have changed. Now he is much stronger. Then the loudspeaker cuts in, ordering everyone to prepare for battle and head to the company training grounds immediately. The announcement makes it clear this is not a drill. Everyone is stunned. Minjun wonders what has happened this time, since it sounds seriously urgent. Later that night, they are deep in the forest. After being assigned to the mission, the protagonist tells everyone to stop for a moment. They will remain there for 5 minutes. He tells them to rest, eat, and drink while they still can. Guan Shik thinks it is far too quiet, and the other group still has not found anything. Han-yong says the search area is enormous, so even with 2 companies, it is taking a long time. Then he mentions that it has been a while since monsters came down from the north. Han-yong agrees, saying even an ogre appeared, something he has not seen once in all 4 years there. Guan Shik asks if this is also Minjun's first time facing an ogre, and Minjun says he believes so. At least in this world, it would be his first time. Dongjin asks if he knows how rare that is, since the Hunter Coordination Office has never captured an ogre alive. They are too durable and strong, so people usually need guns, and even then, catching one alive has been impossible. During the last irregular outbreak, they even had to use HK9 mana cannons. Minjun grins and asks if that is true. So, capturing one alive would be a huge achievement. Dongjin says it has never never happened before, so it would definitely cause a major stir. Han-young shuts him up and says of course it would, but if they find one, they must report its location immediately and fight it with a full company. Min-jun already has his own plan, and the others can tell from how excited he is getting. Han-young starts cursing Dong-jin, saying they are doomed. Then they hear a scream. The moment it reaches them, Min-jun springs up, excited. Hwan-shik calls out, but the protagonist tells them to stay put. He says he will only take a quick look. Then he heads off with Baton. His intentions are written all over his face. As he moves ahead, he notices something nearby. When he turns in that direction, he finds it hiding there. It is the ogre, the one that bit off a deer's head. In a single clean bite, Min-jun watches it happily eating and immediately breaks into a wide smile. Last, he has found his prize. While the ogre continues eating, Min-jun quietly drops his radio nearby. He asks if it has finished its meal, and even says he waited patiently. When the ogre looks over in surprise, Min-jun asks, who allowed it to eat there? He rolls up his sleeves. The ogre prepares to charge, and Min-jun quickly thinks about how to capture it without ending its life. When the ogre attacks, Min-jun blocks it with his demonic hands. Then he decides they will settle this the rough way. He rushes forward and strikes it hard in the stomach, while reminding himself to go too far. He warns the creature not to collapse on him. Back with Han-young, he hears the noise and instantly realizes it must be Min-jun. Everyone starts running. When they arrive, the protagonist is already beating the ogre down while it is coughing up blood. The monster even spits out a tooth. Han-young shouts for Min-jun to move aside and asks what in the world he is doing, but Min-jun tells him not to interfere. The ogre nearly catches him with a swing, but he dodges quickly and tells them not to shoot. He repeats it, warning them not to shoot his precious catch. The three of them have no idea what is happening. Meanwhile, Min-jun keeps avoiding the ogre's attacks and says he plans to capture it alive. They ask whether they should fire anyway, and Han-young demands to know what he is thinking, since he did not even report its location. Min-jun says of course he did not. That one belongs to him. Hwan-shik says he is acting far too recklessly, but the ogre only grows angrier and angrier until it suddenly freezes and begins roaring. Min-jun remembers that attack and immediately covers his ears, while the others are left wondering why he is doing that. Then they hear the ogre unleash its scream. The shockwave hits all of them and sends them flying backward. Seeing the situation finally fall under control, Min-jun starts smiling, and that smile actually frightens the ogre. The protagonist asks how it dared to do that, then drives another punch into its jaw. The ogre is left stunned, and Min-jun spots his chance. When the ogre looks at him again, Min-jun seems even more terrifying than the monster itself. So the ogre turns around and runs. He throws his whip around its neck and begins dragging the ogre straight back. At last the ogre decides to stop resisting, and Min-jun faces it directly, saying he cannot let it run after it attacked his people. Then he punches the monster again, this time in the head, then the face, and knocks it out completely. The protagonist says he knew it. This thing really is tough. In the battalion commander's office, he receives a call and is shocked to hear that the ogre was captured alive. He agrees to go there at once and orders everyone to gather for the return. The man on the other end asks again if it is true. The ogre was brought back alive, and Lee confirms it, ordering the news to be sent to headquarters immediately. Make sure they know Min-jun captured the ogre alive. Hearing that, Song Byung realizes it was Min-jun again and says the guy is unbelievable. The ogre is tied up inside a truck, unconscious beneath him, while the whole team celebrates. The next day, everyone is enjoying a huge barbecue, eating, and peace finally returns after that chaotic night. Young and the others are especially pleased because they barely had to do anything at all. Watching from afar, Min-jun says he is relieved that everyone made it through safely. They really are incredibly tough. Then Song Byung approaches and calls out to the protagonist. Min-jun answers immediately, and Song Byung says that thanks to him, the entire battalion will enjoy a feast. Everyone is thrilled. He says Min-jun truly did an excellent job and thanks him. Song Byung adds that the ogre should bring in a huge payout, then asks if the protagonist has heard anything. The protagonist says he has. They are talking about 200 million. Song Byung says he has never heard of such a high reward for a single monster. It is amazing. Still, he says Min-jun arrived at the perfect time. Since the battalion commander is currently sensitive about promotions, the battalion has been performing better than ever, so the commander seems to be in a good mood lately. Of course, Song Byung adds that the commander would never let his mood influence his leadership, but the whole battalion's atmosphere has definitely improved inside, although things are not quite what he imagines. The battalion commander is sitting there with a very dark expression on his face, so the room is clearly not as cheerful as people assume. Now the question is whether Min-jun will be promoted and gain more free time to cause trouble again. Since this series has not appeared on the channel for a while, leave a like, subscribe, and comment if you want the next part. I brought it back because this story clearly needed to continue, and there is still plenty more ahead.